January in Vikings Zay, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Come on.
Gotta make a move.
He's going to
No. Oh my gosh. But
I'm speechless there.
Once again, Vikings Zay starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
what a game for Magnus. And now a huge chance to make a furious run at first place.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
What a defensive effort. Noterbeck is obviously having a breakout event.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Today is the 10th round in Vikings Zay. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is International Master Jovanka Hauska. Jovi, you've been covering the last bunch of rounds. They've been very exciting. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling awesome. The games have been so intense and the players have just been giving it their all. Absolutely wonderful stuff.
They certainly have been. And one player in particular who's trying to make his run at his first championship in Tata Steel is Anish Giri. We caught up with him to talk about his mentality, his match against Wesley So, and his tournament outlook. He had some mixed feelings. Hear it right now.
I was watching an interview of Magnus, and I really liked when he said that he doesn't think about tournament victory. So I thought, okay, if Magnus doesn't think about tournament victory, why should I? So I'm not going to think about it either. My upcoming games are not exactly winnable, but I'll do my best.
What's your history against Wesley?
Obviously, we are two of the most solid players out there, so I assume we've made a lot of draws. But of course, actually, we did have some back and forth, actually. In fact, he's beaten me at various occasions. I've also beaten him as well, despite that we indeed are two of the most solid players out there. So it's going to be fun. I really like the fact that we've got 2 games between 2 rest days, and it's kind of fun that we have a rest day, I have 2 blacks, and then another rest day. This is like my 2 blacks that are given so much, they're given me with a day to prepare and a day to rest. I really appreciated that. Okay, a lot of rounds. It's remarkable here because it feels like you've played so much. And a few days ago, my second told me that at some point he said that there are 7 rounds to go, and I was like, what? What? 7 rounds to go? This is so many rounds. It's really a special tournament. It feels like we're playing forever, but we still have to play a lot of games. Yeah, that's quite fun.
It is indeed a marathon, and Anish Giri is sprinting towards the top of the standings. He beat Ding Liren with the black pieces. So, Jovi, we heard him talk about Wesley So being a solid player. He's shown that he can beat Ding Liren, who went kind of out of character and just made all heck break loose.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolutely sensational game, I have to say. Ding Liren looked like he started on the front foot, but Anish Giri, he was so resourceful. I mean, he played just a superb game, and someone else playing a superb game was actually Richard Rapport, as he defeated Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. Do check out that game if you can. And I have to say, when it comes to tournaments, it's not just about winning, it's about showing your resilience, showing every single bit of defensive skill you possess. And someone who had that in spades yesterday was Nordibek Abdusattorov, as he held off Vincent Keymer. Very important match there.
It certainly was, Yovi. You had a marathon call there with Danya, and Nordibek, it was a huge half point for him because with that draw, he still maintains a lead over the field. And while the lead is shrinking a little bit with Anish Giri's win, Abdusattorov, you will see his name atop the standings through 9 rounds. So in first place, clear first place, is Abdusattorov with 6.5 points. Anish Giri with 6 after that victory. And Wesley So, don't count him out. He's been a little bit under the radar, I feel like, but he's in clear third, Yovi.
Yeah, there's so much to play for. 4 games left. And let's not discount that there are several players chasing, including Magnus Carlsen, 5 points out of 9. And it's not really how you start, it's always how you finish. Such a cliche, but so true.
It certainly is, especially in this field, in this event with 13 total rounds as players get exhausted. We heard Anish Giri in that interview saying, I can't believe so many rounds are left. And he also talked about Wesley So in particular. So as we look forward to today's matchups, Anish, he gets the black pieces once again. He talked about how it's great between the 2 rest days. He has all that time to prepare with the black pieces. Wesley, not an easy opponent for anybody on the planet. He has this really solid style. He doesn't often take too many risks, but he will grind you down if presented advantage. So that should be a really interesting matchup today.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about another interesting matchup, I can't wait for this one. It is Nordibek, and he will be facing off against Ding. Now, remember, Ding had quite a tough day yesterday. I can't wait to see how he gets back from this one.
Yeah, Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer, 2 players who are struggling, at least in terms of the standings, but they have a chance to end the tournament on the right note, Jordan with the white pieces. But Yovi, I'm really excited about this matchup between Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian because Richard won that great game yesterday, 2 wins in a row for him. And Levon, he also has been kind of under the radar. He has 1 win, and the rest of his games were drawn.
Yeah, and then we move on to Fabiano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi. Both of these players really need to get a must win because Arjun Erigaisi, of course, he is coming from his 3rd loss in a row. And then we also have Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa. Big rivalry there. Who is better out of these 2 Indian prodigies? Well, we'll find out today.
I'm really glad I don't have to answer that question, and it was rhetorical because I do not know. Praggnanandhaa, he seems to be rising at the right moment. Gukesh has struggled in this field, but he has huge successes to his name, including Olympiad gold medal. But last, and certainly not least, we have Parham Maghsoodloo taking on Magnus Carlsen. Yovi, Magnus, he's the favorite no matter what tournament, no matter who he's playing. But with the black pieces, do you think Parham is going to be as adventurous as he has been to this point in the tournament?
Yeah, Parham has really displayed some fighting spirit, perhaps taking it a little bit too far. And I'm using the British understatement. Basically, he has overpushed himself in certain points. Definitely, Parham has proven himself to be such a strong contender. And Magnus, if he wants to defeat him with the black pieces, will certainly have his work cut out for him.
He will indeed. In this tournament with such a long time control, we start with 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. After that, the players get an additional 50 minutes for the next 20. And once they reach move 60, it's 15 minutes for the rest of the game. 30-second bonus from the game's first move. And the game's first moves will start soon. We see the players seated in their chairs. We have none other than Nordibek Abdusattorov. He is always ready. I mean, he has been on fire in this event, Yovi. And as you said, it's not all about the wins and losses. He drew that game yesterday, and that might be his most important result of all. Because if he'd lost that game and Anish Giri had tied him on the standings, all could have been falling apart at the wrong time.
Yeah, and we can see some messages from our featured chat telling us who they are supporting. And talking about supporters, just take a look at that crowd. You can feel the energy of these chess enthusiasts and lovers, and we just look at them. It's so wonderful to be there in a big tournament hall with the hustle and bustle of the crowd.
Certainly, and we see Parham Magsudlu. He is awaiting the world chess champion in all 3 time controls. Magnus may be giving up. He may be relinquishing his classical chess title, and this is a classical event. So Magnus, he's going to take on Parham, but Parham, he looks ready today, and somebody who's always fashionable is Levon Aroni. Actually, both these players, Yovi, have great fashion senses.
Yeah, they do, both on and off the board. I mean, I kind of consider both of them to be very creative and very flamboyant characters. And there we see Levon getting ready with the black pieces. Richard coming off 2 victories. So suddenly his star is in the ascendant. And I'm wondering whether he can actually pull together even more victories in order to make a late-minute surge to take the top spots. And there we see Wesley So against Anish Giri. And I can feel the tension here. I'm not going to lie. Anish, he really wants to win this tournament. You know, it must be so frustrating to be 5-time runner-up and never to have, there you go, handshake. And I was going to say, you know, he got as far as the playoff against Jordan van Foreest in 2021. And they're off, knight f3 on the board.
D5, the response. And just to follow up your point, it must be frustrating for Anish Giri, especially because his compatriot and friend, Jordan van Foreest, kind of stole that title. I put that in air quotes. It was well-deserved by Jordan. But if any Dutchman were to win this event, you would have thought it was going to be Anish Giri, but it wasn't meant to be, at least not yet. And is that Dirk-Jan ten Geuzendam right there taking photos right by the players? That is Dirk-Jan taking the photo of the game between Wesley and Anish. And for those of you who don't know, that is the editor of New in Chess magazine. He is so important in the chess world.
Yeah, and I see a lot of support for Anish. And he is considering what to do after Wesley has opened with the Reti. And I have to say, Wesley, of course, you know, he plays everything and anything, but I haven't seen him play too many times the Reti opening.
No, I haven't either, but it is one of the many different solid openings that Wesley So could choose. And for Wesley, I said this earlier, he doesn't love taking risks. He doesn't want to be in a situation where he has to play for a win from move 1. And the good thing about a long event is even if you are behind in the standings, you have a little bit of time to catch up. For example, if he's able to win this game against Anish Giri, he not only leapfrogs Anish, but if Nordirbeck were to lose, that he'd be in a tie for first. So we're only 3 moves in. We can't talk about victories, but there's sometimes little victories, like catching your opponent by surprise. Yovi, it doesn't seem like Anish was at all shocked by Wesley's opening choice. At least in the first few moves, he is playing very quickly and even left his chair.
Yeah, he has left his chairs. I always feel in the opening when you get the opportunity to leave your chair so early on, it's kind of like drop the mic. I got the first surprise in. All is good.
Yeah, and it all is good because we see a position where a strong pawn chain has been established from f7 to d5 for Anish, whereas Wesley playing this kind of modern style of Wesley had the black pieces is often the modern defense. But because Wesley is white, we see a Reti, a King's Indian attack potential for him if he's going to play d3, slide that knight into d2, and push this pawn to e4 later in the game. So it's a very flexible approach from Wesley. And Yovi, let me ask you, because Anish is so well regarded for his opening preparation, do you think Wesley isn't afraid of it, but he's just trying to avoid it altogether?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to avoid Anish's opening preparation. I mean, we've seen it throughout this tournament. He's been very well prepared. He's come armed with a lot of dangerous surprises. And I definitely think, you know, maybe get the game into your own territory. We have seen, you know, well, once you're in your own ground, well, you can tend to trick your players. And you know what opening I would really love to see? It kind of goes back to the olden days with Fischer. I would love to see a King's Indian attack. I mean, it's so rare at top level. I would love to see Wesley just go for it. Risk everything in order to checkmate the Black King.
That's sometimes what it takes. It's a little slower approach, but then throw all your pieces at the enemy king. And maybe what is causing Wesley to slow down is the fact that instead of bringing his bishop out to f5, that Anish kind of blocked his own bishop, a la the French defense. And perhaps Wesley preparing for that this morning, and now he's faced with a different opening with e6. So the bishop is shut down, but Black is prioritizing the development of the other bishop, can always strike forward with c5. So these little subtleties, the nuances, they play a huge role in dictating the trajectory of the game. So Yovi, Wesley is not unfamiliar with these three moves, with this position, but he's undoubtedly thinking, do I switch over to a Catalan with d4 and then c4? Is that the direction he wants to go? Or, as you're advocating for, will he play d3, knight d2, castle, and eventually strike forward with e4 and e5 in the King's Indian style?
Yeah, I was also thinking, I mean, it's a quite an interesting scenario actually for Wesley, because Anish has literally repeated the same move order that he played against Ding yesterday, because Anish has had a double black, and there the kind of game kind of went this very obscure path where it became like this almost how to describe it, a double fianchetto with a c4. And was it against Ding? Sometimes you watch so many games that they all merge together and form into one. But I'm pretty sure there was like some game where Anish had this situation where he's pushed the pawn to d4.
You're correct. It was yesterday's game against Ding, and I know that feeling very well. Of every single game, is that from this tournament I'm commentating, or is it the last one, or was it 3 tournaments ago? But you are correct, and it was the same start where he just put his bishop on e7. Eventually, threw his pawn up to d4, and because oftentimes we don't repeat an opening that we just played, that may be why Wesley is thinking. Because I believe if we just take a step back for a second, that fans like, he just saw Anish play this yesterday. He must have looked at this in great detail and improved upon it. But often these top players, they're playing a bit of dodgeball. It's like, if you think I'm going to do X, I'm actually going to do Y in this game. So all your preparation was wasted in the morning. So we'll leave Wesley to it. He really is deliberating his options. It's still early. We'll see what he continues with. But Yovi, we have 6 other games, and I'm looking across. I see the top left, by the way, and the second from the left and the bottom, there's a rook up on e5. So Nodirbek, Abdusattorov against Ding Liren, the top left, and then Richard Report against Levon Aronian, second from left and the bottom. They have the same exact start to the game.
Okay. That's that's very unusual actually. Yesterday, almost everybody began with d4, d5. Now we're seeing everyone, well, not everyone, but quite a few games actually switch over to e4, e5s. Shall we take a look at tournament leader Abdusattorov as he faces off with the white pieces against Ding?
Okay, and we see Anamai saying copying and laughing, but there has been a slight change between the two games. We'll start from the beginning. It was a Spanish here, and after knight f6, Castle's knight takes e4, we see what could be the Berlin if white plays d4, but Yobi, it's all the rage these days to avoid the topical lines, and that was so Kramnik-Kasparov. We don't need to get into the Berlin, at least those variations. So we saw the rook e1 line, which is very solid for white. It doesn't give that double-edged nature of the endgame, but sometimes I feel it's too solid. What's your opinion of these rook e1 lines?
Symmetrical pawn structure. That's all I'm going to say. Very, very difficult. I'm sorry. I like my simplistic terms.
No, I appreciate how concise you were, because I also understood what you were saying. Simplistic terms, simplistic position. We just have the bishop dropping back, the knight capturing, and we are even. All the pieces are the same, except for the fact after castles, knight c3, bishop f6, rook e1. This is the live position. Not too much has happened, but the bishop on c8, that's the slow piece to develop. So oftentimes white tries to claim the slimmest of slim advantages because you're a little bit ahead in terms of development. But Yovi, I'm with you. It's a symmetrical position, and that often rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, I find that they're very sophisticated. We're talking about small margins here. We're talking about maximizing the pieces, and we're also just talking about playing very moves. And if Abdusattorov can do that, as he's done plenty times before, then I think he will put Ding under a lot of pressure. Because I have to say one thing about Ding in this tournament, he has seemed to struggle, with the exception of the first few games in the opening. I mean, perhaps that's because he's suddenly been trying his luck in different openings just to get the experience, or hiding some more championship prep. It feels like if you're going to catch Ding, it's going to be in these early stages.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm also wondering for Nodirbek, after such a long game yesterday, it was tense. He was defending throughout that end game. That's stressful for a player. So I'm wondering if in this game he doesn't mind. I know we don't like the D word, but to make a safe and sound draw. When you talk symmetrical structure, it's not always just handshakes, but he could make a safe move like knight d5 and try to go for the bishop pair. And even if Ding Liren won't be worse, maybe Nodirbek wants to kind of glide towards the finish line. He gets a rest day tomorrow. Yesterday was one of the biggest workouts of his life, defending an endgame in such an important tournament standing against Vincent Keymer. So I'm wondering, Yovi, and we're just speculating at this point, but if he's just taking the safe approach because he wants to maintain a tournament lead heading into the final 3 rounds.
Yeah, I absolutely think that would be a very pragmatic decision. There are 2 players playing, though, and I think Ding, on the other hand, will certainly want to actually psychologically use that and just try to encourage Abdusattorov to make those slightly negative, almost intangible decisions, so that when the time comes, Abdusattorov could find himself being slightly worse, and then it getting gradually worse and worse.
Yeah, I think that Ding Liren would love a long end game, trying to show off his veteran experience and the fact that he's the number 2 rated player in the world. But in this tournament, it's looked like Nodirbek Abdusattorov was one of the top few players in the world. And he really is at this point. His rating doesn't seem to have caught up to his true strength, but he has gained 23.2 rating points thus far. For those of you who are not familiar with chess rating system, that is a ton of points for a player at the 2,700 plus level, because Nodirbek Abdusattorov has entered the top 20 players in the world. He's going to be pushing the top 15, top 10. But what's so interesting to me is when this is a kind of youth versus experience matchup, they've never played in classical chess.
Yeah, that's it's very, very interesting. And I also like the fact that, yeah, there's definitely both of them are dealing with unknowns. But I'm just going to draw the eye back to this absolutely staggering rating points, plus 23.2. When you said it, like literally my mouth dropped a little bit. I thought, whoa, it's so difficult to gain rating points. And he's just gaining a bucket load. And there we can see Ding has lost 13.7 rating points so far. And so he definitely needs to win. His pride is at stake. And I think he's dropped under the 2,800 club. And obviously, this is not something that Ding wants to do, or wants to go into the match, the World Championship match, on the back of a bad tournament.
Yeah, you don't want to doubt yourself in any way heading into a World Championship matchup. And just to paint a clearer picture for those of you who may not be familiar with the rating system, if you beat somebody with the same exact rating that you have, you gain 5 points. So if you think about 23.2 rating points, you essentially have beaten someone with your rating 4 times in a row and then gained a handful of points after that. So it's very difficult to win a single game at the highest level, let alone to beat players like Magnus Carlsen and the rest of the cast that Nodirbek has taken down. So Ding Liren, he's had the opposite kind of tournament. Sometimes that happens when you're hiding your preparation in anticipation of a big tournament or match like he is, but you know that he wants to get down the finish on the right path. He wants to head into the World Championship with good feelings about his recent chess. But Nodirbek, he has other intentions. He's thinking right now. So is he deliberating about this move, knight d5? To me, that seems like the simplest and safest move. Just go for the pair of bishops. Why not? There's a symmetrical structure. Let's get those little advantages that we've been talking about. And if you go knight to d5, there's nowhere good for this bishop on f6 to go. And if that's the case, then I'll gladly take it and just say, all right, 2 bishops, we top level players, we love that.
I agree with that completely. And let's have a look at the bird's eye view, because I'm very keen to see how, well, the world champion, although he's soon not to be the world champion, is doing. In terms of the body language, I've learned that if there's one person you cannot read, it is Magnus, because just looking at the camera, he doesn't look like that thrilled. But knowing him, he's probably hyper-focused and considering the position keenly. And there we see, you have it up on the screen, and it is actually a Queen's Gambit, to my eyes, Queen's Gambit declined. Exchange variation.
Yes. Just to go back to the beginning, e6, Queen's Gambit declined, and then the pawn was captured on d5. So you were 100% spot on there. And bishop g5, bishop e7, breaking the pin that was on this knight. So the d5 pawn is defended enough times. You don't have to play c6 just yet. And after e3, h6, which is all in these days, loving to kick the bishop away, the bishop drops back. And now bishop g4. So this, I think when we tuned in, Yovi, we both were kind of like, bishop g4? Is that common? Is that the move? And Magnus, he may have some tricks up his sleeve, but bishop g4, as far as I can see, not been played at this high level. So it looks strange to me because I'm already looking at queen b3. As soon as the bishop leaves its home square, the b7 pawn becomes tender. And it's not just b7, but also d5. And just to put the move on the board, we are creating a double attack. b7 is left undefended. And if you move the pawn up, I've removed the guard with bishop takes f6. And once you take back, down goes d5. I have two pieces hitting it. I can take with my queen on d5 and go up a clear pawn. So the big question that Parham is asking himself is, what does Magnus have up his sleeve if he does, in fact, play the move queen to b3 right now? It is a simple, straightforward double attack. Yovi, how do you anticipate Magnus to meet this move?
Yeah, well, he has to do it in a very radical way. And my first instinct is you have to perhaps go knight c6 to try to get the knight to b4 and try to get some compensation via knight c2 check, and maybe even trap the white queen if white isn't careful.
Just to put that on the board, that this knight coming out, there's all these threats of knight c2, rook to d8, as you're saying, might trap the queen. So this is looking very adventurous.
It is adventurous, and I can see the evaluation bar is like, no, that is not the way. There has to be something better. I mean, what is Magnus's plan? And I just have to echo your thoughts. I've been playing the Queen's Gambit declined under this particular variation for quite a long time, and I have never, ever seen this move. I've never even seen the idea. I mean, I've always just kind of thought in order to get the light square bishop out, you just have to solidify your pawn structure in the middle and just support the pawn by playing c6 or castling kingside. You know, you do those kind of things. That light square bishop is not meant to be out there so early. So Magnus breaking the rules. And I'm kind of curious, after queen b3, if it's not knight c6, is his idea...
Well, I was just gonna.
I don't know.
I was gonna latch onto what you were saying, Yovi, for a second, because the top players, we've heard this from Fabiano Caruana often, that sometimes you even play a dubious variation if it's tricky for your opponent to find the best move. So even though the evaluation bar said in this continuation that white is better, maybe the path towards keeping that advantage is very hard to find with the threat of knight c2 check. There's also the opportunity, instead of knight c6, this tricky move knight to d7, because the pawn on d5 is actually defended tactically. Knight takes d5 is a common mistake that players make, because after knight takes d5, you see that queen takes d5, the bishops are staring at each other, and I will just win your bishop. And if you say, okay, I don't want to lose my bishop, let me take yours first, the knight actually drops back to take.
Isn't there checkmate as well?
Did I miss the
checkmate? Bishop coming to b4?
Oh my gosh. I was winning a piece. And they do say when you see checkmate, look for better. And I thought winning a piece was better. But you are correct. I have not done my tactics this morning. I don't think I've seen a checkmate like this before.
Well, I know the pattern because my juniors were all teaching me about this trick where black sacrifices a queen in this particular variation. And it's all based on this check. So I already had it in my senses, I think.
Well, I think I could use a lesson from the players that you're working with there, but that's a really nice line. So you can't take on d5 for two different reasons, it would appear. And if you can't take on d5, black is ahead in development. You moved your queen out to b3. And if you say, gobble, gobble, give me that pawn that I'm after, then comes rook b8, rook takes b2. And even if white is a pawn to the good, the position is quite bad because your king is in the center. None of your kingside pieces are developed. And this probably will be too much to deal with after rook takes b2, bishop b4, and this king is not where it needs to be. So I actually think Magnus is playing this very cleverly. He's being a bit cheeky. And for Parham, you can tell that he's not familiar with this move by the fact that he is deep in thought, trying to work out why queen b3 doesn't just win him a pawn. I think knight bd7 is that solution.
Yeah, I like this idea. If you were Parham and you were faced with this particular novelty, do you do like a Boris Spassky where you go, well, this idea should be treated with respect. Therefore, I'm just going to play in a very safe way, maybe play for 2 results, try to get a draw, and then go back to the drawing board at home in the comfort of your own sitting room and refute this analysis? Or in this particular situation, if you were Parham, would you go, you know what, you can't play chess like that? So therefore, I'm going to play moves like f3, kick that bishop away, and you are going to get punished for playing such such a weird move.
It's a provocative move. So f3 would be a nice refutation, kicking the bishop away. But maybe that's what Magnus is looking for. After f3, the e3 pawn becomes a little bit tender. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. We see a strong pawn chain as it currently sits. As soon as you push this pawn up, then e3 is something you need to look out for pretty much the remainder of the game until something happens to it. So to answer your question directly, I feel like I trust Magnus, and because it's a double-edged position, I might just make the move bishop to e2, trade off the bishops, finish my development. But sometimes playing the safe choice is actually more dangerous than taking it to him, saying, I don't believe you. Let's just evaluate the position, ignore the opponent, just look at the board and calculate. So I think there are these two paths to go forward with. And I think sometimes you trust your opponent too much and it really backfires. Whereas queen b3, we saw even if you're not winning a pawn, it's not a bad move. Bishop e2, you can hardly fault someone for making that decision, but you don't want Magnus to feel super comfortable as early as the first 10 moves, because that's when he starts to flex his muscles. He is the strongest player on the planet, and if he even has the smallest chance to play for more, he'll do that, and he often wins games like that.
Yeah, I agree. Interesting situation. I have to say, on a personal level, I think I would go towards the, how dare you play a move like this? You're not going to get away with putting your light square bishop outside of this pawn chain. And I would perhaps attack it or play queen b3 and say, But I admit I would probably not be so bold if I were facing the world champion himself. And okay, this is a very interesting position, and certainly it's decision time for Parham. Shall we have a look at the bird's eye view and see what else takes our fancy?
Well, the game catching my eye is the one second from the right in the bottom row between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, because I see that there's a pawn on d5. Things are looking electric with the rook on g1 staring at the black king. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull up that game. And normally I'm very polite. I'll be like, Yovi, which game do you want to go to? But when the g-pawn is gone and there's a rook staring at a black king, I don't know what opening this is from, but I just like it from a commentator's perspective.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with you 1,000%. But I also like to know, how on earth did the players get here? This feels random.
It is random, not Fischer random chess. We saw Hikaru Nakamura win that world title in 2022, but we started with a symmetrical English. I would not have expected that. And we see it's the 4 knights variation. White goes first. White strikes first with d4, and black just took. So all of this has been played many, many times. e6 to open up your dark square bishop for development. a3, importantly, taking away the b4 square with a pin, and that way you can later strike with the move e4 and don't have to worry about this knight being pinned. So bishop e7, calm move, and then e4. So, Yovi, at least from the start of this game, things look normal. And then knight f3. This knight has moved once, twice, and then make it thrice. That is going against the opening principles we teach our students.
Yeah, it is certainly a case of don't try this at home. And I did like the comment from the featured chat there, we said their position kind of looked like the positions I get as a 1300. It just goes to show anything can happen. I mean, here we have top players just breaking the rules. I agree. Definitely don't do this. I suspect it's because Gukesh is determined to keep all the pieces on the board and make sure that there are no trades. So that's why he's wasting time. And I kind of use wasting time in air quotes because obviously he's not. And let's see how it continues. The queen came out to a5, of course. Big threat on the board of knight takes pawn.
So bishop d2 blocked that, and that's how the queen got to h5. Because when we were in the live position, I just didn't quite understand how the queen leapt from d8 to h5, but it makes perfect sense now that we went through the move by move of the opening. So the queen's on h5, rook g1. Now we typically say your rook should be on f1 and your king should be on g1, but I feel like I'm watching Jan Nepomniachtchi play. Like, this is such a Nepo type of move. Let's go for the attack with g4, and that's exactly what happened. When your opponent's playing on the flank, let's strike in the center, says Praggnanandhaa. There's a king on e1. If we start trading here and I can get a rook to e8, well, your king may find itself at the end of the line. So instead, we saw g4. I'm loving this. And after knight takes, only now does he take on d5 because the knight on f6 was so important in keeping the pawn on d5 defended. After e takes, knight takes d5, here is where we sit. Both players are going to have their work cut out for them, Yovi, because as I look at this position, the king on g8 doesn't look the safest, nor does the king on e1. This bishop on e7, you're not so threatened by knight takes e7 because your knight on c6 defends. But maybe there's knight f4, and your queen is almost trapped on h5. So I feel like there's almost misdirection at play. And so it feels more precarious for Praggnanandhaa than it does for Gukesh.
Yeah, it's. I have to say, I don't know quite what's happening here. I'm a little bit confused because, after all, Black hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, apart from this whole queen dance, coming out to a5 and h5, they followed the rules. Castled. When White started working on the wings, Black struck in the center, and it's just such a strange position because I can see a situation where once the Black king gets out of the eye line of the White rook, and also I quite like my bishop pair, so I really would like Praggnanandhaa to preserve this dark square bishop. I can just see that in terms of long-term prospects, it is the White king that isn't going to find a safe home, and I don't quite see where it's going. I mean, it can castle, yes, but yeah, it's not going to have much fun there. But there's so many loose pieces, as you point out. The bishop on e7, the knight on g4. It feels like it's anyone's game.
I'm going to show a sample variation because keeping the bishop looks very strong. So we bring up an analysis board here. The move bishop c5 looks almost winning for Black because you're hitting this pawn on f2. But I was already thinking what happens when the g file opens, and that's why I spotted this tactic. If I go queen e2 and you play bishop takes f2 check, it looks like you're just winning material, but you see the eval go sky high because after queen takes f2, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, however, I was going to quote Patsy from Absolutely Fabulous, and she does one of my favorite one-liners. However, the very next day,
queen. Your queen goes away on h5, knight f6 check. That pawn, it's not letting me take because the rook pins that pawn after the king makes its only move, knight takes h5. White is up a piece for just some pawns, and this is a winning advantage for White. So I think Gukesh has studied this opening, Yovi, and the move bishop c5, to my eyes, looks very natural. As you're saying, you want to keep the bishop pair, but this knight needs to keep f6 protected. After queen e2, the eval bar still says Black is doing pretty well, maybe even slightly better, but it's what we were talking about earlier. These are the type of variations where Black makes one single mistake, you might be lost. Let's say you make a careless move like a6, already the move h3, kicking this knight out the way allows for knight f6 check, winning the queen. So this position is so tricky for Praggnanandhaa to figure out. And I don't know, is it king to h8? Is that the way to get out of the way? Is it some other move?
It's
But
what
he
I would
did
do.
just play bishop c5.
Pragg, he is such a cool customer. He loves to calculate his way out of trouble. And one thing I've noticed is also he's the king of counterattacks. He's the king of sharpening the position, just amping up the drama. And for me, I would actually skedaddle with the king to h8. I'll be like, hey, that's too much tension for me. But I can actually see Pragg making a move like f5, like you pointed out. I can see him accelerating the play in such a straightforward and very direct manner.
I mean, f5 has the drawback of opening up this diagonal, so then you have to look out, just to put this on the board for just 1 second. If a queen lands on c4, is there a double check that you have to watch out for? We talked about knight f4 as a possibility at some point, but with this pressure on f2 in the center and the e-file opens up, it could be bad news for the white king and queen in the same line. This is fire on board. I know Alexei Shirov is not playing this game, but it feels like these two are ready for anything that happens in this one. This is fiery. It is spicy. And I'm loving the start of this game between the two youngsters.
Yeah, I agree. And incidentally, can we just see what the evaluation bar thinks if Black were to play it slowly? Because I am actually wondering whether the position is kind of already teetering on the brink, whether it's like desperate times call for desperate measures. But if king h8, how is it? Is that still a viable option?
Saying that white is better, and I'm guessing it's because the queen isn't knight f4. Your queen, we can just eliminate squares. None of these squares available to the black queen. None of these squares or the square it's on. So that leaves one. Process of elimination. That's the only safe square. But I don't really think you want to walk into the bishop's line of sight. Maybe just knight d3. A backwards knight move is often the hardest to find. Protecting f2, attacking this bishop, attacking this queen over here. Yikes.
Yeah, definitely. So, gosh, Pragg is already on the back foot, and he has to tread with the utmost of caution here. So good to know. This is the benefit of being commentators. We can actually just freestyle and take back moves. This is very, very important.
Yeah. It really is. And I think, process of elimination is sometimes how we calculate in chess. King h8 is maybe the most natural move. If I were playing a bullet game, Ivanka, I think I would play king h8 in a second, because I want to get out of the rook's line of sight. But it's not just knight f6 check, the tactics that we were showing if this knight were to be kicked from g4. It's knight f4. This backwards move puts this queen in big trouble. So how do you deal with both the threat of a knight f6 fork and the knight version f4? We saw the move f5 as being an option, and that one looks very interesting. I'm sure that Gukesh has more prepared in this position, because knight f4 back still looks viable. The queen has to retreat, and I guess you have to go to f7 because queen c4 check is such a big threat with a double attack. But I mean, look at this. It says even. I don't know what to make of it.
No, I mean, it's just wild. And there's no other thing for it. And you called it f5 on the board. Now, as soon as you mentioned it, I was like, this is Pragg style. He's not going to go calmly into the knight. He instead going to just cause as much trouble as possible. Ooh, that one is shaping up very, very nicely. And can we go back to the bird's eye view? Because I can see already some games have decided to take a more peaceful course of action, shall we say. And the first game that kind of caught my eye in terms of peaceful was the game between Abdusattorov and Ding Liren, because it does look like the vacuum cleaner is coming out and just vacuuming all the pieces off the board.
Okay, so let's go back to our leaders game, just because if we've commentated a lot of chess in our days, and I feel like if we're on the same page here, Ivanka, we may be thinking, Deerbek, he really does want to play this safe. He does not mind an early and quick draw as long as that gives him a half point in the standings. We are getting to that stage of the tournament where every half point, if you're ahead, you may just want to sail through to the finish line. So let's go back to where we left off. It was right around here. He took on e8. He did bring his knight to d5, and the bishop escaped the knight's attack. So Ding Liren says, you're not getting the 2 bishops advantage. I'm going to keep my bishop on the board. And after these swaps, c6, very important move. You don't want to leave this knight in the center. And then black put the pawn on d5. So when I look at this position, the first word that comes to my mind is the word you used, symmetrical. And we often think, oh, is that just going to lead to a draw? Nordirbeck says not so fast. I'm going to play c4. And at the very least, if we pause here, or even after black's move, white has more activity, Ivanka. So do we believe that Nordirbeck is playing for a draw, or do we think maybe he's just playing for a simple position that if Ding Liren makes a mistake in, he can even push for a win?
Yeah, I was considering that actually after I said that the vacuum cleaner came off, because after d5, it certainly looks that way, especially the first thing you have to calculate is what's going to happen after pawn takes pawn. And there is going to be a set of liquidation. And the first move would be queen takes d5. That's the first thing to look at. And suddenly the queen goes, woohoo, looking at f7, looking at b7, take your pick. Which one do I grab? And there, it's not so easy to defend both pawns. In fact, it's impossible. You have to give one away.
Yeah, and I think the one to give up, of course, is the b7 pawn. And in the event of bishop e6, I think queen takes b7 is viable and probably just good. Let's see. Yes, the eval bar says it does work. But what I was going to say is even queen takes d8, rook takes d8, bishop e6, pawn takes e6. That's what the people in the biz call playing for 2 results. If black defends well, it's going to be a draw. White has no losing chances whatsoever. It's all about this isolated pawn on e6. So white can play for a win with precisely 0 risk. And I feel like this is a dream position for many players. That chances are more likely that Ding Liren would make a draw from here. But still, I do think that this style of position is what Nordirbeck aimed for. I mean, he played a symmetrical position against the Berlin defense. This is the maximum you could really hope for stemming from that.
Yeah, I do agree. So I definitely would not be capturing on d5. Instead, I think black has to focus on development and also keeping an eye on the d5 pawn. It is, after all, potentially passed and can just plant itself on d6 at the right time, which would be so awkward. So that's why I'm also looking at moves like knight d6 and saying, hey, why don't you capture on c6? And after bishop takes pawn, I have great development as well.
Yovia, I've been listening to you, but out of the corner of my eye, I just saw another game that we have to go to because
let's go there.
The first and last time we look at it, the second from the left, Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian, 2 very fighting players. They're playing checkers on the chessboard, but on different boards. And in fact, the game is over. They drew. This is done. Their game is finished already.
How long did that take?
All of what? Less than an hour?
Okay. Wow. That felt like 5 minutes, I'll be honest with you. You've been making time go so quickly, Robert. I thought, wow.
Hey, they say time flies when you're having fun. So, I'm having a blast covering this with you. But this game, what is this? Anamaya says, where are the pieces? They're playing checkers on 2 different sets. You have all these pawns on light squares, all these pawns on dark squares, and no king can make any progress. Thou shalt not pass.
Yeah. Wow. Well, what can I say? This is like, I don't know how many times that Levon has drawn, but he's seems to be upping the tempo when it comes to agreeing the draws. And and we have to also mention that the organizers of Tata, I mean, they say that offering draws are not kind of like expressly forbidden, but it is frowned upon. So it's written in their clauses that they may not get invited back next year. Obviously, it's Levon, so I'm going to whisper it. But Levon, be careful. You're in dangerous territory.
He had the black pieces, so usually it's the player with the first move's fault if we get down a drawish line this. But I don't think anyone is going to disinvite Richard Rapport. He had 2 decisive games in a row. He has played ferocious chess, but in this game, I'm just going to go through the moves very quickly because there's not much to analyze. It looked like the Abdusattorov-Ding Liren game, but instead of this knight hopping into d5 very quickly, He went d4. We see c3, very calm, solid play. The knight drops back so the pawn can go forward. And this game really had nothing to it because it's symmetrical completely. And we just see all of the pieces traded. That's what happened in this game. The knight comes back to g7. It's the last little finesse needed. And then after this, more trades. Take on f6. Queens are coming off in a second here. Here they go.
Yeah.
And fancy.
I've seen this endgame before, actually, Robert. I have to say, Magnus and Wesley So, they used this one a lot in the first seasons of the Champions Chess Tour to get that very important draw.
Yes, and just one thing to show for our fans that there is something to learn even from the quickest of draws, that if you led with the knight, you think you're winning in exchange, but you're losing the game. Because knight f6 check is a fork, so if the king moves somewhere, you just take a rook, thank you very much. But I will not move my king. I will sacrifice my queen on f6. The rook is protected by the knight, so if your queen takes, you simply lose your queen. You'll be down a queen for a rook. And if you take the queen, that's a back rank checkmate. That's what you get for making no left for your king. That would be a decisive position in black's favor. So that's why instead we saw the queen take first. And then this is a known draw, as you said. You've seen it many, many times, and the rest isn't even worth looking at. A couple moves, they just agreed on a draw.
Yeah. And, well, I do think I agree with you. Richard was the one who kind of chose the variation. He set the pace with the white pieces. And yeah, it's certainly, I don't think it's any fault of Levon Aronian. You know, it's just a coincidence that he's agreed a few draws in a row now. And both these guys are such awesome players. Let's respect that.
For sure. And it is a long, grueling tournament. They get a rest day tomorrow. We'll likely see more fighting chess in the final 3 rounds from these two. But right now, we still have 6 games remaining. The game between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, that's second from the right and the bottom. No moves have been made since we last left off. That could be a bad sign for Gukesh, who may be leaving his preparation. And the top left, we already looked at the game between Abdusattorov and Ding Liren. We will continue to do so throughout the day. But Ivanka, the top right, the game between Wesley So and Anish Giri, that's where we started the day, and the position has changed. I mean, it has turned into a Catalan. So unless another game catches your eye, I think we should tune back into our player in second place.
Yeah, I agree. Let's head there and see what happened, because I immediately can see a bishop parked on the e4 square, which is great news because usually this bishop is stuck there on c8 and it's often the problem piece and you just can't even dream about getting it out. Now here it's on bishop e4. So unless Wesley starts just tickling Anish, making him uncomfortable, then black will certainly not be having any problems.
No, the position is such that currently white has 2 bishops to black's couple of knights. So it's a 2 bishops quote-unquote advantage. At least that's how it's often pronounced. But in this position, this bishop on c3 is staring into brick walls left and right. That's into its own pawn, which is a good pawn, of course, on d4, and a5 pawn can't be captured. So just to remind everybody, or to let them know how we got here, we left off very early, and it was a Catalan. It transposed very early, castles, d4, takes, and queen c2. Vladimir Krumnik, if you're watching this, you've taught us so many lessons in this variation. Thank you, sir, for all of the great chess you displayed throughout your illustrious career. Come back, play some more chess. Yovia, I'm not alone in this, right? We want to see Vlad play more chess. Come out of retirement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in fact, I would like to see all of that gang come out of retirement and play some chess. I would love to see Judith come and play some games because she is one of the world's best attackers. Now, I've had the pleasure of commentating alongside her, and it's just insane. You know, she manages to destroy any of the top players in her type of position. She can just beat them all, and I would love to see her back in the arena, as would I love to see Kramnik with his cheerful optimism.
Yes, I mean, a clash between those two to this day would be an epic one. So that's not going to happen right now, unfortunately, but I hope somebody sends them this clip so they will come out of their respective retirements. This one, Anish Giri played a6, a4 played so that after queen takes c4, there's no immediate b5. And that's why Anish's bishop took a different path towards d7. And there is a ton of theory, so many different variations, including the move knight to e5. And then when black plays the move knight c6, we often get a trade that looks like this. So black's position looks bad, but you're currently up a pawn. And when white takes back, the queen quickly goes up to d5. Study your Catalan theory. It's not my job to teach it. Now, in all seriousness, it's a very complex, rich position where white tries to play for an advantage because of the pawn structure, but also black has this open b file as compensation. So that is not in this game. It's like queen takes c4. So Yovi, this line that we saw where white retreats and black actually went bishop b4. Anish volunteered to give up his bishop on c3. I feel like usually I see white take on f6, not black take on c3.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm also familiar with those bishop takes f6 line, where white just gets a great pawn center and then just says, okay, I'm going to live happily with that space and slowly push you back, squeeze any air you have. And no, but we've seen a completely different approach. Yeah, this is bishop d2, and I really like bishop b4. And I really do like the way that Anish has handled it. It's very principled. He says, okay, I understand that's all about taking that space in the center. And instead he says, I am willing to give up the bishop pair in order to park that bishop there on e4. And if you want to establish your dream of getting e2, e4 in, well, then you have to concede something. You have to perhaps exchange light square bishops, or you just have to sit there and live with my wonderful pieces.
Yeah, because e4 not available because of tactics. Always be on the lookout for tactics here. Bishop takes c3 first. If you take with the queen, that queen was needed in the defense of the pawn. Now, thank you very much. I'm up a pawn. My bishop defends. And if you take with either of pawn or bishop on c3, it doesn't matter. Knight c5. This is an easy tactic to miss. The queen is loose on d3, so you can't take this knight. You drop the queen here. And if you don't take the knight and move your queen anywhere, you have 1, 2, 3 attackers, not enough defenders. Black would scoop up a pawn in this variation. And that is why this strange looking move, I admit, queen c2 was played, just getting out of harm's way. And then we finally see the take on c3 and planting that bishop on e4 before it's too late. And after queen d1, it is Anish Giri on the clock. So, Yovi, this variation, it's been quite a ride thus far, but Anish plays the Catalan with the white pieces. In fact, I played him in the Rapid Chess Championship, and he beat me in a really nice game from the white side of the Catalan. So he has that experience from the white side in addition to having from the black side, and that often gives people very good insight in how to defend. When they're saying, this is the most challenging way for me to face the most challenging line, then it's like, well, maybe I should try something like that myself. And taking control of the center, that feels like a good way to go against a Catalan.
Yeah, definitely a great way to go. And I have to say, I really did like that featured chat where someone managed to make a very great use of Anish's name and make a pun. He says, I can't wait to see Anish know how to get initiate all these trades. I work. Oh, very, very clever. Our chat is very smart. Good one. And no, I agree with you. Definitely playing the opening with the white pieces really will improve the way that you handle yourself with the black pieces. It makes you very self-aware. It makes you very aware of what your opponent wants to do. And here, I feel that Anish is playing the opening flawlessly.
Yes, very solid position for black right now. But one thing you want to avoid is unleashing the bishops, because bishop's advantage, they can only be used as such with open diagonals, open space. So a move like c5, which is often tempting, you really need to consider what the drawbacks are, and that's opening up this bishop on c3, which is currently not a good piece. So we'll see how this game continues. We still have 6 games in session because one has already finished. The one between Report and Avronian has already been drawn. So as we look at the playing hall, so many people, not just the players in the Masters and the Challenger sections, but all of the amateur sections. This is a festival after all. So we see the playing hall full of life, buzzing with chess energy. And while they get to it, while they calculate, we will go on a short break, because when we return, there's much more action from players like the one you see on screen here, Magnus Carlsen, and the rest of the competitors in just a few moments. And as you see, the playing hall in Vikings Zay is packed. So many chess players taking part throughout the entire of the playing hall. It's a festival after all. And of course, many spectators watching the Masters duke it out for first place. We still have 6 games in session. One game has been drawn. Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian, they split the point. It was a very peaceful affair. We looked at that, and there was not much life in that game. But the other games, Yovi, we have some excitement throughout. In particular, second from the right and the bottom, Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. We already looked at that variation, but I'm so glad that we have fireworks on the board.
Yeah, and I'm going to borrow Daniel's expression. He says it's going to be a barn burner. And it sure is. It's wild. It looks completely crazy. So I can't wait to catch up on those developments there. And okay, where do you think we should head to? Lots of choice.
Yeah, we have plenty of choice. We haven't looked at the game between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. So why don't we tune into that one? Because Fabi, he did lose that important game against Magnus Carlsen. But if he can take down Arjun, maybe he'll find himself back in the thick of things towards the top of the standings. And, well, this started as a Spanish. We are currently on move 17, or at least Black's 17 move was just played. And Fabi, as soon as I was about to start talking about the position, he says, no, now talk about this. A5. So, Yovi, I would say the highlight of the position for me at the moment is Black's worst pawn structure. You have 2 isolated pawns here compared to just 1 for White. And this E5 pawn is a target, whereas the D3 pawn doesn't feel quite as weak. It's protected by the bishop, and this rook and knight are teaming up on E5. So first thought, White should be the side for choice, at least in my eyes. What do you make of it? Are you as optimistic about Fabi's position, or do you think that Arjun is kind of steady and solid?
Solid is not a word I would use to describe this one, actually, because the pawn structure is something that does worry me. And something else that worries me is that something I've been taught about this particular e4, e5 openings is that it all hinges on the placing of this light square bishop. And at the minute, White's bishop is on c2. I don't think it's going to stay there for long. It can actually reroute itself to b3 and maybe even park itself on c4 and start looking up at another weak pawn that Black has, the pawn on a6. And if this bishop ties down the rook, I mean, I like to do basic maths. Bishop worth 3, rook 5. That's going to be a favorable kind of, not trade-off, but a favorable kind of posing of pieces.
Yes, and the thing about this is if it were White's turn, bishop b3, and Black says, I'll meet you on that diagonal bishop e6. And then you go, let's go to the new diagonal, bishop a4, with a pin of this knight. So Black's bishop is kind of countering White's, and where the Black bishop goes, White will choose the new diagonal. That seems very likely. So this bishop is going to zigzag its way to a useful square, whether it's a4 or c4 at some point, and e5, long-term target. a6 just cemented in place thanks to this move a5, and Arjun says, I've had enough. Rook b8. It's going to take you a bit of time to get after this pawn on a6. Let me use this open file. And White can't really do the same. This rook on a1 tied down to the defense of the a5 pawn. So that is the downside. You were just mentioning that. Let's do some simple math. The knight on c6 is a less valuable piece than the rook on a1. And this rook, this useful, heavy piece, is now defensive. It's tied to this pawn on a5. So moves that come to mind for me, I would like to play rook to b1. Don't see the merit in it just yet. Maybe bishop a4. Maybe let's take use of this square that we just pushed our pawn away from and go for a better diagonal.
Yeah, and I still think my idea of going bishop b3 is an operation. Also, one move that they always do in as White is to push the pawn, and it's very luxurious, but I think White can take the time out. Just go h3, get that safety hole for the king. And again, ask the question to Black, what are you going to do? And okay, so I'm taking a look from Black's viewpoint, because you have to be flexible like that. And I kid you not, I don't see a plan. I don't see a way to improve his pieces. And that's worrying.
Yeah, I really like how you frame this because you're just passing the turn to black. Because if it were black's turn and you say, what move will you make? Maybe at some point bishop g4 is a consideration. What else comes to mind? I'm really not sure. Rook b5. That is another idea that you often see with the pieces the way they are. But even that takes a lot of time. And if this knight were ever to be dislodged from c6, the e5 pawn will be loose. So Fabi goes for it right away. I did like the look of h3, but I think Fabiano, he spots something more concrete. And actually, I would have thought this was Fabiano's preparation. Yovi, it's Arjun who has way more time on the clock. So maybe this is his preparation or in the general ballpark of that. I don't really like the look of his position, but maybe he just knows far more than I do about this position and he's going to find a way out.
Yeah, he's playing almost instantaneously. I mean, look at that. The bishop moving quickly to d6. I like that move. It consolidates the position, especially the center. But, okay, now I would play, I have to admit, now I would play my luxurious h2, h3. Again, ask black, what you going to do when I come for you? No, okay, that's okay. I shouldn't quoting lyrics.
Hey, come on! Sometimes you all gotta mention the bad boys out here, and h3 looks like it's gonna make all of black's weapons feel a little bad because you're taking away an important square. And I think it's give and take at this point, and not just pop culture and song references that are going on. Will Smith and company can be happy that Yovi has made a Bad Boys reference on air. But I do think that it's all about the maneuvering at this stage. It's not going to be some kind of checkmating attack. It's about creating threat after threat. And it's not going to be a checkmate threat. It's not going to be threat of winning material, but just saying, where are the pieces going? How do you stop them from going to their best squares? And that's the dynamic of this game.
Yeah, I agree. Certainly it's bring in the long run, and I think we're going to see the action start to happen. Give it 5 or 6 moves. Shall we revisit the bird's eye view and see if there's been any developments elsewhere?
Okay, so as we look across the screen here, it looks like the bottom right game between Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer is still in theory. So we're not going to go there just yet, but that just looks like a kind of a Spanish that is slowly moving. The bottom left game between Parham and Magnus, that looks quite interesting because we left off in the opening, and second from the right. And that's just the most mesmerizing position we have. Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, but look at the eval bar there, Yovi. The last move from Gukesh was rook up to g2. Maybe let's go into that game as, by the way, Fabiano did play the move h3, so you are the Fabi whisperer for the moment here. And Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, look at that chat that was just made there by Primey saying, double question mark from Gukesh. What is he doing? His last move, rook g2, defending f2. I understand it, but this looks so wrong from an aesthetic perspective. Is king on e1 still here? Black is castled, developed. What are we looking at?
It's just looks like carnage actually for white. I mean, I understand Gukesh. He wants to consolidate the f2 point, and then I was gonna say castle, and if possible try to trade off queens. But I mean, even if you castle, it's still looking pretty shaky. So the first things first, just because of the evaluation bar, I mean, is there something radical? So for instance, there's pawn takes pawn. There's still knight takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. That's an option. I'm just trying to run through all those forcing moves. You could jump in with your knight to the center, the d4. What other attractive moves are there? Rook e8 is something that I would, again, probably immediately be considering this. Anything to build.
Yeah, all these are options here. I'm trying to figure out which of these is best. What is the threat? Is knight g5 actually a threat? That looks kind of scary to my eye. So if we make some random move like a6, is knight g5 a big problem? The answer is yes. Clearly, it's a problem because we're getting this queen up to the c4 square. And even if you keep your queen on the diagonal, so you don't just lose your bishop with queen to b3, I still think you can play the move queen c4 check, because just with the queens off the board doesn't end the attack, and knight f7 check might force you to part with this rook, and white goes up in exchange. And perhaps there's even a sort of mate at some moment down the h line. It just looks very, very bad for black, and the evaluation bar says the same, that in bishop c3, let's go for this pawn instead. Kind of a devastating attack.
Yeah. No, you don't want to go into this. Okay. So either black has to take the time out to defend against knight g5, or can he ignore it and have his counterattack?
Right. So how do we deal with this threat is the big question. Because the real problem is queen c4 wins this bishop on c5. So it's a check that also checks the bishop. I kind of like your first instinct, just taking on e4, because knight g5 looks like a problem, but the f5 square was vacated, keeping the bishop protected. The f7 square is defended enough time, so queen c4 is just one check. And once the king slides over, you have no more checks. And a knight's coming to e5 very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's almost game over.
Are we gonna? I was just gonna ask you, are we gonna see like a very swift game? I just think that this position is going completely wrong for Gukesh. He's the one who played the surprise opening, and then his rook's on g2, his king's in the center. It just looks really bad.
Well, this is the danger, right? You play with fire, you're going to get burnt, right? And this is always my philosophy, why I don't tend to start off the game in such a risky, sharp way, is because once you lose big time. And we saw Fabi fall foul to that against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he went all guns blazing. He did not look after his center. He gave black piece activity. And then when he fell badly. And here I feel it's more of the same. So pawn takes pawn. I mean, how can you answer that? Because at the minute, the white's position is just creaking. And if you have the nice answer of queen f5 to knight g5, then it's like I'm stuck.
I'm having the same reaction as you.
This is often how we think when we're playing chess. It's like, it's just horrible. Okay, so I mean, so what white should do really is backpedal, but you can't really backpedal because it's black to play, and the position has now accelerated. Is there any other move other than knight g5? I mean, maybe.
I think we should show that queen e4 is a simple blunder, because rook e8 will win the queen, pin and win down the e line. So what else comes to mind besides knight g5?
And if you move your knight at the edge of the board, well, that's just sad. I mean, it just looks horrible. Yeah, and for the very least, that you've got your knight e5 ideas. And knight d4 comes in. I mean, can he survive after queen c4?
Oh, there is a cute line there. Let's see if we can just play this. If you make the mistake, I'm up a pawn, let's trade queens. After it takes, the king goes to h8, and we have a knight. Oh, wait, the bishop defends. My cute line doesn't even work because I forgot the bishop covers the square. I was like, I'll get an exchange up. But the bishop simply does move backwards. I forget about that sometimes. I know in Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura in the Speechless Championship final, I forgot that a knight moved backwards. Here, I forgot the bishop could retreat, and then black is up material. So even this line that I was just playing hope chess for doesn't work out for Gukesh. I'm not believing this at all. I think that the bluff has been called. I think that Praggnanandhaa responded perfectly with that move f5. And he decided to strike at the center while giving his queen access to retreat along the diagonal. And it's just bad news for Gukesh. And rook g2, this just feels wrong. And I think that Praggnanandhaa is the type of player. He has beaten Magnus Carlsen in the Champions Chess Tour for a reason. It's because he does not fall victim to psychological ploys. He just plays the position. He has great understanding and tactical awareness. And I think he is about to demonstrate that with just the simple FE and queen f5. I do not even see how white challenges this setup.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, you talked about like Praggnanandhaa and his skill sets. And I have to say, he trains with Ramesh, and he's been training with Ramesh since he was very, very young child. And the kind of exercises they do, I mean, you just have to read Ramesh's calculation manual to see that this is just bread and butter to Praggnanandhaa. I mean, he'll be thriving in this type of position. He calculates so quickly, so fast, and often with not that much time on the clock. I mean, I've had many a top grandmaster say the thing about these Indian kids is that they play insanely good chess with just 1 second on the clock, while most mere mortals are just panicking away. Not them. And I agree, pawn takes pawn seems to be the way forward, and it makes a lot of sense. You accelerate the play, you open up the position, open lines to hunt down the king, and the only move you needed to have an answer to was knight g5, as you pointed out, and queen f5, sufficient.
Looks sufficient to say the least. And you say playing with seconds on their clock. There was that one game where Praggnanandhaa had no time remaining because he didn't have the moves written down correctly. It was a lost position, so he can forgive himself. And if he wins this game, we see his 5 out of 9. He jumps to 6 out of 10. That would be a huge performance. He'd be crossing 2,700 for the first time, I believe. So that would be a tremendous accomplishment to do it against his compatriot, fellow Indian teenager. That would be really a lifetime achievement, and it's only the start of his impressive career. So let's go back to our bird's eye view to see our other 5 games that are in session, because a player who wants to do damage today is in the top left. That game is looking like it's closer and closer to fizzling out, looks very level. But in the top right, there's plenty of life left there, and a series of trades between Anish Giri and Wesley So. So I think we should tune into that one, because these players, they're duking it out in a Catalan. We last left off a few moves prior to the live position. And just to show what happened, the move b6 was played, and then knight e5. So swapping pieces. Knight takes d7. It's kind of an intermezzo, if you will. And now it's a big choice, Yovi, for Anish. Does he bring his bishop back somewhere and play with likely opposite colored bishops and maybe an attack? Or does he just take on d7 and say, my knight is every bit as good as your dark square bishop? This is a really critical choice for Anish to determine if he's playing for a win or if he's happy to just be equal and make a draw.
Well, in principle, I think you would love to keep the light square bishop on the board. I mean, just look at it. You park it back on b7. It's going to be a fantastic piece. It does require a bit of calculation because you have to work out what's going to happen. Say, for instance, after knight takes knight, that's a move to calculate. If it's not a problem, then just park the bishop back. But if it is a problem, then you'll have to go in for capturing on d7. Does it matter? I don't think it really matters, right? Which way the piece gets captured. I personally would step forward with the queen and capture the knight just to connect the 2 rooks. But aside from that, I do feel that, I mean, take a look at this dark square bishop. I mean, it's not a great piece.
Not at all. I mean, just staring into its own pawn, and the position would be level. But after king takes g2, just to show what that looks like on the board, black also has an opportunity to clamp the light squares. The inherent limitation of a bishop is it only moves when the color is on. That sounds obvious, and it is, but it's important to remind yourself of that, because this knight could wreak havoc on the light squares. This knight can go into e4. Sure, at some point you can play f3 to kick it out, but the point is that this knight can hop around, and maybe h3 at some moment could be an issue. So you just want to look at the color complexes, and the light squares in particular here might be an issue for white for the rest of the game. That said, it's still solid. The pawns are well positioned for white, but that's just the kind of imbalance. It's not a material imbalance. It's just a strategic imbalance in this one.
Yeah, definitely. And both sides will have different objectives. One will be trying to open up the position and the other one trying to close it. But going back to the position with opposite color bishops, can we look at that one? Because that one looks like it could have quite a bit of poison for Wesley. Because after knight takes knight, queen, I'm assuming that you don't damage your kingside pawn structure. You go here. And Here it does feel like the white king is slightly shaky. And again, British understatement. Hopefully, with time, you'll get used to this.
Oh, I'm already accustomed to it because shaky is a very kind way of putting it. If this queen could move like a knight for a turn, better watch out. This diagonal is a problem. But white does have the resource to move f3 at some point. I mean, it doesn't look pleasant. You can also play e4, and the position is no risk for black. So I'm actually a bit surprised that Anish is spending time right now because queen takes d7. Yeah, it's fine for black, but retreating the bishop, as we're talking about here, just looks so pleasant. Where this pawn is on a light square blocking this great bishop here, but at some point you can even play the move f5 once your queen moves out the way. And if you can line your queen and bishop in a battery, there could be checkmating threats that white will have to look out for. So I don't think Anish has anything to worry about, Yovi. He's played this start of the game very well. And, well, in general, this matchup between these two, we heard Anish's interview where he was saying how they've had some decisive results. And by the way, he did take on d7 with the queen. I'm surprised by that. But he does lead their head-to-head series in Vikings Zay. And overall, it's a tied score between them. But Anish seems to do well in Vikings Zay against anybody.
Yeah, he really seems to be riding high. In Wijk, certain players have certain tournaments which they consider their favorites, where they just always do well. And Wijk is one of those for Anish, 5-time runner-up. And he did tell me once that one of the great things about playing Wijk is that the organizers of Tata Steel, they make a tremendous effort with their press releases. They send it out to all the national newspapers. And as a result of that, for 2 weeks, the whole of the Netherlands, as well as the chess community, just go chess crazy. And Anish just seems to thrive on this attention. He really, really does well, knowing that the whole of the Netherlands is behind him and supporting him.
And he's defeated world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and number 2 Ding Liren in this tournament. A huge win over Ding Liren. That was a topsy-turvy game. Yesterday's action was just crazy. And so if Anish can keep it going, maybe he will win his first Tata Steel event. He's been the runner-up on 5 different occasions, but this tournament does seem to bring out the best in him. He's gaining rating points this year. He seems to gain rating points every single year he plays. And this matchup between these two in particular, they are very solid players. They don't like to take a lot of risk. Anish was forced into that yesterday because of the opening choice and that g4 push by Ding Liren. But Wesley, he's not doing the same. We see the game developing. We might just see all the pieces come off and it's just going to be liquidation. And there's nothing to complain about if you're Anish. He is playing a fantastic tournament, Yovi. I am really impressed. He's being overshadowed a little bit by Nordibek, which all credit to the Uzbek teenager who is shining on the international stage. But for Anish Giri, I mean, the guy, what more could he do? That's the question I have, is what more can he do in this event to impress the many fans he has, some detractors out there, some critics saying, get off Twitter, play chess. He's playing great chess. He can keep being on Twitter. His social media presence is awesome. His chess game is phenomenal. And just have the feeling that this could be his year, Yovi. I mean, I'm not calling it, but just the way he is playing, it's sparkling chess.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. It's very, very impressive. I really like the preparation that he's done with the white pieces. He's putting the heat on super early. I mean, we saw so many games, like for instance, he took on Erigaisi, and it seemed quite unfortunate that he didn't win that. And you ask, what more can he do? He did defeat Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. He did defeat Ding, world number 2, 2800 with the black pieces yesterday. And, here's a tremendous score. I mean, it does feel like we're asking a bit much for him to do even better, but it would be nice to actually see him there chase down Abdusattorov. And I don't know. I just feel that Wijk has been such an intense, amazing tournament so far. What would be more befitting than have this mad scramble towards the end for the top spot?
For sure, there is a home field advantage, but there's also pressure from playing in your home country. As you noted, all of the Netherlands has their eyes on this event. And while we will come back to this game, the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Ding Liren, I don't think we're going to be too surprised, Yovi, that this game looks very level. From the start, Abdusattorov taking the Richard Report path of symmetrical position against the Berlin. And the last move played was King F1. So that move is surprising with so many pieces on the board. But Queen H2, even if the queen gets to H1, that's just a single check. But I know at first glance, nervous about this. Right? And Unfunny Police saying that Abdusattorov has been the most entertaining in the tournament, and they don't mind if Abdusattorov draws. Yeah, sometimes with you're playing Ding Liren, you're just like, let's be solid here. But that last move, I just at first glance, Queen H2 looks a little bit scary, but there's probably nothing there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's anything there. As long as you have a kind of control over where the king is going. And in this particular case, the king can go to E2 because, I mean, first of all, you're going to initiate some trades. I think this is his whole point. After Queen H2, you initiate the trade of bishops so that the king can hide out on E2 if need be. And look who he has for company. You know, it's something I actually learned within the last 2 years, that a knight is a king's best friend. You know, and it sounds really corny, but it's true. And it's something to pay attention to because the king is completely untouchable. And we see Nodirbek there in the camera just doing his trademark stare, you know, looking at Ding, saying, what you got? And I actually agree with the comments that we've had from chat that Nodirbek, you know, he played a 6 hours and 45-minute game, and it required every ounce of skill and resource. And there we see the players repeat the moves. Mm-hmm. This would be the most unorthodox 3-move repetition I've ever seen in my life, involving a king and a bishop.
I think it's going to happen because Ding Liren just looked up at him. I saw that glance over at Nodirbek, and he's like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? The players are looking at a draw. They're going to repeat, with bishop b5, king g1, and back and forth we go. And if this game is a draw, that means that Nodirbek is going to, at the very least, be tied for first place if Anish Giri wins his game, but very likely that he will keep his distance from the pack. He will almost certainly, it seems, end up with a lead after 10 rounds. What more could you ask for if you are this Uzbek legend? He's not just a talent. He's not just a promising junior. He is already a legend. He has cemented his place in chess history. He's won a World Rapid Championship, the youngest player to ever do that. He led his country. It was an upset. Uzbekistan wins the Olympiad gold medal, and right now he leads Vikings Zay. He is going to repeat moves, king g1, and when will we see the handshake? The only question left.
And Ding, taking a pause. Do you know, I have to say, one of my favorite things is when players repeat 3 times and they look at each other. And it's just that second of recognition that the game is over. There's relief all round. And is it going to happen?
Ding Liren is kind of like, oh, fine, I'll make this draw. I would love to be combative. I'd love to score a victory, but this has not been his tournament. And with the black pieces, you only have so much choice when Nodirbek Abdusattorov wants to make a draw. So this is a great camera angle, by the way. Loving this.
Yeah, I know.
We see it from the pen perspective, writing down the moves. And for Ding Liren, I really believe that he's just thinking, why couldn't I get a different type of position today? Why does this have to be a forced draw? Couldn't I get some kind of unique position to try to outplay my opponent? And the answer is a resounding no. And he looks disappointed. I think that's more about the tournament than about this game. But in just a few moments now, I think we are going to see handshakes and a draw.
Yeah, Yeah, it looks like Ding is accepting the inevitable, that this position is too drawish for him to try to squeeze out a win. And yeah, like you say, you could see the frown, you could see the emotion from Ding. This has not been the the tournament for him. Nothing has been clicking. And there we go. He's going to tell Nordebek that I'm going to play bishop c6 and draw agreed.
Wow, draw agreed. It is a draw. Let's see if the players communicate and analyze the game. So actually, we can listen in and see if we can hear their thoughts. Well, it looks like, unfortunately, we have no analysis. Maybe there wasn't much to analyze. Great that we have audio from the playing hall, but all we heard were pieces being put back on the board there, Yovi. These two players not looking to go over that game.
No. And I mean, so be it. The players are fully entitled to actually say no, and to actually just go back to their rooms, just rest. And incidentally, talking about analyzing their games, I mean, I found out later that Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh, they analyzed their game yesterday for 50 minutes. That's like just under an hour. That's just incredible. And it's a fantastic interview, actually, that Fiona does, Fiona Stalentoni, who does with Gukesh. What I really absolutely adored about that interview was how Gukesh just seemed so kind of shocked afterwards. He just seemed completely shattered, like he'd used up every single ounce of mental energy to play the game, then analyze it with Magnus. And I recognize that emotion.
Yeah, no, emotion. Chess players are supposed to be objective. They're supposed to just think about the position. But as we see Magnus Carlsen on screen there, he is fully focused. He wants victory. We heard him say in previous interviews that while the play hasn't been great, he finally feels like he's getting his form. And so as we see here in this game, the bishop was on g4. That's where we left off. Not too many moves have been played to get here. And we see a comment saying Magnus is playing some top shelf chess at the moment. Bishop g4. The queen did go out, but all the way to a4 with check. So that was an interesting choice by Parham. Maybe he was worried about these knight c6, knight b4 lines, but he gives a check. And after c6, he just develops. He says, why don't I bring my bishop out? And look at this move, Yovi. Queen c2. I think the intention is clear that he wants g4. And his queen and bishop line up on the g6 square. That could net white a pawn if black is not careful.
Yeah, and this goes back to the points that we made earlier on. If you do allow the light square bishop outside the pawn chain, out in activity into freedom, you do need to get something in return. And I really like what Parham has done. Now he's threatening g4. It's something that the world champion has to consider, and he's now been considering it for quite a long time. And the first thing that I would think about is, okay, white's king is in the center, accelerate the play. g4 is coming. Let's just play c5 or knight d7, c5, give up the pawn, just accept that it's gone. And let's see what happens. Actually, c5 I really like, because if you do go g4, well, you've always got to work out what happens on the counterattack, whether first of all pawn takes pawn or whether you go c4 yourself.
It's a great question. And just to finish off this variation of how white wins the pawn, it's all the way out here on g6. That's why the queen and bishop were on the same diagonal, so you can play queen takes g6. But we see the evaluation bar not reacting so much in white's favor. And the reason why is there's a king that's in the open. And even if you get it out of the center, you're walking into other problems on the queen side. So sometimes these positions are ones where the player grabs a pawn and says, prove that you will find every correct move to keep the balance. But I do believe this is a position that's easier for black to play. Let's say we just make normal moves like knight c6, attacking the pawn in the center. And if you decide to castle queenside, I feel like you're going to get yourself in huge trouble. There's pressure everywhere. There's pressure down the F file. There's going to be pressure down the C file. Even a move like B5, giving another pawn, is perfectly reasonable here. Take me. Please take my pawn on B5, because now I have many different options, including the very straightforward rook B8, queen coming out to B6 or A5. Yovi, the attack kind of plays itself in a position like this. Who cares about that pawn that was on G6?
Yeah, I was going to say that absolutely do not go into this line. It's not worth the pawn. It's not worth the trouble. This is the kind of way that higher rated players beat lower rated players, just left, right, and center. I mean, don't go for it. I mean, just take a look at the activity of Black's pieces in that end position. I mean, it's too much. And of course, you've always got to consider king safety. So if I were Parham, I after moves like c5, I would just switch. I would say, okay, don't get greedy. Don't go for material. Just switch to a positional kind of viewpoint. Just go, okay, maybe pawn takes pawn, give Black the isolated queen's pawn, and then say, okay, I made you look, made you stare, but I wasn't actually going to go with my king to the queen side. I'm actually just going to develop normally, put my knight on e2, and then castle.
I love
side.
That. I really do love that, because so many players, they get lost in their previous thoughts. They're thinking, I was going for this. I put my queen on c2 so I could play g4 and win the pawn. So if Black played a6, for example, now we see the eval bar go up, because after g4, bishop g6, because Black isn't striking quickly in the center, White has the time to steal that pawn and then protect the remaining bases. So if the move c5 is played, going after White's center instead of a6, now we think, all right, we have some pressure. This knight's coming out to c6. Black is rapidly developing and attacking, putting pressure on my weak point. So if I just take on c5 and Black takes back with the bishop here, already we see this is a problem, because the isolated pawn, a pawn's best friend is another pawn. There previously was a pawn on c6, keeping everything defended. But once this happens over here, after bishop takes f6, I'm already removing the guard. You do not want to take with your g-pawn. That's out of the question. After queen takes, thank you very much for your nice central pawn. White would be a pawn ahead in the best way possible. So, Yovi, I'm with you. I think that c5 looks great, but then Parham just has to respond strategically rather than tactically. And as we think about Magnus's standing, right, he has won a couple games after a rough stretch in rounds 4 and 5. So he is now at a plus score, 3 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses. This game is important, because if we look at his final 3 games after this round, he gets the white pieces twice in a row before finishing the tournament with Black against Arjun Erigaisi. So if he can win this, Yovi, and get double whites, he really does find himself in striking distance of the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus said it himself. He has 5 winnable games. He's not thinking about winning the tournament. He's just chunking the task into small parts and just playing it on a almost game by game basis, almost moment by moment. He's kind of, one of the common themes that we've seen in his interviews is that he says, well, I'm just going to start in my own way, and if you're ready for a fight, game on. I feel confident about my chances. And we see the exact same approach here. He just says, okay, do you want to take the game into complications? And now it's up to Parham to kind of agree or disagree. And I agree. So many possibilities. And we mustn't forget that Magnus Carlsen, he's like the king of comebacks. He just levels up in these closing rounds. I mean, we've seen it so many times. People have written him off, and then, oh, look at that. Magnus Carlsen has won 3-4 games in a row. Just part of the work for him. There was one thing that I just spotted, an idea that I just wanted to kind of mention. There is one big danger for Magnus, and it perhaps isn't necessarily relevant in this position, but it's a very common idea that you should know about. And it works like this, that White could, on occasion, actually make the move f2, f4. And the whole idea is basically to lock the light squared bishop out of the game. So then you play f5, g4. You just get g4 and f5, and then you say, okay, look at that piece. It's not having a great future, is it?
No, not at all. And White essentially plays up a piece if that bishop is locked out. That's a long-term issue that Black will have to resolve. So it's another great idea that you see in a variety of positions when you go for the attack, is if you can thrust those pawns forward and Black is not looking out for it, then that's an issue. But we know, based on your earlier recommendation, that as soon as white dilly-dallies for just that one moment too long, black is going to quickly strike in the center with a move like c5. So it's all about making it work, getting it on time. Another move that makes some sense to me is trying to trade these bishops with a move like knight to e8. That's commonly seen in a position like this, because if we trade pieces here and go for g4, once again, I don't think I am deathly afraid of this pawn sacrifice if I'm thinking about from Magnus's perspective, because in return for the pawn, I get very quick play. The king can't castle queenside because it needs to keep the f2 pawn defended. I feel like this is biting off more than you can chew. And actually, I'm seeing the eval bar saying I'm wrong, and the eval saying, okay, all of a sudden it's favorable for white, but you need to be 100% sure if you're Parham, because there's no going back from here. There already are threats with the queen and the rook and the knight joining the party that black can take over the initiative and momentum. So you need to find the accurate continuation.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. There's danger for both sides. A very interesting strategical battle.
For sure. And well, while we leave Magnus to figure out his position, let's quickly take a peek at the bird's eye view. It seems like in the top right, Anish Giri has traded pieces and pushed his pawn up to c5. That one is sort of fizzling out. Not that there was any real heat to it to begin with, but it does seem like one on the top right, Anish Giri, Wesley So, likely draw. But the other games still are fascinating. We haven't even looked at Jordan van Foreest against Vincent Keymer. So after this short break, we are going to come back and look at all of the remaining action, but look at how jam-packed the tournament hall is. So many participants in this chess festival, not just the masters that you see on screen in front of you, but many players of all levels taking part. So we'll leave the players to it. We'll be right back for more in the 10th round of the Tata Steel Chess Masters in Vikings Zay.
He's going to win the tournament.
This is going to be a turnaround.
Whoa.
Oh! 3 seconds. 1 second. Has to make a move. Wow.
and the playing hall bustling with quiet chess fans because tournament halls leave the players full room to think, to calculate, no distractions. And two games that have already been decided, 4 players have drawn their games in round 10. They're no longer in the playing hall. Those players are Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Ding Liren. They made 1 draw, and Richard Port and Levon Aronian, they also finished their game. They were the quickest game to finish.
Yeah, and there we can see the crowd. It's so wonderful to have a chess festival back in town, and absolutely everyone just playing and enjoying the game. And there we can see today's big matchups. And top of the table is Wesley So against Anish Giri. That is such a big lineup because we have number 2 facing number 3. And other big matchups, of course, is Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces trying to make headway against Parham Maghsoodloo, and fighting, Parham in a fighting mood.
Yes, and for sure. And in the top right, I'm looking at Wesley So and Anish Giri. That position looks like we're heading towards an end game if the queens get traded. I'm not sure any side can make progress. And the one between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, I don't know what's going to happen in that game. It's hard to predict moves, but Praggnanandhaa centralizes his queen, a second from the right on the bottom there. Fabiano Caruana and R10 Erigaisi. Looks like not too much has happened in that one. It looks like Fabiano's kind of gone back and forth. And we haven't looked at Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer. So what do you say we do those players a solid and pull up their game? Just because it was a Spanish, it was familiar territory, but now we're in a position where the players, they're on their own.
Yeah, they are on their own. And it's a very open position. And once again, Black has a reasonable position, but his pawn structure, especially the weak pawn on d6, catches my eye. I mean, that will tie down the dark square bishop. But other than that, he has some free pieces. I mean, his knights can hop in. He has good control of the e5 square. And of course, the most obvious point in the position is that the black rook is threatening to capture the bishop on b2. So something needs to be done there. I would guess that white simply steps up the bishop 1 square and says, okay, your move, you start making some progress.
Yes, the bishop should just step up the c3 as you're indicating. And if you trade knights on d4, thinking, let's just swap off pieces, the problem is this d6 pawn is clearly the weakest. So that's not what you like to see when you are playing this position, is an isolated pawn that's not going anywhere. Because if you try to push it up, then white can push forward with e5, and you also don't mind opening up the position, because as the position opens, the bishop on c2 gets very powerful, aiming towards the black king, and the bishop on d4 already situated on the nice diagonal. So this capture happened on c6, by the way. Bishop takes c6 is forced. I wonder what Jordan's follow-up is. It could just be to bring the bishop up to c3 afterwards and sitting on this bad pawn. Yovi, that seems to be the storyline of this game. The d6 pawn is the worst piece on the board.
Yeah, I agree. And also the consequence of capturing on c6 could also be that the bishop steps up to d4, and upon which I can almost see something very similar to Fabiano's approach, where you just then go a5, park the bishop on b6, and then use this square in order to gain control over the b line. Definitely, this is very, very tense game. The position is completely open. It's going to be all about who maneuvers, puts their pieces on the best squares, and it's going to be very critical now for Vincent, because if Vincent doesn't manage to find a way to neutralize the bishop pair that white has, then he will be in big trouble.
And this is the live position, so he needs to figure out a plan. So how do you neutralize this strong bishop on d4? Rook b4 is not going to be correct. While you attack the bishop where it sits, it simply slides back, and your rook will have to run back to where it came from. So rook b4 is not a way to kick it out. Rook e8 comes to mind, candidate move. some move like Queen D or C7 comes to mind. I just don't feel like I have a grasp of this position, Ivanka. If I'm being honest with myself and with everybody, it just feels hard for Black to make individual moves because I don't see a clear plan.
I mean, is it possible that the knight can step back to D7? You take a step back to go forwards. The whole idea is to actually challenge it with bishop F6, or to put the knight on E5 and try to jam up the center that way.
Yeah, that looks like a very good plan for Black because that bishop on D4 is so strong. An idea that's not out of the question is a potential rook lift at some point. I'm not sure I have the time to do it, but if you had not brought your knight back to D7, then I would have brought my rook into the party. But if I bring my rook up to A3, you can then challenge the bishop with bishop F6, and still likely a good rook lift to do, but I don't know if I'm accomplishing all that much. And so that takes away the sting from that.
Yeah. And one of the things I like about the knight going to D7 is that, yes, I kind of mentioned it going to knight E5, but it can also jump to C5 as well once the dark square bishops have been traded off. Yeah, it's a tricky position for Keymer. I do feel that his next few moves have to be very insightful, has to be with purpose. Either play against the E4 pawn, because as Robert's kind of indicated, the right rook is swinging up. I hadn't even seen this move. Rook A3, woo, over to G3, and goodness me, that looks scary. Got to do something now. Neutralize. It's the name of the game.
Although with the knight coming to C5, your idea, the knight can then swing back to E6, which both attacks and defends. In fact, the E6 square is a perfect place for the Black knight. You'd feel much more comfortable in terms of king safety with the knight over there. So I like your plan, knight D7. I think it just gives Black more options, and that's what you're lacking in the starting position. If we just put the knight on F6 for a second, back where it came from, if you play D5, we know that we're going to be met with an E5 push. Doesn't look very fun to open up this bishop on C2. So I feel like we want to play D5 on one hand because we have an isolated pawn that we want to get rid of, but we know that White's not going to take it, and then it gives White an attack. So I really like Jordan's position. I feel like he has achieved a stable advantage, and we have Vincent on screen there. He's had a tough go of it in this tournament. He almost took down the leader, Nordibek Abdusattorov, yesterday, but almost doesn't quite do it. He did not win that game, and he is struggling against a really tough field, the strongest Vikings Zay tournament of all time.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel like, we talk about people being lucky and other people being unlucky, and Vincent has struck me as being unlucky in this tournament. It's just nothing is working well for him. For instance, he was doing okay against Levon. He was holding, then he cracked and lost. Exactly the same story against Wesley So. And then we kind of fast forward to the times when he was winning. He played Ding. He had a great position out of the opening, a great middle game, was completely winning, but somehow he didn't manage to punch through. Same situation when it came to Nordibek. I mean, what are the chances that you find yourself in a rook and pawn ending where your two connected pass pawns up? I mean, 9 times out of 10, in fact, 9.5 times out of 10, it's just a straightforward win. You can even play it with your eyes closed. It's that good. But that Nordibek found himself in that half time out of 10 where it was a draw.
Yes, and what a hold that was. And for Vincent, it's just a very strong tournament. And he is a strong player. He is gaining experience. In the moment, that consolation prize, seems like you're just saying it, right? It's like, oh, come on, I lost my games. I'm not happy. Who cares about experience? It was a bad experience. But he is a young player. He is a super talented player. And you are going to have to go through the top players. And this is a good first foray into such an elite field in Vikings Zay Masters Group. And the best is yet to come from him, just like the other teenagers. So it would be nice for him to finish this tournament on a good note. That's really what he's looking for at this point. But for Jordan van Foreest, a former champion of this event, the lowest rated player in the field, he's got 3.5 out of 9. If he can win this game, he's actually plus rating points on the tournament. And it goes from having a bad start to potentially a really good event. So we'll come back to this, and just inconclusive said the same thing. Time will change for Vincent. He's collecting experiences. But if we go back to our view of the other games, I want to quickly note two things that have happened. Yovi in the top right, Anish Giri and Wesley So, seems like that game is really petering out.
Yeah, I have to say that. And the game that really catches my eye, there's two that look like they are just fast and furious. I mean, Parham against Magnus Carlsen, because the position has opened up. Someone has lit that spark, and suddenly the whole position is completely aflame.
Wow. Yes, this Magnus game is. Oh, I don't even know what to call it at this point. I don't have enough adjectives in my vocabulary. There's a king on e1. There's a queen on e6. So if I pin the queen, I win the queen. Rook e7 doesn't work because the rook is actually pinned first. So knight f3 takes advantage of the fact that the rook is pinned. Let's just go back because we've been analyzing this position. We saw that c5 had been played by Magnus. Your suggestion, great choice. Parham did not take on c5, but went g4 right away. Perhaps after dc5, he was worried about this move d4, where the queen gets active if you take, and now there's all sorts of variations to calculate with the king still in the center. So he chooses to play g4. We see the swap, bishop g6, takes, and Magnus plays knight takes g4. We did not talk about this move. We didn't expect it, but what a shot it is. The bishops are staring at each other. So if you take the knight, you lose the bishop. And if you take the bishop, the queen takes back with check, and that's devastating because the rook and the knight team up on the f2 pawn as well.
Yeah. But it is certainly a move that really is absolutely crazy, because I could just see that he's going to capture it, right? He is going to go pawn takes knight, and lines have been opened. Okay, he throws in check first. And here's the consequence of actually taking that particular pawn, because after bishop takes bishop, and we see Parham develop the knight to f3. And, you know, swings and roundabouts, as we like to say. Yes, black didn't actually sacrifice a pawn, but on the other hand, take a look at that rook on h1. It's working like it was never working before, and of course there are some big threats on the board. Knight takes bishop in the air, and more obvious, knight e5, winning the black rook. So two threats for Magnus to deal with. I don't know what he's thinking about, because I think I would probably just put the bishop on f6 as quickly as I could. But I guess consequences again, is g5 going to be a move?
Let's show that. Bishop versus g5 is your suggestion, because if you take with the bishop, then the e5 square no longer covered. Thank you very much for the material. The rook is pinned, and now it's going to be lost. If you take with the pawn, I think your plan is very straightforward. Let me go and checkmate this black king. You can even throw in queenside castling first if you're afraid of some check along the e-file. But the rook on h1, as you said, it's kind of a maniac on the floor here. And it's just open h-file developed in its starting position. That is really just a crusher. So maybe what Magnus is thinking about is, one, the consequences of g5 if he is to play bishop f6, and also queen e7 is a viable option, because if you take, the rook takes back with check, giving you enough time to retreat the bishop. The downside of ever putting your queen on e7 is, even if the queens get traded, the d5 pawn is loose. So queen e7, it gets the queens off, but it gives white the d5 pawn, likely with a tempo. Not an easy call right now for Magnus Carlsen. He is ahead on the clock, but he's a hard move to make, and he makes queen. Oh, look at that. That's one of the many reasons he's the world champion. I only saw queen e7, forcing the queens off. He says this also gets the job done, because if you trade, the bishop gets to a better square on f6 than it would be sitting on e7.
Yeah, absolutely. The world champion is a class act. But even then, there's still stuff to be calculated, because there's nothing for Parham to play other than queen takes queen. I'm just having a quick look at the checks. No, but they are not working. And after queen takes, yeah, and then the rook goes to and queen takes queen.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bishop will obviously capture that piece. And then the thing that, yes, you've read my mind. You're hovering over the knight. Take that pawn, please. Let's get some compensation for, this open position and this inferior minor piece that I have.
I guess the reason why black is still keeping the game balanced is knight c6 goes after the d4 pawn. And if you remove the attacker after rook takes, now your knight is loose. This rook is swinging over. And honestly, it's a position that, see the eval bar dropping. I was going to say that black could get the upper hand in. And if you start by castling queenside to defend this pawn, even a move like rook d8, I'm attacking your knight. If it moves, you drop the pawn on d4 directly. And if you take, once again, rook takes f6, and there's a problem down the f line. This is a situation where Parham Maghsoodloo will start up a pawn, but he will likely drop that extra pawn. And with it, there are so many problems in the position. A lot of his pawns are weak because when you push your pawns forward, they're in danger of becoming overextended. So we will see queen trade very likely. We'll see what Parham follows it up with. But the game between Wesley So and Anish Giri, Yovi, we're not surprised at all, I don't think, by the fact that it looks like we are heading towards another draw. Wesley just pushed his pawn up to h4 in the top right. We'll bring the game up on screen here. But this looks like a game where 2 rooks, 4 pawns per side, 0 worries for either player.
And was Anish just like staring down Wesley, saying, it's a draw, mate.
Is he drinking a Yoo-hoo? Is that chocolate
Isn't
milk?
it one of those? Yeah, chocolate milk, right? It's like a Cocomel, right? They have this special brand in Holland. Chocomel. Oh, sorry. I my apologies to all Dutch people.
Nobody else could hear the producer in our ear correcting our pronunciation there. I'm just going to pretend it's a Yoo-hoo because it gives me, flashbacks to the movie Big Daddy. But no, it's a Chocomel. And Anish Giri, he's hovering over his pawn. He doesn't want to blunder. So he's thinking, is the move h5? Yes, he finally plays it. He wants to make sure his pawn is safe and sound over there. And that's the thing, is you don't want to take it for granted that you'll make the draw. He knows it. Wesley knows it. This game is very even. And I am the biggest critic of draw offers. I really am against them. I think positions should be played out to a point where they're easy to explain to an audience so that they're not left scratching their head being like, sorry, why did this game end? There are all these pieces on the board. This one is easier to tell what's going on. The rook on e5, it covers everything. The a5 pawn, the h5 pawn. If the rook on a4 ever moves, then you let this a pawn rumble up the board. So this rook is perfectly placed. The rook on e5 is staying put. The draw is agreed. These players split the point. Anish Giri at least stays behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov by a half point. And Wesley So, he stays a full point behind Abdusattorov, and he just got nothing going, Yovi. He never had a chance in this game to score more than that half point.
Yeah, it did seem like Anish actually got some great preparation in. He got the position that I think was actually slightly better for black, and Anish actually traded down into this very level endgame. And this position completely drawn. I mean, both sides will just be maintaining the balance, as Robert indicated, and a fair result indeed. And there we can see the players analyzing and discussing what continuation they could have played. I mean, one thing that I was curious about, whether they would be discussing Anish actually capturing the knight with his queen rather than retreating the light square bishop.
That's definitely what they're talking about. Actually, I saw them pointing to the d7 square. I mean, maybe it's my vision being bad. I do wear glasses, but I thought that they're pointing to the d7 and b7 squares. So that moment was critical. And look at this. The arbiter is like, come on, guys, you know what to do. Please go analyze your game elsewhere. But we should, after looking at our 4 remaining games, we should pull up an announcement very quickly from this game, because the critical moment that Anish Giri, if he looks back on this tournament and it says, where could I have had more winning chances, was after White took on d7. the reason why white took on d7 rather than g2, just to show quickly, is that sometimes you do not want these double pawns. And this is an example that it's a bishop that's on the dark squares, never seeing a good diagonal. So the knight took on d7. And Yovi, we were sure that we were going to see bishop b7. But Anish Giri, he kind of surprised us by taking back on d7 rather than retreating all the way.
Yeah, and I like what Grandpa Simpson says. Grandpa Simpson, of course, arbiter ordering them to dueling outside. Yeah, arbiters have to do their job, you know. They have to tell you to shh and leave the playing hall. And I agree, completely critical moment. If black was going to claim to be just that touch better, it was in this point. But I have to say, excellent preparation from Anish. Anish seemed to have correctly predicted exactly how Wesley was going to open, and he determined exactly the type of position he needed to get.
Yes, he had no problems whatsoever. He could have played for more by retreating the bishop, but he probably thought this position also was dynamically equal. Even though the eval bar says better for black, it's neither here nor there. The result is in the books. So with that draw agreed, we still have a few games remaining. Yeah. And the most interesting one for sure is the one between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. We haven't tuned in on that game for a while. A lot has changed, Yovi. I think we might have to just jump right in because the white king, second from the right on the bottom row there, the white king has jumped out of the center. And look at the eval bar after Praggnanandhaa's last move. It is going up, up, and not quite away from him yet, but it is clear that Gukesh has the upper hand if he finds the best moves right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we left it, and actually it was a very critical moment for Gukesh. I mean, it just didn't look like his position was going to survive. But we saw that Pragg did not actually capture that pawn in the middle of the board. That seems to be the critical moment, and instead moved his queen to e7, just moving itself away from the line of fire. And I think this was just one tempo too much, because this allows Gukesh simply to develop his king and just to get his pieces into the right squares.
Pretty amazing. He jettisons a pawn with e5, which is engine approved, by the way. The knight takes on e5, and this is likely why Praggnanandhaa said, all right, this looks good for me. I'm winning a pawn in the center of the board. But Gukesh, he is a man on a mission. I mean, he's a teenager, but he is going full steam ahead. He wants that attack. He's going to bring a bishop to c3. His rook on g2 is kind of perfectly situated to kick this knight out with h3. This bishop will try to land on c4. All of white's pieces have squares that they're going to go for. And Grandpa Simpson back again in the chat. This might be a statement game from Gukesh. He took risk out of the opening. Praggnanandhaa did not accept that pawn on e4. And now that we're here, after bishop to d6, and it's white's turn, the simple move h3 looks very strong to my eyes. Let's open up my rook on g2 and then bring the rest of the pieces into the attack next. I don't think this is worth the pawn, yo. This is a pawn I would like to give back. What I would do if I were black is if I could take a pawn that doesn't exist, I would put it on g3 and say, here you go. You're my friend. You know, take this pawn. We'll be even in material. So if I could give white a pawn, I would. But that's not how chess works. And the rook on g2 will remain on an open file going after the black king.
Yeah, and I love your move. It's so simple, but it looks so strong. Just say clear, open the line for the rook, and it will be joined by the dark square bishop on moving to c3, and it will start eyeing down the very vulnerable g7 points. Okay, I mean, should we panic if we were Pragg? I mean, this certainly does look like situation critical, but say like h3 is played. Where are we going to go with the knight? F6 looks to me the only chance.
I guess we could swap on f3 and bring the second knight to e5. So we have two options, right? Knight f6 or knight takes. Let's start with knight f6. So that looks pretty normal to me. And
let's amp up the pressure. And bishop.
Oh my gosh,
c3.
I cheated. I cheated because I didn't expect it to be this high. This is ridiculous. You ready for this? The winning move apparently is bishop b4.
I was just looking at that just now, just only after you said, oh my God. And I was like, oh, my spider senses are tingling. I need a fancy move.
I should have let
bishop
you...
takes bishop.
So bishop takes bishop. We're not even taking back. And we're going to take this knight on e5. And the point is we distracted the bishop away from the knight. So that, look at this. If you move your bishop back, queen c4 check, you can't block with your bishop because the knight and the queen team up in the square. But if you go king h8, well, that's going to be a big, big problem. Check. And then I take here with another check. And that is a family fork. And that is going to be the game.
It is going to be the game when Her Majesty disappears off the board. No, okay, you can't touch that one. So, okay.
Wow. Bishop b4. What a move.
That's a sick move. I mean, it's amazing.
Oh my God.
Did I use it right, kids?
You did use it right. And you know what is so sickening about this position is that it's such an easy move to overlook. So if h3 is played and Praggnanandhaa plays knight f6, and let's say Gukesh doesn't see bishop b4, which is definitely in his wheelhouse. He's really thinking deeply about this position. But if he doesn't play that move, and let's make the move bishop c3, for example, we already see that black is not even worse anymore. So this is a really big moment after h3. I think black does, in fact, take on f3 with the knight. And once the queen takes, this knight then has to drop back to e5. Maybe? Nope. That doesn't work either. I mean, just...
No, because the queen will just swing over and give a check. You know, she can go to d5 and loose pieces drop off.
I guess just simple.
Move the bishop.
I mean, just everything is... This is just beautiful geometry for white and nothing going right for black. If this bishop moves, we have bishop b4 once again. If we want to win material and get a little greedy, we can also just go for an attack. And this is starting to look... Unpleasant is selling it short. This is just not good for Praggnanandhaa. So if Gukesh plays h3 and finds this bishop b4 tactic, he may win a very, very nice game.
Yeah. And I have to say, Gukesh is a very intriguing 16-year-old. You know, he didn't actually start training with computers until very late, relatively speaking. You know, maybe when he was 14 years old. Now, of course, he does train with engines. And also, he loves in-game compositions. He solves them, actually, in his spare time. And he composes them as well. So,
really?
Yeah. I know this because he sent some to Jan Timman in the New in Chess for his New in Chess article.
That is awesome. I actually had no idea, and I know some of the younger generation are composers. They like to join those composition. What do you call them? The tournaments almost, right? Like they're awarded prizes. And I know Christopher Yu, the young American grandmaster, also composes positions. So that's really cool to hear.
Yeah, no, it is certainly something that I think should be in mind. In fact, I think most of the top players are solving endgame compositions in their spare time. I mean, they just do it as a good training technique and certainly a way to sharpen their calculation practice and also their practical endgame skills.
I honestly just kind of blew my mind a little bit here because I did not know that. And it almost makes me see him in a different light. It shouldn't. It's just like a simple fact about the person. But I just find that kind of mature beyond his years. Like you typically think of composers as being like, I've been around the block a few times and now I'm creating positions based on my experiences. He's a teenager. He's barely had experiences, and yet he's 2,700 plus, creating awesome compositions. So that's cool.
Yeah, it was quite funny that you said that because I saw an interview with him where he talks about participating in this tournament. This is his first classical super grandmaster tournament. And he made a very interesting observation. Well, for me, I found it very fascinating. He said, there are a lot of young people here. And normally I found it quite kind of strange that he thought the other people were young and he didn't consider himself young.
Well, I guess
he's
that
16
is
years old.
He's
the youngest one there.
It's
one
a mindset,
forgets that
right?
because he comes across so mature. Yeah, so quiet, so mature, so thoughtful. I
Age
have
is
to
just a
say, I'm a
number.
big fan. Yeah, totally. I have to say, I'm a big fan of these Indian juniors. To me, they're like a breath of fresh air. They don't come with any egos. They come with they're very polite, well-mannered, and they're very softly spoken, very calm, and very, very dangerous at the board. And they have such an incredible work ethic. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it was great to see at the start of the event that Viswanathan Anand, the former world champion, was there with these youngsters. There was a photo that I saw on social media. It's been referred to many times, but it's really nice to see the legend, the hero in his native India. He's working with these top talents, helping them grow, and they are very young. They're in their teenage years, but Vishy was there once, fighting with the top players in the world when he was a teenager. So Gukesh, he has a great chance right now if he finds that move h3 and presses forward. It's not a move that is too difficult, at least from the start, but that variation we looked at earlier with bishop b4, that is what's difficult to play. And there it is. He actually didn't play h3. He instead plays bishop c3. The advantage, it remains. That's the good news for him. But that h3 tactical sequence, that was a cool one. But why not? How could you blame him for playing a very straightforward move?
Yeah, it was irresistible, let's face it, because your eyes naturally converge on g7. And of course, we are taught the rule, invite everyone to the party, and bishop c3 is doing that. So how can that be wrong?
Praggnanandhaa will have to prove why it's wrong if he's able to find a way. I'm not envious of his task. So while he sits and considers his response with all that pressure mounting against his king, we have 3 other games still in progress. Not much has changed in the bottom right between Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer. It seems that that pawn on d6 is now targeted. Jordan leaping forward with his knight. In the game between Fabiano and Arjun Erigaisi is in the middle there, the bottom row. It's been a very kind of quiet affair thus far. So that game looked a lot different than the Magnus game, which we have looked at recently. So what do you think? Should we go to the Fabi game since it's been a minute?
Yeah, let's go there, because after all, there's been a trade of rooks, and both sides have been placing their knights on the king side. And actually, take a look at the knights. All sets of knights are together next to their siblings, as are the bishops.
You did say invite everyone to the party. So these knights are, and bishops, they're just being cordial. They're letting the other pieces know that it's okay. They're together. They're supporting one another. And that position is one that looks very, very interesting. We'll bring it up in a moment. So yeah, Magnus Carlsen, by the way, in the bottom left, he brought his rook to e8 with check. He is putting that king under some pressure. The f file open. It's an endgame, sure, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle with the position being open. But let's go to Fabiano versus Arjun. We've been talking about that one, the knights being together, the bishops being together. The question is, who is better and why? That's the question I don't have the answer to, so I'm going to pass that one over to you.
I don't have an answer to this question either. I mean, again, I'm going to actually fall back on the one rule I do know in these kind of low pass Italian positions. I mean, look at which bishops are working. And if I were to hazard a guess, it's all about the light squared bishop. White's light squared bishop really is not in the game. Meanwhile, look at the bishop on d7. It is eyeing up the pawn on h3. So there you go. Has something to bite on. Just the possibility of a potential sacrifice on h3. And also I do feel that the knight on g6 does have an anchor on f4. And it's like a minuscule thing, but I do feel that that gives black like the most microscopic edges of edges.
I like what you point out because the h3 pawn looks well defended, but because you said that, I wasn't originally thinking about this move. I like the move queen a8, setting up bishop takes h3, removing the guard of the knight in f3. It's a dual purpose move. The rook now can slide to the b8, to the open b file, attack the queen, and maybe even lift up to a square like d5 eventually to go after the a5 pawn. So really, what you were saying led me to this move. I like queen a8, and the question is, how is white going to deal with the threat of bishop takes h3? It's actually quite annoying that that is what black is aiming for, not to mention bishop c6, lining the queen up and the bishop with the bishop on the longest diagonal. That looks threatening as well.
Yeah, it is threatening, actually. I hadn't actually dreamt of the move queen a8, but now it's on the board. It's beautiful. I mean, bishop goes to c6. I mean, the only way to defend the knight is to go bishop d1. and then just go, well, you know, it ain't pretty, but sometimes that's life.
You are excused, Yovi. I will forgive you for retreating this bishop to d1, but it's one of those moves that you may not like the look of it, but it could be necessary because bishop, if I make some random like queen a1, bishop takes h3 is going to happen. If you take back, down goes your knight on f3. Thank you very much for a pawn. Black is ahead material and going to go and try to checkmate the white king. So bishop takes h3 is a threat, and maybe you have to bring some pieces to d1, but still, I like the power of black's pieces versus the passivity of white's.
Yeah, it's definitely a position that has its layers. You know, you peel it back, you think it's normal, but then just strip a few layers and you actually realize that black is the one with some serious pressure, better pieces, and it's now Fabi who has to be on the back foot, has to find the necessary defensive resources, and probably will have to curl himself into a little ball. And bishop c6, the same kind of idea on the board. And bishop takes knight, serious threat. And you don't really want to be dancing around backwards with the knight. You don't really want to be going to h2.
No, you definitely would not be happy to make that move. So he shows us that he's not going to do it. You can't make Fabi play knight h2. He plays knight e4 instead. And will we see a swap on e4? That gives the sides, I know we don't like this word, a sort of symmetrical pawn structure. That doesn't mean the game is a draw, though. Just because the pawn structure may be the same for both sides, this pawn on a6, maybe that's the target. Maybe a5 is weaker. It remains to be seen, with this knight potentially jumping to f4 at some moment. There's still life left in a position like this, even if the pawn structure looks quite similar. So I think that knight e4 was a very good choice, and I believe that Arjun is no worse in this position. I think he's done a great job in this game. Now it's going to be about whose fixed pawn is worse, who can actually create threats. The answer might be nobody, and then we'll see a split point. But Arjun, he's playing confidently right now.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he does capture the knight in the middle. And I have to say, I like his chances. I do feel that also when you compare the dark square bishops, I do feel black, if he manages to put the bishop on c5, will also have a superior piece. And again, the knight jumps into f4. It just seems that, yes, white is ultimately very solid, but it is black the one who has the plan. And as we say in chess, it's really better to have a plan. A plan is better than no plan.
For sure. And I think right now the plan for Arjun Erigaisi is to stop this losing streak. And he is looking good in this game. And the press caught up with Arjun prior to the tournament and asked him how he feels about going into the master section. These were his thoughts.
So it's definitely going to be a lot stronger and a lot more challenging. And there are a lot of top players, and this is my first tournament playing amongst the elite in classical. So I look forward and I'm very excited. To be honest, I don't think it changes anything particularly to me, but it's nice to have spectators watching chess. I'm quite used to playing rapid blitz in general. Even pre-pandemic I used to play a lot of blitz online. So rapid blitz I'm always used to, and classical is something that's been there since years, since basically when I started playing chess. So at the moment it's not so difficult to adjust from one format to another. Like the fact that there were so many spectators watching and they cheer for chess, not just for me, but just they love chess and chess is getting more attraction. That feels great.
what a kind, humble teenager, right? He is talking about how the world of chess has changed, how he's played so many rapid and blitz events, and that's where he made his mark, Yovi. I think sometimes people see these youngsters, and there's hearts for Arjun in the chat. They see these youngsters think, oh, they're rapid and blitz specialists. He's showing that he can do it over the board in classical chess, and I think he just loves all the disciplines.
Yeah, he just loves chess. Let's put it like that. And he's young. He has the energy. I was actually quite fascinated to hear how he's going to make that transition from blitz, rapid, with time control is relatively fast, to a tournament like Tata where we have 3 time controls. It's one of the longest time controls since going back in time many, many years. And it really is an endurance test, this tournament. I mean, so few tournaments have 13 rounds, and it's a super grand master event as well. Let's not forget that's every opponent you will face will be one amongst the world's best. And of course, fighting chess along the way, and you have to think about your nerves, your physical fitness. But and there we see Arjun, you have to remember he just come off the back of 3 losses. And now he's handling Fabiano Caruana. In a normal Swiss tournament, I mean, you would be playing someone much lower rated. But here, nope. You got someone in the top 5.
Yeah, in a normal tournament, he'd be playing someone like me. Instead, he has to play Fabiano Caruana. So it's a tough sledding out there, no matter what your score is, no matter what round you've had success in. And Arjun has found himself great success in the last couple of years. He just signed that very lucrative contract, that endorsement deal. So he is sponsored. You can see it. It's small, but you can see it on his jacket there. He signed, I think it was $1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. So with Quantbox, I mean, what a achievement that is for the young player. It gives him the stability to focus on chess, on playing chess, and that way he doesn't have to worry about the finances. It's an amazing opportunity for him.
Yeah, and people forget that it's very costly, obviously, not just to play chess and to travel the world, but indeed to actually have a second, maybe even a team of seconds to help you coordinate the resources. Again, studying with a super engine is also quite an expensive endeavor, because you have to, well, if you're like normal folks like me, you have to actually go online, pay for a super computer, and pay to rent one. That's the way it works. You rent one for how much is it? I don't know. I've never done it before.
Yeah, the only time I've used those is when I'm working with a top player, and it's on their dime. So I've never actually really checked. But yeah, it's it can add up very quickly with seconds, with all the engine, and then with training, you often go to like a location. It's kind of like a vacation, but you're just focusing on chess. It really adds up. But right now, I think this position adding up to a pretty leveled game for these two. So we're going to go back, zoom out of this one, because the game that we were looking at for a while earlier, 2 of them in particular, Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa, the eval bar sky high, the attack rages on for Gukesh. But let's first look at Paramaxudlu against Magnus Carlsen, because whenever I look at a Magnus game, I don't pay any attention to the eval bar. I just look at the position and say, yeah, there's some chances for Magnus to win this game. And what's happening in this one is it says zeros, so completely level according to the engines. White is actually a pawn ahead, but there are some problems in White's camp. There are loose pieces across the board. The g4 pawn loose. This knight's under attack, so I would move that knight first. But I just feel like this isn't just an equal game where they're going to shake hands soon, Yovi. I really believe that there is quite a lot of life left here.
Yeah, there certainly is some life. And talking about decisions, I mean, Magnus Carlsen has his first decision. Where is he going to jump forward with this knight? Jump forward to d4. I just had to do a quick double check in my mind to see it was an available square. And it is. And then the knight can go to b4, can go to e5, can actually step backwards, but you never sound the retreat, not without good reason. So the first move that I would always consider is actually stepping forward and creating maximum tension, and that would be jumping forward to d4.
Yeah, just offering a trade of knights, because if those come off the board, then e3 will be captured. G4 is loose. The position still remains balanced, but there's something left to prove. But I would say that if I were playing for a win, and I know in chess we're not supposed to play with results in our mind, because I tell this to everybody, it's an objective game. As soon as you start thinking about wins and losses in the middle of a game, you're not playing chess anymore. You're playing for a specific result. But if I'm Magnus, and he just did it as I was talking, I was going to say knight b4. That keeps the position as messy as possible. The a2 pawn is loose. The b2 pawn is loose. Knight c2 check can be played because this knight is pinned, and once I take on e3, down goes g4, b2. This pressure on the f file. I just feel, Yobi, this position is more difficult for white to play. It's one of those positions that say it's equal, but if we didn't have the eval bar off to the side, I believe that most players would look at this position and say, give me the black pieces in this game. I know white has an extra pawn, it's a pass pawn, but I just feel like white's position is looser, and thus it can fall apart at a moment's notice.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Of course, the bishop on f6 is so strong, and questions have to be asked. And okay, so I was curious to see how difficult is Parham's path to equality, to full equality. By equality, I actually mean like it's going to be a draw. There's like no denying it. Magnus Carlsen can't work his magic and wriggle out of this type of position. So I'm thinking maybe if try to get the pieces traded off, so you get the double rook ending. I feel that white can hold their own there. So, I mean, are moves like king e2 a mistake?
It's a really good question. And before I answer it with chess moves, I just want to make mention of the clock. If Parham, he's down to about 20 minutes left. He has only played 23 moves. So he needs to get to move 40 to gain that 50 minutes on the clock. So in part, answering your question, Yovi, he has 17 full moves to make, so about a minute per move. And in this position, as you're saying, where is that path to equality? How do we trade off the pieces in a way that ensures that we have a comfortable rook endgame? I don't see that. That is why I love the move knight to b4 from Magnus. He is making Parham sweat each and every turn. And king e2, that looks like a pretty natural move. Black has a choice of which pawn to take. And amazingly, it still says level game. That was a good choice. It says, black may be slightly better, and I probably would take on b2 here, but the position still is complicated. Maybe this rook will slide to the f file, put maximum pressure here. A d5 is a passer. Maybe we'll start running. These are really, really difficult questions to answer. So I just believe the questions are a little bit more challenging for Parham than they are for Magnus.
Yeah, I agree. And we're not even kind of like sure as like where you should put your king either, because the first instinct was to put it on e2, but then I'm thinking, it's kind of looking at the black rook. All sorts of discovereds are available of the knight going to taking the pawn on d5. Say if the white rook gets chased away, it's a tricky conundrum actually for Parham. And I do feel that he cannot hold on to his extra pawn. He has to give something back. But the question is how to give it back in such a way to kind of clarify the position.
It's a fantastic question. Let's just go through move candidates, because b2 and a2 are hanging. If you play a3, attacking this knight over here on b4, I think the knight can jump into c2 with check and take on e3, which also drops g4. But bishop takes b2 is available. You take my knight, I take yours. And what's happening here? b4 is loose. g4 still a problem. Maybe the rooks will line up. Maybe the bishop will come to take this knight. I feel like this position is really challenging. I mean, I'm not trying to say Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen. That is part of the equation. I'm sure Parham is taking that into account as well. I just truly believe, looking at this position, that it is an easier game for Magnus. It just is a situation where white's pawns are sticking out a little bit more. They're not connected with other pawns. And if you look at black's situation, this pawn, the remaining pawns are all safe and sound.
Yeah, They are safe and sound. And well, when it comes to equal positions, there's one thing I have noticed about Magnus. He tends to win them, but he also likes to overprotect all his pieces. And this is actually a trend I've noticed in grandmasters, full stop. They rarely play, with loose pieces. And if they do have loose pieces, they immediately scurry to fix that. And if they're in time trouble, you'll see them just arranging, contorting so that everything is like beautifully protected. And it was something that I've never really thought about nor bothered with before. But now that I've been observing these guys, I'm like, okay, I get it now. I still don't do it. This is a problem.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I've commentated so many matches. I'm like, wow, that looks great. Why don't I do that? And I never really work it into my own games. But we've seen the chat speak. They think this looks like it has Magnus endgame win written all over it. And I'm feeling that way too. And look at Parham. He's still thinking here. Now he's down under 1 minute per move. And it's not like his position is going to be resolved anytime soon. There really are so many challenges posed in this one. Where is he going to lose both A2 and B2? That would be a travesty, especially because Black has 2 pawns of his own over here. Even if he just loses one of the pawns, is Black going to be able to push those pawns, create a passer? Is G4 a little bit too loose for White's own good? Is that pawn going to fall off? Is D6 available? Like, that's another tempting move. We always want to push our pawn, and it turns out it's okay. It's not hating that move, but I'm already seeing Knight C2. I'm seeing Bishop B2, Knight A2. All of these are in the air, but we do need to watch out. D7, D8 is not very far away.
And chat reminding us that, of course, the clock is an important part of the game. And the clock, of course, he has less than a minute per move for... And this means that Parham is actually going to struggle there, And when you're playing with time pressure, mistakes that you make is, first of all, you can push pawns, you can determine the position, you can be impetuous. And also, let's not forget the best one of all, making blunders.
Parham would like to avoid making those blunders. And well, we'll leave him to this defensive task. He really has his work cut out for him. He looks like he understands the weight of this moment. It could fall apart from if he is not careful. And the playing hall is full of spectators, of players in all of the sections. We love to see that. So while we leave the playing hall, we're not saying goodbye. We'll say see you in a few. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the action continues here, round 10 of the Tata Steel Masters in Vikings Zay.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more. January in Vikings Zay, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Come on.
Gotta make a move.
He's going to
No. Oh my
Wow.
gosh. But
I'm speechless there.
Once again, Vikings Zay starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
what a game for Magnus. And now a huge chance to make a furious run at first place.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
What a defensive effort. Noterbeck is obviously having a breakout event.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years and running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mijn vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
Well, 3 games concluded in the Tata Steel Masters Tournament, round 10, but look at how many people are still in the playing hall. They are playing in all of the amateur sections. There's the challenger section, there's the qualifier section, and the many different rating category tournaments. It's so great to see this, Yovi. A couple years have passed, players weren't allowed in the other events, but it's great to see everybody back in the playing hall. And these 2 Indian teenagers, I'm sure they're thrilled to be in their Masters section. Now it's a complicated battle, but such a great experience for them.
Yeah, certainly. They get to just butt heads with the world's elite, and of course, just take as many points and many victories as they can. And both players in complete focus mode, and they have to be, because the position that they're playing is the sharpest one we've seen out of the whole round. The position is nuts. It's crazy. We've seen it all. The pendulum has been swinging backwards and forwards. And let's go and have a look at how things are going, because if Pragg wins this one, we have to remind ourselves he will jump over the 2,700 rating mark.
It would be so huge for him. And, throughout the tournament, we're keeping track of the player's progress. Noterbeck Abdusattorov gaining 24.5 rating points. His live rating is 2737. That's huge. And Praggnanandhaa there, he's gained the 3rd most points. But if he wins, as Jovi just stated, he will cross 2,700 for the first time. It feels like he's already over 2,700 because he's beaten Magnus a handful of times in the Champions Chess Tour. But he's having a monster tournament. And on the flip side, look at Gukesh down in 12th there. He's lost quite a bunch of rating points. And Ding Liren, he's lost the most in this event. 15 rating points gone down the drain. He is under 2,800, and he probably is not very happy with how his tournament has gone.
No, and you can kind of see it in his face, after he agreed to draw with Abdusattorov. He was frowning. He was just a little bit despondent and thinking about those lost rating. And of course, no one wants to be in Wijk. No one wants to be playing these 13-round events and then struggling through them. But Ding still has three rounds left, right? So is it 4? 3.
3, yeah. He has time to cut some of those losses, but it's not going to be a pleasant tournament regardless. And that's the thing. It's great experience for these players, 13 rounds against the world's best. But if you're having a bad event, it lasts for a long time. And on the other side of things, Nodirbek Abdusattorov gaining 25 rating points. Anish Giri gaining half that, but still a really great turn for him. And Wesley, who drew against Anish with the white pieces, still having a positive event. So all the way down to Fabiano Caruana gaining a little bit of rating. Those three players from the American Federation, they're bunched together, 4th, 5th, and 6th in terms of rating gain. And it's particularly nice to see Levon Aronian with a positive event, because 27-35 is not his strength. That's way too low for a player of his caliber. I think his peak rating was 28-30 or 28-35. So, he is maybe having the best of his career behind him, but he still has so much to offer, and he is underrated right now. 27-35 is not Levon.
Yeah, and someone who is losing points, though, is Magnus Carlsen. His 2 losses have cost him dearly. And it must be unfortunate to be Magnus at the top. He's desperate to get to 2,900, just break down that barrier. But it's not easy when everyone is so much lower rated than him. And, of course, underrated, just willing to steal his rating points.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, I think he was a little bit underrated before this event at 27-13. But some of the other teenagers have struggled. We see towards the bottom, Gukesh, Arjun losing rating here. It's just how strong this field is. Jordan van Foreest entered as the lowest rated player. He's lost a couple points, not many, but he is also a former champion of this event. So if he is the lowest rated player in the field, good luck to you. There are no free points. And the game that we have on screen between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, this one has been exciting from the start. And Yovi, while we were on break, you were telling me that it's a critical moment for Praggnanandhaa. After move h3, his knight's under attack, but in fact, just retreating with the knight would be a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, he has only one way to secure equality. And it's not by making moves like knight f6. If you do that, then you're just being that little bit careless, because the rook is going to swing over to e1 and you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And, oh, hang on a second. Pragg has just made a move and he's not found the right path. He's played bishop e5. And I was going to say the only way to equality was actually to capture the knight. And after queen takes knight, then step back with the knight to f6. This was it. This was the only way.
Wow. And I think one of the big reasons why, just to show, some of the problems that existed with knight f6, even if you just take this bishop here and take this pawn on b7, now g7 is really under threat from all angles. The queen and king are on the same diagonal, so there might be a pin and win of the queen. You can't bring the rook up because you lose the second rook in the corner. If you play queen f7, this is why the queen and king being the same diagonal is a problem. Bishop c4, it's a distraction tactic. Please take my free bishop. Thank you very much. That's checkmate behind the queen on g7. So the queen, unfortunately, can't take as that's mate, and so that would cost black material. So that's why bishop takes f4 was so critical. Let's distract the queen away from f3. But Yovi, bishop e5 played, and we know that you can't take on g4 right away, I don't think, because after f takes g4, then this knight is loose here. But what happens if you take on e6?
Well, that's the move. Queen takes e6, and then after, what are you doing after pawn takes knight? Is he banking on bishop takes bishop?
Oh, because you can't take with the queen.
No, yeah, exactly. Yep, that would be, oh dear, don't want that one. But you can take. But first of all, you're not obliged to take, but you can take with the pawn. Let's see if you can get away with that. And once the queen just swoops down to b3 and starts sniffing around the white king, what is the calm defense?
I think.
Queen d5 check.
I have a hard time imagining Praggnanandhaa missing this move, but it is important to point out that let's just give, I know it's a blunder, please everybody just calm down for a second. After queen b3, if instead of going queen to d5 if this king were on h8. So I'm going to put the king on h8. That's my point. Let's go king h8 first. The king goes to the corner. And if I had a free turn, how do I waste a move? With like rook g1, then the queen comes into b3. You see the eval bar suggesting this is not going to be very easy for white because the queen is attacking all the pawns. The rook's coming to c8. There is an attack against the white king. But because the black king is on the diagonal, you just don't have time to play queen b3 because queen d5 is check, forcing the queens off the board. So Yovi, this doesn't seem to pan out for black at all. And maybe there's some hope chess involved that somewhere here Gukesh could go wrong and there's some counterplay. But it's
I mean, he must have another idea in mind. Okay, so I refuse to believe that Pragg calculated this particular position. So let's go back and so knight takes bishop. I think that one is the killer move, as you've indicated. Queen takes. I mean, could there, for instance, be? There's a lot of pressure on c3. Could there be some funny move like the rook f to c8?
Okay, you're going for this because a3 is also loose. But I might even have queen d5 here going.
Okay.
For your king, maybe can even play the simple move, knight d4, just retreating my piece and avoiding all of the tactics on the c3 square. And white is a piece ahead, and g4 is under attack.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Okay, what happens if there's bishop takes bishop? Okay, let's try this one. So I'm setting a crafty trap that if you play knight takes rook, I am going to play. No, the crafty trap does not exist.
I was waiting for it. I was like, wait, what's going on here? I'm curious. What
it doesn't. No, for some reason I hallucinated and put the king on a1, and I got very excited, and I was like, "Oh, this queen takes a3." There is absolutely no chance of that. So, okay,
I'm doing it for you. Queen a3, just to show what you were calculating. That if this pawn were pinned, then this would result in a checkmate on b2. That's actually a really clever tactical sequence. Sometimes our mind wanders to puzzle rush.
Yeah, it does, because there's knight takes rook, and that's the end of that one. Okay, I'm really, really like scratching my head. I'm really trying to find out what he can do. So, okay, queen takes knight, only move.
Okay.
Problem is that pawn takes knight, bishop takes. I mean, that's the only way you're even going to get at, like, by going bishop takes bishop. You know what? He must have forgotten about queen to d5.
Unless there is some argument for just king h8 and threatening queen b3, but queen d5 still is a really good move for white. And white is up a piece for just one pawn. There's no way there's anything remotely resembling compensation for this piece. I know the king side or the queen side, but the king for white looks a little bit like it's in danger, but there's no attack. There are not enough pieces going after it. And the black king isn't safe either once this G file opens up or pieces swing to the H file at some moment. So, Yovi, maybe he thought his position was that bad, so he went for this, but I am struggling to come up with a variation that looks the least bit promising for Praggnanandhaa.
You and me both. I mean, but there is something to be said. This whole variation hinges on Gukesh actually finding knight takes bishop. The problem is that if you do follow the rules of checks, captures, threats, you'll get there very quickly.
Yes, so he's going to spend his time, but he's looking at knight takes e6. We'll leave Gukesh to it for the moment, just because a lot is happening in the game between Paramagsulu and Magnus Carlsen, and I don't think that people are going to be too surprised to see that suddenly the evaluation bar is in Magnus's favor. It's an endgame. We're talking about all the pressure he was exerting, and he was down a pawn. And now if you look at the bottom left of your screen, and now we're going to bring it full screen for you, he's up a pawn, Yovi. How does he do it time and time again?
Yeah, this is Magnus working his endgame magic. And we've noticed one thing. He always starts from a good pawn structure. All the pieces are protected. All the pawns are great. And it's just a question now of neutralizing this terribly dangerous d6 pawn. If you can do that, then Magnus will just look to the long term with great happiness, because he does have an outside pass pawn in h5, sorry, in h6, h5, and that one's going to run down. And Wahori saying Parham is not happy with this, definitely. No, this is not the turn of events that he was expecting. And Kendrick's tongue, very, very certain that Magnus is going to win this.
Wow. And look at Flosini with 9 minutes for 12 moves versus Magnus endgame. That's not going to be fun. And let's just bring up an analysis board quickly to show how we got here, because the position did look difficult for Parham. So I don't think we are surprised that he is down a pawn now, because if we scroll back, he went, at this point, d6. You always think about pushing your pass pawn as a move candidate. Knight came to c2 with check. The king went up. Knight swap. And rook takes g4. So there's a problem for Parham, is that b2 is now loose. And if you spend the time to play the move b3, then black can swing this rook to d7, and this rook will likely come back, or the king will sprint to e6, and d6 has gone a bit too far. Not a pawn you want to lose, whereas black has the outermost pawns that are passed. So it still was apparently within the realm of keeping some sort of equality, but rook d5 was played. And after rook d7, he went rook f1. He didn't push his b pawn. Magnus says, thank you very much. And that's where we sit. Yovi, that just looks like a pawn. Bishop a3 goes after the d6 pawn in the near future. You just have to watch out for these knight forks. That's the one thing you have to be very, very careful of. Thankfully, the bishop sits on b2, covering the square.
Yeah. And I can kind of see a situation where the rook is just going to sit pretty on d7, and the other rook perhaps will also keep an eye on this d6 pawn, but the real action will be happening with the h pawn. I mean, I kind of mentioned it one more time, but I think I might mention it again. I think it's just going to walk up the board. And it's very difficult for Parham to do anything, because there's almost like a deadlock along the d line, both sides defending and attacking the pawn on d6.
And I think that this pawn is already in big danger. Rook g6, bishop a3. We do have to look out for that one fork. I keep mentioning knight e5. So as long as Magnus keeps his eye out on that, he may be able to even corral this pawn. And white is unable to connect his pawns. e4 off limits because the rook's placement on g4. So this individual move, Yogi, it's hard to find moves for Parham. He goes rook d3 back, and let's see what happens. Uh-oh, it's getting worse. So he swings that rook back to d3, and apparently that was another inaccuracy in what was already seeming like a Herculean task. It seems that Magnus has not just the upper hand, but even a chance to just secure a winning advantage.
Yeah. And if the evaluation bar goes up that much, it probably means that he's going to go pawn hunting or something with the rook. I probably wouldn't even go for that. I would probably be looking at more of a consolidatory approach. But okay, this is the benefit of us analyzing with the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar can give us little signposts and tell us, hey, putting your rook on a4 and going after the a pawn, how normally in a game you wouldn't touch it because it kind of smells a little bit. Could be a bit dangerous. The evaluation bar's like, no, it's fine. Go ahead, do it. But
it's also a move that I think we can explain, right? It's like one of those moves that we have a hint, so we find it out. But rook a4, it keeps the rook away from the fork. It attacks a pawn, and it protects the a3 square, so your bishop can go there, and the rook can slide back to a6 as well. So I feel like it makes perfect sense. I agree with you that I wasn't looking at rook a4. I was looking at this h pawn, especially because the rook left the d5 square. I was looking at a way to go after d6. And Magnus as well wasn't looking at rook a4. Still makes a great move.
Yeah, I like the move bishop f6. It just feels great because also at the right time, you can think of the king coming out to f7 again. Has to be done at the right time, because obviously if you do it now, the knight will come into e5, and that would be very unfortunate check. But if Magnus were to get his pieces coordinated, king to e6, and start corralling the pawn, it will be happy days. Parham, not so much time on the clock as well. I mean, what a disparity in time, I have to say. Magnus just over 45 minutes, and Parham 6 minutes, and they are move 29. Not a
I
good
feel
sign.
for Parham. I wonder at what point he really got worried. Like if you could be in his mind at, let's say, 10 moves ago or whatever it was when night before happened, that was 6 moves ago. And it was that the moment where he's like, this is getting out of hand. I'm in trouble now, because there is that Magnus effect. All players talk about it. Hikaru has spoken about it on the Lex Friedman podcast on his own streams, that when you're playing Magnus, and also when people are playing Hikaru, you expect tenacious defense or for them to be able to grind you down and win some kind of end game. So I wonder for Parham, even when he was up a pawn, if he was thinking like, uh-oh, this looks like a situation that I've seen Magnus win. I've studied his games like this on dozens of occasions. And as we see Magnus looking at the camera, he's like, yep, just another one that goes down in the books here. He's just really unbelievable in the end game.
Yeah, he is. I have to say, and there's Magnus just looking off to the side. He's fully focused. I think that things went wrong for Parham when Magnus managed to get queen f6 and trade off queens. Because that kind of position just is the kind of endgame where Magnus is in his element. He has the better minor pieces. He also has a better pawn structure. He's had great development with his rooks. And he could use that as a springboard to get other small little advantages. And now he's kind of made sure that that's a material advantage. And he has everything in his favor. And Parham, I think, is also suffering from the Magnus effect. For me, the Magnus effect is kind of twofold. The first one is when you're just simply like, wow, Magnus, I just have to make a result, any kind of result. And so you take negative decisions and you don't challenge Magnus. The second one is like, you're like, hey, I'm playing Magnus. And then you get so into it, so enthusiastic, you become slightly forced. And you just try to force the matter. You try to determine your own personality onto the game. And you just don't sit back and just let it happen. I kind of liken it to you getting in your own way.
And I mean, we see Parham here under 3.5 minutes to make 11 moves. The chat has been commenting on it. Magnus is back, baby, says Super EDG3. And well, this rook just came back. It went to D3. Now it's on the yo-yo string, back to D5. So for Parham, he's just trying to find ideas, find moves. And for Magnus, who's ahead on the clock and ahead in the position, where do we want this rook to go? We could bring it to A4 once again to go after the pawn on A2. We could bring our king in, king F7, king E6. Not out of the question.
Not now. Don't do that now. Don't fall for the trap.
Oh, I'm going to point that out. That is awesome. Knight E5 check, because the bishop is pinned. And if you go king to E6, this knight takes on D7. And after king takes D5, I think it's winning for white, because after knight takes F6 check, you can't stop this pawn. The king is in the worst possible place. So after GF, D7, the only way to stop it is rook to G8, but king, promotion square, same line. Thank you very much. Rook D1 is check. And next I promote and I go up a rook if you're Parham. So I blundered it, and I have blundered in Magnus games before, and he has made that same mistake. I don't think in classical chess he's going to do it, but in the famous game against Hikaru Nakamura in the Speeches Championship, he blundered a bishop because I suggested a move and it simply hung the piece.
Yeah. In your defense, I also suggested the move, but then I kind of caught myself and I said, later on. You do it later on, not now.
Yeah, I appreciate you helping me escape, because I could just play it off like, I meant that's an idea. It's a concept, not the move right now. But no, I did completely overlook knight to E5. And well, with that in mind, there could be an argument for rook E4, which will allow the king to dart to the E6 square. I like the look of rook A4 being a little bit more direct. No subtlety needed over here. And Magnus, he's doing the right thing. He has pressure on the board. He's up a pawn. He has pressure on the clock. Parham is under 4 minutes to reach move 40. He's only 30th move made. So I feel like he's just trying to continue posing the challenges, because he knows that even with infinite time, he's probably going to win this game if he plays it accurately.
Yeah, absolutely. I quite kind of like your rook e4 so that the pieces can come together, coordinate, make one big happy family. And chat saying Magnus has got lots of time, enough time to watch a TV show. You know what? I can't really argue with that because it's true.
It is certainly true. So, we'll be right back to this game because Magnus is thinking we have to look at another game because we were absolutely correct, Yovi. The game between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa is simply down a piece. Like, he is down a bishop in that game. So it just feels like he went bishop e5. If we bring that board up in desperate mode, he just was hoping that he could get something going when he made this move bishop e5. But the very straightforward sequence, knight takes, pawn takes knight. We saw this happening, and rook d8 played to take away the d5 square. So the one thing that Gukesh should not do is get greedy. If you trade rooks and say, give me this pawn on f5, thank you very much, you already see the evaluation going in black's favor because that rook was very important on the first rank. Now this queen e1 check, and the bishop will drop. So that means that if the rooks are traded, you have to find a different move. And considering it's completely winning based on the eval bar, I think queen e2 looks best. Offering the queen trade, you have checks on the diagonal if the queen leaves it, and white is a piece ahead. That's the best news, and it's going to stay that way for Gukesh.
Yeah, and queen e2, such a great defensive move. You know, whenever your king is in trouble, just move the queen over. She makes a fabulous defender, and if you can trade her off for its opposing queen, even better. And there you go, pawn takes pawn on the board.
Uh-oh.
So no rook takes rook.
So it's pawn takes.
Still looks good for Gukesh.
Yeah, I saw pawn takes f5, and I was still in my head thinking if the rooks were traded, pawn takes f5 was not possible, but the rook is still on d1. So my was for no reason. It is still everything under control for Gukesh over here. And well, the first question we have to ask is, why not bring the queen into b3?
Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing I would do with if I were playing black. Just put the queen there and just go, what you got? Show me how you're going to defend. And okay, queen takes a3 in the air. What is the defense?
What is happening here?
I mean, is he planning some?
What? Because queen takes a3 is going to be an immediate draw. So what is available? Oh my gosh. Rook g7, king takes, queen g3. I thought the king could just slide to h8, but if it does, there's a forced checkmate. Queen e5, king to g8, and what checkmate? You only have your queen. Bishop comes out to c4 with check, bringing your pieces into the attack because that's a rook g1. The king has only one safe square, f7, and rook g7 is checkmate. Oh my gosh. So that is what Gukesh has cooked up here. He has done his tactics. You said he's a composer of puzzles and positions. He sees that after this sequence, no matter where the king goes, it's trouble. If you go to f7, let's sit there, queen comes to c7 with check. And if the king goes to g8, there's bishop c4, protecting this while the bishop wins the queen. Yovi, I feel like every single tactic just barely works out for white, but barely is good enough.
Yeah, it is good enough. But goodness me, he would have to see the whole myriad of complications there because, yeah, king g8 will lose on the spot. But what about king f6? How do you keep the game alive there? You just take it.
He's claiming that you have some checks, good for you. But even if you keep giving the checks, the king can run away. And if you're going to run out of checks, you go queen to c1 check, the king slides to f3. You can't take the bishop because your rook is loose. And if you take the rook here, the queen takes back with check, very importantly. And white is going to be up a bishop and just checkmate the black king very shortly. There's no defense for that king. So this is an amazing tactical sequence. So he solves his king's issues on the queen side over there by finding this wonderful tactical resource. And if you can't play queen b3 because of rook takes g7, that's just game. Like, that is a game-ending shot by Gukesh. Wow, what a find.
It is an amazing find. And I was just checking to see if there's anything that Pragg can do. So queen b3, not possible. What about moves like queen to e7? Small little move, threatening. Same thing.
I guess I bring my bishop out with check. Your king goes to the corner, and then even king b2. My queen defends the rook. The king defends the pawn. Everything is nice and defended.
Yeah. And yeah, everyone in chat is actually complimenting Gukesh. I wasn't sure about what a giga chat is. What is it?
Oh, it's just, I don't even know how to explain it. I will think about it and get back to you. But it's just like it's like a boss. He's a big boss.
Aha! Oh, chat. I'm a bit old, so I need you to. I need you to be accommodating to me. I'm like, I'm not sure. Is that good or bad? I think it's good.
Yeah, I've made mistakes because of chat before, so I just kind of ignore it as best I can until I have to deal with the word and I look it up or someone tells me what it is. But
I've been told what it is now. I understand now, chat.
Yeah, it's a beast. But right now, what a tactical find with rook g7 on the horizon. Praggnanandhaa is in trouble, so we'll leave him to it because the games across the board are getting more and more interesting. It looks like Fabiano Caruana in the middle, in the bottom row there. The eval bar is sliding in R10 Erigaisi's favor. Just a better position for him. But we should go back to Magnus and Parham for now, just because Parham, he's been getting very low on the clock. It looks like he made his previous move, his latest move, with 3 seconds, because now he has 33 seconds left and is just at move 32 as, hey, someone with Rob in their username has let us know. And time is your worst adversary.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Oh dear, time doth flit. And it goes so quickly. 33 seconds left for Parham, and his position is just dire. And the black king is now in. It's going to creep into e6, and you can really surround that pawn and just gobble it up. I mean, how is Parham going to even try to make Magnus's life uncomfortable? It feels like mission impossible, to be honest with you. What he needs to miraculously move that e3 pawn 2 squares forward. Change of rules, I'm afraid, Magnus. And then maybe there's something. But no, not even that.
This rook has been so imposing on the 4th rank. You can't play e4 because of the rook's positioning. The king can go up to e6 right now if Magnus wants. And I don't think there's any way that this pawn on d6 survives. And once that pawn drops, black is 2 full pawns ahead. Played king e6 just now.
Yeah.
h5, h4, and so on will happen. You've been mentioning this outside pass pawn. Parham just doesn't have a move. Rook b6 is pre-movable, and rook takes d6 after that.
I have what the thing is, though, you can't fight on all fronts. You can fight against the white pawn being captured. Like, for instance, you go in knight d2, and if the rook goes back to b6, then okay, then you string forward to e4. But that's just one idea. Okay, knight d2 on the board. And where's that knight going? It's going nowhere. So you can actually just now start going h5. And if the knight finds itself on b3, you can say, you want to jump to c5. I don't think you're going to jump to c5. Sorry. Yeah. And then you just go b6. The end.
I got you.
Controlled.
And so everything is under black. So even move b6 right now, being preemptive to control c5, I don't know what white's response is going to be. So a move candidates, rook a4, going after the a2 pawn. b6, just preemptively taking away the c5 square. Those look good. I want to play h5, but I guess I can't because the rook is here for now. So g6 to play h5 next looks pretty reasonable. I think I'm out of move candidates, but I don't really need any more just because all those moves look good. Yeah, I feel that for white, you're hoping to meet rook b6 with knight e4. That's the one forward jump you have. But as long as the rook stays in the 4th rank, you got a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, absolutely. nothing in the tank there. And yeah, what do you think Magnus will play? I mean, he has 39 minutes to catch himself a Netflix series and then make the rest of his moves.
now that was a great callback. I was like, why did you just say that? And I remembered that we had a chat message saying it, and I think it might have been from Grandpa Simpson, which is equally comical because Magnus was on an episode of The Simpsons back in the day. So we're really coming full circle. But for Magnus here, he knows he's winning, and that's why I like that he's spending his time, because there is no need to rush. And as soon as I say that, he plays rook a4, but he spent some time. He goes after the pawn. If a3 is played, Yovi, I think even bishop b2 to go after that pawn is available.
Is also rook takes a3.
Oh,
kill the game in one go.
Oh my gosh, a3, just take it because the rook is distracted. Give me your rook, give me your pawn. Okay, that wins enough material. That's going to be good. Whew.
Yeah.
And
it's an a3 played.
Mm-hmm. And so maybe we'll see rook takes a3. Just if you take back, king takes d5, you'll be finding a really, really nice sequence there to pick off the rook on d5. And sure, a7 is hanging, but so is d6. And once d6 is removed, black is up 2 healthy pawns, and they're passed everywhere. In fact, there are 3 passed black pawns compared to 1 for white. So it's like black's just completely winning. Finally, at long last, the h-pawn can go.
It probably won't actually march. We'll have to be left with the idea of it marching. Yeah, a3.
Yeah, 35 seconds left, and he needs to get to move 40. So when he reaches move 40, he gets that additional 50 minutes on the clock. But Yovi, I know I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit. Will we even reach move 40?
No, I don't think so. I think once the a-pawn falls, Parham will just say, okay, that's enough. I mean, how can he keep the game alive? He just cannot, because with the downfall of the a-pawn, the d-pawn falls, and it's like the house of cards. And yeah, even someone as resourceful as Parham, with such a fighting spirit, is not going to be able to come back from these type of deficits.
And I feel like you called this from the start. And I know Danya's nickname is the Prophet, but you were prophetic in this one. You said, from Parham's perspective, right? Is he going to kind of pick up the gauntlet and go after Magnus, or should he be solid? And Magnus got the exact position he was hoping for, a double-edged strike, sacrificing a pawn, and then the endgame that, of course, is desirable for Magnus. He's the best endgame player probably in history. So everything kind of went right for Magnus. It just never felt like we were in a position that was comfortable for Parham, and rook takes a3 is just played. You're calling the shots today, Yovi.
Yeah, 27 seconds. It's going down for Parham. The position is also sinking.
Yeah, he's maybe going to play this out a little bit, reach move 40 if he gets there, but he's dropping a pawn. Rook takes rook. The rook is distracted from the other, and then d6 falls next. Black is 2 pawns ahead. Very healthy position.
Whew.
We see these moves.
And you do see the trade of rooks.
And look at Parham. You can see it on his face, right?
QWERTY asking if I'm from Delphi. No. Robert's just being very flattering. I'm no prophet. Okay, rook takes a7. Yeah, but it's not going to change anything. King takes pawn. And
yeah,
that's that.
And one thing we should comment on about Magnus in general, and we talk about how good he is in endgames, he recognizes quite quickly, and he's very good at intuition, but he's also studied the endgames very deeply of what endgames are winning, like where he should take a game. He did that against Vincent Keymer when he won that rook endgame earlier in this tournament. So he's just so good at that. And, well, knight e4 check, you don't really want to take on f6 anyway. You're just liquidating when down material. And if you don't liquidate, the bishop will just move out the way. And finally, Yovi, I want to see the h-pawn go, or the b-pawn. Some of these pawns just have to start moving up the board. sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And first of all, it's the king that takes a step forward.
Oh, he takes. Wow.
He takes the bishop. I think he's just going through the motions. I predict it will not last longer than 2 moves. When they've reached move 40, that's it. I mean, I'm even surprised it's gotten to move 40.
Maybe Parham's just saying, I'm playing the world champion. Let me get my moves in. It's an experience you don't get every single day. And Parham was a last-second invitee to this tournament as he brings his rook back to a5 with check. So he wasn't even supposed to play Magnus or any of the people in this competition. So credit to Parham for showing up on a moment's notice, just stepping in when Jan Krzysztof Duda could not compete. And to this point, he's had a pretty decent event. He has not had weeks and weeks to prepare like some of the other participants. And here he is completely lost. King c4. The rook is perfectly placed, cutting off the white king. b5, b4, b3, b2. I don't think I have to say the rest. The king is in a great spot to help usher the pawn to the other side. So I just feel like Parham, he really is just making moves at this point. He knows the outcome of the game is pretty much decided. But why not? You're going to get a 0 whether you lose in 20 more moves or you resign now.
Yeah, I agree. I love king c4. And I also wanted to add to that, that's not just the only problem, because the black rook can also go behind the h-pawn and start pushing that one as well, just for fun. And king c4 played.
Yeah, this is not going to be a good time for Parham. And if he plays rook h5, you can defend the pawn directly with rook h7, but you might even be able to run that pawn down quickly. You do not want to give up both these pawns. That's one thing to note. And maybe we can show that because the players are about to reach move 40. As soon as Parham makes his move, it's move 40. But let's say I go after your pawns, and you say, I'm just going to promote mine. You already see the evaluation drop, because after rook h6, pawn to b3, the white rook can slide behind the black pawn. The king goes up, and white can check. But even if I don't check, and you eventually go and try to promote this pawn, I mean, I will keep checking you after that. I'm not letting you get anywhere. And once your king gets all the way down, it has to step in front of the pawn. And now white is free to start moving his own pieces. So, yeah, you just have to time it well. You don't want to make a mistake that gives your opponent a win all of a sudden. But bringing the king up, that way, even when you sacrifice your rook for this pawn, you're very advanced with your king and passer.
Yeah. And actually, Parham playing your move, rook f5. So the moves that he's hoping for, he's hoping that rook f7 will be met with, he's going to meet that with rook h5 and hoping that they do a merry dance. But Magnus is going to say, that's fine. You can have one of those pawns. You can take the energy and use your energy to win that one. And in the meantime, I'm just going to get on with the job of pushing the b pawn.
Great move, rook d6, because as you were just indicating, he will give up the h-pawn that takes time, and the black pawn runs forward. And none of those endgames will be holdable for Parham for several reasons. A rook trade will be a losing king and pawn endgame. The white doesn't have any time to push this pawn because there's an f-pawn for black. So, I mean, Magnus, great technique. He is going to win this game. They've reached move 40. So let's head on away from this one. We do trust Magnus will be able to score the full point, and that means that he will jump into a tie with Wesley So for third place, a big result for him. And for Parham, unfortunately, he just drops in the standings. But the other games that we have going on right now, we still have 3 others remaining. Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. That one is looking symmetrical, but still some fight. And Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa. That's been the battle. Yovi, that's been the one where Gukesh played a risky opening. It ended up working wonders for him when Praggnanandhaa misstepped, and now we're in a position where Gukesh is up a piece.
Yeah, he's up a piece, and his king is relatively safe, I would say. He, after all, can use his extra bishop to defend it. And yeah, Pragg really struggling there. And what about Vincent Keymer? Sorry, Jordan van Foreest against Vincent Keymer. To me, this one looks like it could be... Oh, hang on a second. I just did a material count. White is a pawn up.
And I think we see the body language. That's one of those, I like my position postures from Jordan van Foreest. Arms crossed, a pawn up. They're only on move 30, and Vincent Keymer down to 7 minutes and change. So he's has to make 10 moves in about 7.5 minutes now. And as you were just counting, White is a pawn ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought this was going to just go to be a draw. But no, it's not a draw, because after all, White has something to nibble with, an extra pawn, and a threat of queen taking h6, I hasten to add.
At some point, that will be hanging. For now, the queen doing an important task over the night, but f4, if that's not a good move, I don't know what is, to push my pawn to e5. I just feel like Black's position, you're down a pawn and you have other issues to deal with. So let's just take a step back to see how we got here, or go back a few moves, I should say, because Jordan, he steps away from his board. We left off on move 20, so we will analyze. If Van Foreest managed to cabbage, we have 3 decisive games today. That's looking like the case. The knight went to d7, knight c4, and then rook b4. So Jordan brings queen to e2. I like that move, just defending the knight. And we saw bishop f6, but rook e. Oh my gosh, I love moves like this, Yovi. When you scroll through a game, you don't think much of it, but then you're like, wait, why that rook? The a4 pawn needs this rook on a1's defense. The e4 pawn is ultra well defended. So rook e to d1 played by Jordan, and after the trade, d6 was in big trouble.
Mm-hmm. And that's how it fell. And did Vincent try to generate some compensation?
He went queen g5 and rook back. The way Jordan played this is the best move. We see the eval bar did not change. If he took on d6, the problem is that the queen jumps to c5. The rook is under attack, so the knight can't move, but the knight's also under attack with rook takes c4 being a threat. So too much is hanging in the position for White to hold everything together. So instead, he goes rook back to d1. Marvelous play from Jordan. And after knight e5, only then did he take on d6 when he was good and ready. And that led us to the position we have on the board after a series of trades. You got queen d2, and whoa, g5 played. Just saying f4 will not be that easy to play without initiating some trades.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the best approach here to say, you want to play f4? Not on my watch. And okay, now as the ball is in Jordan's court. I think the thing is, you don't have to chill. Sorry, you don't have to stress, is what I wanted to say, and try to do something with that extra pawn. You can just simply say, okay, I will just improve my pieces. And first of all, it would be nice to take the center with the rook, put the rook on d1, maybe even put the rook on b1, so it's an open line. Another kind of option that I will be thinking of is having a look at the a6 pawn and securing it as a weakness in the long term. Now, there is one dangerous threat on the board, which I completely forgot about, but suddenly I see, and that is bishop takes h3.
Oh,
it was not a problem beforehand because f4 was coming, but now it is a problem. So you have to deal with those tactical issues and either move the king or move the queen.
Wow, I just want to show that tactic real quickly, because if bishop takes h3 had been played, you don't take on h3 because, as you always point out, there's a big fork winning the queen here, but you have this move f4, which covers the f3 square, and you're threatening a knight and threatening a bishop all at once. So Black is going to lose a piece. That's a really wonderful line. Now, after g5, you have to look out for bishop takes h3. And while we have Jordan sitting and thinking here, why don't we take a moment to look at his profile and see what a wonderful player he is.
For me, it's the most important tournament of the year. Been coming here since I was like 10 years old, and now I'm already 23 and I'm still here. So you know, it's a good way to start the year, and I always look forward to it. And I mean, I'm just always very happy to be here. Like Wijk kind of feels like a second home to me. I have to say I find myself in a bit of a strange position. I mean, I don't feel like I'm old, but indeed I'm already in the middle. It's going to be very interesting to see how the young guys will fare against the top guys, so it's going to be super interesting. I would expect that the top guys are still a little bit ahead, but I would also expect to see some of them being beaten by the young and upcoming super talents. I really hope that classical chess will remain. You know, classical chess really, the most important is the quality of the moves, while in Rapid and Blitz maybe it's different. I feel I can play good chess in Wijk because I feel comfortable here. I want to win a lot of games, create entertaining games. I think that's what I'm known for, and that's what I'm going to try to do.
That was a fun profile on Jordan van Foreest, who won the Tata Steel Masters just a couple years ago. He right now is in his game against Vincent Keymer. And I also appreciate his thoughts on the younger generation, because Jordan is only 23, right? He's in his Michael Jordan year. Maybe it's his Michael Jordan year, we should call it. But he is young himself, but he's looking at these teenagers and saying, I expect the experienced players, the veterans, to be at the top, but some of the younger players will get those upsets. And he's perfectly correct, because Nordibek Abdusattorov may be at the top of the standings, but if you look at the places after first, it's all of the players that are older than Jordan, right? Anish, Wesley, Levon, Magnus, and Magnus is also going to win this game and jump to 6 out of 10. And Fabi's still playing, but Praggnanandhaa, he's the next one from that teenage batch, and then all the way down the bottom is the rest of the teenagers, 12th through 14th.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, they have certainly snatched some points away. And of course, Nordibek Abdusattorov simply running away with the tournament, at least from the early rounds. And it's quite difficult for me to think of Jordan as a middle-aged contestant, especially in this field, you know, because he's so young, 23 years old. And of course, him and his family, they have a very, very good chess pedigree. I think it was their great-grandfather, or was it grandfather, that was a top Dutch player?
Yeah, for generations it goes back. And also his brother is a grandmaster. His sister is an up-and-coming talent, I believe, in the 2300s at this point already, despite her young years. So very talented family that loves chess through and through.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about love chess through and through, we have Jordan here. He has one big danger to spot. And now that I've managed to take a deep breath and compose myself, I can see that there is a simple solution to Black's threat of bishop takes h3. You just put the knight on f5, where it will thrive, and live happily ever after.
And unless Black decides to say, living is short, but I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. And not that this solves Black problems, but by no means. This king is going to be open. White is up a pawn. But maybe this is what Vincent is hoping for. It's going to be worse for him, but at least he controls all the dark squares. We keep talking about the inherent limitations of a bishop. It only controls the color complex it started on. It can't suddenly move to the b2 square. You wish it could, but it can't.
No, certainly not. Still lots of play in that position. And okay, shall we go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening?
For sure. So we have 4 games still going on, 3 besides this one, and it looks like Gukesh making all of the good defensive moves. He brought his rook up to g4. The bar is still all the way up. We haven't looked at the game between Fabiano and Arjun Erigaisi, and by the way, it looks like Magnus. Maybe let's. I don't know which game to go to because the Magnus game is about to end. But let's start with Fabi game against Arjun Erigaisi, just because we have not tuned in to that one for a long time, and Yovi, it's move 35, so 34 moves have been made to this point. Both players around 10 minutes. And what do you make of it? We have even material, and the first thing I'm thinking about is the pieces are on awkward squares.
Yeah, for both sides, I would say. You know, Fabi is just contorting himself to defend the e4 point, whilst Erigaisi is doing something with his rook. I don't know what he's doing with the rook, but probably just overprotecting the queen on d6.
Yeah, I guess it could slide to f6 at some moment, though that doesn't really threaten all that much.
It just feels like there's a kind of awkward standoff. You know, black has this uncomfortable pressure against the e4 pawn, but Fabi says, okay, you have your advantages in the position, I'm going to have mine, and the queens are just kind of staring off against each other, and that makes the position awkward. And let's not forget, this bishop on e2 is eyeing down this a6 pawn. So somehow it's a very, very tense position. I'm not quite sure either side can really make progress here.
Looks like they're stuck. And actually, a couple moves ago, I just noticed this. This knight was an f3, and it went back to d2, because if black took what seems like a free knight, then the knight on c5 becomes free. So the queen is doing an important task, and this would have been a trade that Argent clearly didn't want. This a6 pawn is a target. C7 pawn is a bit loose, and the queen is getting active. So instead, he brought his rook up, and then we saw the knight go to f3. So it's not impossible, based on the fact that this knight is going back and forth, that if Arjun wants, he can just sort of repeat moves just like Fabi is doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It certainly looks like that kind of situation where neither side wants to do anything, because you can't break this standoff. It's a very kind of rare position where the position just kind of finds itself locked into this draw, but it happens.
Mm-hmm. And, well, let me ask you, we're just sort of kind of wondering, we don't know with any certainty, if you're Arjun here, you've had a bunch of losses in a row, 3. You don't want to keep that streak going, so a draw, that sounds good. Black against Fabiano Caruana sounds excellent. But you also probably want to win, because now that first place is impossible and you're on the bottom half of the standings, you just take a risk. What do you do here if you're Argent?
No. You steady the ship. You play for a draw. You take a deep breath, play for the draw, and just make sure that you're calm, relaxed, and ready for the games that will happen after the free day. Because if he goes berserk here and just does some random stuff, I mean, quite frankly, he'll be criticized because the position did not deserve such aggressive action. And secondly, he'll have one whole rest day to think about his whole results, and his whole tournament will feel like it sucks. Drawing with the black pieces against Fabi is a good result, and objectively, it's what the position is crying out for.
And he's not a player that we see make speculative sacrifices. He really is a principled player. He just looks at the position, he evaluates, and he finds the best plan. So I think you're right that he will not take any unnecessary risk, because he doesn't want to lose a 4th game in a row, and the position doesn't call for a sacrifice. What even could you consider? Knight takes e4? That looks bad, because that's a rook e4, bishop takes e4, queen takes. White has 2 minor pieces for a rook. White will have the safer king. A6 is a long-term problem. A knight can hop to g5. E5 is a little bit loose. So I just feel like you're asking for trouble if you're Argent. So I don't even see a way to get adventurous here. I do believe you are correct. He should just find a way to maintain the balance.
Yeah, I think you sometimes have to be practical and, again, kind of take a very objective viewpoint. You know, I sometimes have this expression when I remember it. It's like, just do what needs to be done. Do what the position deserves. If the position deserves a draw, then get that draw. Don't, again, impose your ego on the board, on yourself. It just forces the play. It just adds that extra element of pressure. And there's no need to do that. You play your best chess when you're relaxed. And okay, so as we're drawing to the end of the time control, can we pop in on Magnus?
For sure.
Or let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look.
Yes. So Magnus Carlsen in a pure rook endgame. It is rook and pawn versus rook, and we're in instructive territory. So we can put on our coaching hats at the moment, as there's nothing to calculate in the sense that there are no tactics. It's only rook and pawn versus rook. But Yovi, the key here, the white king being cut off. If the white king were on b2, we'd say, all right, this one heading towards a draw. But the king cut off along the c file, which means that the black king will help usher this passed pawn home.
it will. And it's just a case of advancing the pawn and at the right time building the bridge. I mean, you can steer yourself actually to positions that you know, like for instance, the Lucina position. And the Lucina position involves the black king being on b1. If you know that position, go for it. Use it as a signpost. There you go, king a3, check. And Robert is kindly putting it on the board. And here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
And there you go. And the technique involves step 1, driving the white king off the D line. There you go. Has to move over to e2. And all you need to do is create a bridge for your king to hide behind. And the rook is going to be that perfect barrier. And just as luck would have it, it's on the perfect one, right? So the king steps up to c2. Rook gives check, because it has to. Otherwise, the pawn is going to promote. And up the king comes to b3. And here the magic starts to happen. Because once after check, king sidesteps to c3, a3. Doesn't really matter. That's not the point. And once again, check is forced. Nothing for it. And this is the whole point. The king steps up to b4. And please note that the white king, is far away from the action, cannot catch the b2 pawn at all. And so when the rook comes to give check on b7, you say, aha, have a special weapon there. And rook to b5. And there you go, 0-1. Magnus will win the game.
Nice explanation there. You cannot stop the pawn from promoting. So as soon as the king leaves that b1 square, white has to give the checks, otherwise the pawn goes forward. So we might see something just like this. We see rook c5 played, rook check, king b3. I mean, we really might have shown the rest of the game at this point, because Parham, he brings his rook to d6. That doesn't change anything. The king should go up the board to help this pawn go forward. And king a2, trying to push that pawn through.
Yeah. And I'm expecting a resignation any second now from Parham, because this is in everybody's endgame survival guide, manual, whatever. They know it inside out.
Yeah, this is one of these endgames you don't need Dvoretsky's manual for. Like, this is well ingrained in the players' minds.
Yeah, and a check. I think they're going to see it. At what point will Parham go, enough's enough? You know the technique.
He's going to play it out. Earlier, I agreed with you. I thought it was going to be a draw in a couple moves. Now that we got here, why resign until the bridge is built? Show the audience, the fans, a lesson. Let's learn with Magnus and Parham. And we were showing you the technique. The king is cut off, which is very, very important. If the king had been able to get in front of the pawn, it would have been a draw. But it's not meant to be. The Lucina and Philidor are the two rook endgames every player needs to have. Very true. Because once you learn the technique, you have it for life. And you know that if you get this position with the king being cut off, the black king with the pawn, you're just going to escort it up the board. And we are going to get this position where the king goes to b1, the pawn to b2. And the only thing that white will be able to do is to keep the rook behind the pawn. And black will then be able to check the king, build a bridge, and win the game.
Yeah. And Parham thinking hard, but it's beyond salvation. And I agree, you definitely need to know these fundamental endgame positions. In fact, you should have as many as you can. Actually collect them like you would cards or trophies or whatever, because then you can use this as signposts when you're playing in an endgame, and it will just help you just take those split-second decisions.
It's a good idea for sure. Just work on this, have it for life. And with this win, we know Magnus is going to win this game. He is going to jump into a tie with Wesley So. He is going to be 1 point behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And we've seen this story before. Magnus Carlsen looking out of it, losing 2 games early, that we haven't seen in a long time. But not looking like he's competing for first, and then going on a winning streak. So he has gone on a tear in recent rounds. He has beat Richard Rapport. That game was one where it looked like Richard was sacrificing all his pieces and it wasn't panning out. He is going to beat Parham here with the black pieces. He beat Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
Yeah, exactly. And Magnus is exactly like that. And my goodness me, they are literally playing out the Lucina position. We've actually got a case of deja vu. We just indicated this just for the benefit of our viewers, but the players are spoiling us and they're showing us how it's done. If the king actually moves to c3, the black king will just move to c1, and the king has shelter. And there we have it. Parham does indeed resign, and Magnus wins and now joins Wesley So in third place.
And you could see that look on Parham's face, some disappointment there, but also the look of, what can I do? I mean, Magnus is going to Magnus. And when Magnus Carlsen is in form, and you see the players analyzing the game, talking about possible variations here, Magnus making that hand gesture, that was unclear. And look at Parham's like, you want to look at it. And there is a rest day tomorrow. So for Parham Maksudlu, he is somebody who is hungry for knowledge. He really wants to improve. He was here as a last-second replacement. Being able to analyze with the world champion, that's a treat. He's not going to be happy with the result because when Parham is playing his best chess, with the white piece against Magnus, there's no reason why he has to lose the game. But this was, as we see, all the comments trickling in here. The GOAT is back. Magnus Carlsen, he's going beast mode.
Yeah, he's going beast mode. And someone else who I think is going to go beast mode any minute now is Gukesh. He is on the cusp of defeating Praggnanandhaa. So his position has been completely won for a while, but now it's completely over. There's almost nothing to be done. And it feels like there's going to be even a checkmate.
Yeah, sorry, I pulled up the old game between Gukesh and Parham. So that was a game from the past, but it's looking kind of like the game we have here, where the king is being hunted and checkmated. This will be Gukesh's second win of the tournament, where he goes after his opponent's king, and he is a piece ahead, and there is no attack whatsoever from Praggnanandhaa. This is just a clean extra piece with an attack.
Yeah, I mean, just look at White's king, safe as houses. And also, I'm just taking a look at the fact that Black's king is cut off by the bishop. So the first move that just springs to mind, put the queen on g5, threaten checkmate on h5, and force resignation because you're just going to gang up on that poor pawn, and queen g5 on the board. Pragg moves his queen to f3, still no checks. Well, there's a check on d1. So you just need to take slight care about that. But that can be easily resolved. I'm thinking f6 is what I'm thinking.
Oh, it's even more forceful at the moment, just pushing through, because if the queen takes, then the h5 pawn is dropped.
No,
and he goes
plays rook h4. No, not an issue. Queen d1, spite check on the board. Gukesh, sit back down. Play out the checkmate.
Yes, and queen d1 is just one check, and king b2, there's no more checks after that, and resignation occurs. Gukesh wins, and the players immediately start talking about the game, and you could see that look on their face, like, well, what would have happened if I made this move? And they're just analyzing. They have so much to go over, Yovi.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, this game was abound with complications. I mean, it really went backwards and forwards like a roller coaster. To us, it looked like Praggnanandhaa was clearly winning out of the opening, but one false step, one wrong step, and that was it. Gukesh turned it around. And what a battle by these two young Indians.
And Gukesh, he had a terrible start to this tournament. Now he's doing not half bad, right? He's losing some rating, but he is cutting into that rating loss, and he is having a respectable showing. with a couple wins to his name. I believe he moves to 4 out of 10. So good for him. It's great to see that after his really rough start, where it just seemed like in any tournament there was a quote unquote punching bag, right? Who was the people will gang up on and try to beat. Gukesh is saying, I am not that person. I'm not that player. And I'm going to take down a couple big names. So he wins. That leaves us with 2 games remaining. The games between Jordan van Foreest against Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi. So Fabi and Arjun, by the way, I think that one, they've been
they're still maneuvering. I don't think any progress has been made. They're simply shuffling the pieces backwards and forwards. There is a standoff. There's lockdown in the position, and neither side can make any progress. I suspect the bishop will simply retreat back to where it came from. And look at that.
Yeah, they've been
a masterclass in piece shuffling.
If you need to learn how to ensure the draw is made, this is a good example. Fabi putting his knight back on d2. If the queen never took it, c5 was loose. And he goes right back to f3 and the bishop back to c6, the rook back and forth. So you were right. Arjun takes no risk. He says, why should I? And it looks like he is solidly draw offer, draw agreed. This game has a split point, and that's a very fair result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is what it is. Both sides just played exceptionally well. And there you can see the players analyzing, sharing their thoughts. This is so nice to see, I have to say, how Fabi is also willing to give his information, and Arjun also just suggesting some moves.
Yeah, just talking about maybe a position with more life to it, some chances. But these players, they've actually competed against each other quite a bit online. They've also played in quicker time controls, and now getting that classical experience is Arjun Erigaisi. He had that big sponsorship. You can see it on his blazer from Quantbox, $1.5 million, I believe, over the course of 5 years. So, he is somebody who you'll be seeing for a long time. He can focus on his chess. And for Fabiano, he's still at a plus score. I feel like he kind of needs this after the tough, turbulent 2022 he had. He finished with a bronze medal, I should say, in the World Rapid Championship. That was a nice end to his year, but he gave away many rating points in classical chess.
Yeah, and when you have such a cataclysmic year, you do want to recover the points, and you do want to kind of stabilize, steady the ship, and so that you can restore some of your lost confidence. Because I don't care, you can be as cheerful as you like, your confidence will still take a battering. And there's the arbiter stepping in, telling the players, no, you have to leave. You have to let the other players continue with their games. And once again, we can see the hustle and bustle of everyone playing chess at the Tata Steel Chess Festival.
4 hours and change into this round. Still so many people in the playing hall. Great to see that. And what will be great to see is just 3 days from now, you should mark your calendars, because we have a special event coming your way. The Bullet Brawl arenas are coming back to your screen starting January 28th. Title players will compete in a 2-hour arena with $2,500 on the line. Watch as your favorite streamers battle out in monthly Bullet Brawl arenas starting Saturday. Use the command BRAWL in the chat for all the details. Well, there's only one match remaining here in the 10th round of the Tata Steel Masters. It is Jordan van Foreest against Vincent Keymer. We'll see if the 2021 Tata Steel champion is able to secure the full point on the other side of this short break. We'll be right back.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on Chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your Chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream. and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Back to the playing hall in Vikings Zay. Some people have never left. That includes Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer. They are the two players in the Masters section that are still playing their game because we've had 4 draws. Some of them were actually quite a melee, but down on the bottom, you see Gukesh beats Praggnanandhaa with white, and Magnus Carlsen. Yovi, that was another spectacular, a very Magnus-esque display.
Yeah, I have to say it was an exemplary game from Magnus there. Very instructive. And poor Parham, he didn't seem to have a chance, especially when the queens were traded. And yeah, this leaves just one game left between Jordan and Vincent. And shall we have a look at the new leaderboard?
For sure. Well, some things never change, and that's Abdusattorov in first place. Anish Giri still a half point behind, but Magnus Carlsen, he is chasing down the players ahead of him. He is now at 6 out of 10. He won with the black pieces, which means after the rest day, he'll get the white pieces, and he can continue his climb, his ascent. Wesley So tie with Magnus. And then the game that we have left is between players who are sort of towards the bottom of the standings. Jordan van Foreest, Vincent Keymer, 3.5 and 3 points respectively out of their first 9. But something has changed in this game, which was shocking. As we went to break, we looked, and Jordan was up a pawn when we left. Now he's down a pawn. So, Yovi, we were talking about dealing with bishop takes h3 way back when. He took care of it with f4. And at this moment, he played king h2. And bishop takes h3 still happened. That is a beautiful tactical shot.
Yeah, it is beautiful. It's also very unfortunate for young Jordan. And I'm sure he must have been kicking himself because he's getting ready and grinding out this game. And now suddenly his position just falls apart. Just look how Black's forces all spring out into the open. And unfortunately, king takes bishop does not help one bit because of queen. I can't. Rook. Just simple rook to d8 and pin and win.
Exactly. Just to show everybody that pawn takes h3 is out of the question because knight f3 check is such a nasty move. You have to take knight. You get checkmate if you don't. And after rook takes the queen, takes the enemy queen on d2 with check to boot. You're winning more pieces. So instead, he took with the king. And after rook d8, he just went queen g6 back and won this knight on the spot. And after this, Yovi, he's up a pawn. Like, how did this happen? He went rook f5, did Jordan. He could have traded queens on his own. But look at this knight and compare it to this bishop. Good knight, bad bishop. Probably not a desirable endgame from Jordan's perspective.
No. And you can actually just see it there in the camera. You can see Jordan's body language. He is so annoyed with himself. And earlier on, I was talking about how it didn't seem like it was Vincent's tournament. He had a promising position against Ding, didn't manage to convert it. Also, yesterday, he had this long and brutal ending against Nordibek, where it was, I kid you not, the most complicated rook and pawn ending I've ever seen in my life. And talking about rook and pawn endings, we see there's one on the board, as you've highlighted. And Vincent, once again, is one pawn up, and he will be trying to massage that victory. I mean, how feasible is this one?
Great question. I mean, let's think about how you can possibly win this game. A rook trade would be very bad for white because black is a pawn ahead, and you'd be able to trade off this g-pawn for either your h or f pawn, use your remaining pawn as a decoy, and sprint your king over towards the other side of the board. So what would that look like? Let's just say if king f6 and you move king back, and just to sort of show what that is, this king is very close to this pawn, and the white king is going to come up and grab the h-pawn. But here, I actually think that you might have to go back first. Surprisingly, if you go f5, let's see. Yep, that's a mistake. Because after f5 and king here, the white king is actually in time to make contact with the f5 pawn as the black king goes after g3. So the long and short of it is the king goes back. only to go forward in a moment. You play f6, the king drops back, you play king g6. You trade off one of your passed pawns, or sorry, neither pawn is passed, but you trade off this pawn, you're left with this one, and eventually your king will dart over to the other side while the white king deals with the f-pawn. It's a bit far away, it's down the line, but it's instructive to note that as long as you're up that one pawn, the white king will be tied down and the black king will take advantage of the other side of the board.
Yeah, just to piggyback on this particular position, I just wanted to mention that the technique to win this is actually to keep the f-pawn as far back as it possibly can. And the reason why is because it will be a distraction for the white king. It's something to handle. Meanwhile, the black king will dash over to the a-pawn and gobble that one up for lunch.
Yes, because if the white king could take a pawn over here, all you need to do, and this is very, very far down the line and quite instructive, I would say, for our audience who's not so familiar with endgames. Let's say this black king gets the pawn. We're going to just go for that variation and go this way and go for the pawn directly. In this position, the white king happens to be too far away. Yes, you're in the square of the pawn. That's the good news. The bad news is the black king has just shouldered your king out. You are not getting in here. If you go this way, I'm not pushing my pawn. I'm moving my king up because as long as I keep your king out of these squares, I'm going to win the game. One more, still going up. And now the a-pawn is free to run down the board, sprinting to the other side and becoming a queen. The white king, not quite in time because once it's a3, it's protected. And there we go. So it's, we're deep in the weeds of an endgame that's not going to happen. But the point is these top players, they know what trades are permissible, what trades are losing. And so they are going to, if you're Vincent, maximize the potential trade, pressure your opponent. And if you're Jordan, you know what to avoid.
Yeah, exactly. And golden rule number 1 is do not trade into a king and pawn ending. And okay. But in light of that, in light of the fact that Vincent is probably going to bully Jordan with that trade, he's going to keep offering it at every opportunity. Is it possible for the black king to take a step up and try to get to the golden 5th rank?
I think, yeah, you can bring king up. And I guess, so we know that we want to trade rook. So if we could somehow play rook to somewhere here, that'd be great. But if our king is on the 6th rank, I feel like that is not what we want either, because as soon as this rook leaves, if the king's in the 6th rank, there will be a check along the 6th rank as well. So we need to time it perfectly in a way. And for Jordan, you need to keep that idea in your pocket of how do I give some checks? So, all right, let's just make some moves. Let's say we went g4. You didn't even allow me to move the king. If you go king g6, what's our next plan? Rook somewhere. Do we stay or do we go?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
Well, now the pawn has moved to g5. Yeah, I guess you just wait if you're white. Just rook d, let's say rook d5. And we actually have a few moves. He didn't choose to go king g6. Instead, put his rook on g6.
Okay. So what is the idea? He's stopping any pawn pushes with g5. That's clear. You'd be traded into that rook end game that, king and pawn in a game that we said was going to be a win for black. And he would love to get rook g5 on his own. If you release with your rook, immediately rook g5 happens. You see the eval bar goes all the way down. Black wins a second pawn, and then will win the game with that passed pawn. So it's clear that Jordan has to keep his rook on this 5th rank. And unfortunately, there's no rook g5 check, because once we swap, the white king wins that pawn there. So Yovi, it just feels like black is just a teeny bit too slow.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And there we see the rook moving to d6. Why not? And the big question is, do you trade pawns? Would you go g4, g5? Or would you just kind of continue with the equilibrium and just move the rook to e5, keep waiting?
It's a really good question. And I think the answer is maybe not immediately apparent on what to do, because g5, it liquidates, and oftentimes rook and pawn versus rook, just those pieces will be a draw. So if the A pawns are off the board and we trade G and H pawns, then it's just immediately a draw. And both players know that. But the downside of trading the G pawn so quickly is that then black doesn't have as many targets of his own to worry about. So in the current dynamic, the H6 pawn needs defending. The F pawn is also isolated, so we'll need some help. And that means that the black king can't just run over to the other side of the board, because then white will start targeting black's pawns on the king side. So G5 liquidates in a way that I think means there are fewer targets, but also gets you that one step closer to rook and pawn versus rook if you're able to find that as your solution.
And Jordan, in fact, does go for the G45. I think it was a very tempting decision, especially in light of the game's history, where Jordan did blunder. He did have the advantage beforehand. And now I'm guessing, especially if I were in his shoes, I would just be eager to get this game over with. I want it done, dusted. I just want to enjoy the free day. And yeah, chalk this one up to a learning experience.
And for Vincent, on the flip side of this, right, was worse throughout this game. He was the one who was down upon, and now he's savoring the moment and saying, let's not just make a draw yet. Let's try, and by let me, he's talking to himself in this equation, let me try to win a game that looked unwinnable, but now I'm a pawn ahead. And I'm sure part of it is that he fumbled away what was a difficult but findable win yesterday, very deep into the end game when he was exhausted and had already been calculating for many, many hours. But I think that plays a part, where if he didn't have that game yesterday, he might be more likely to just, let's just call it a day. But there's no reason to. He's up a pawn. He has a free hand here. Why not?
Yeah, he has to ride the momentum when he can. Oh, and Vincent, he's taking his time. He's well known for taking time when he gets to the end game. He wants to work out absolutely everything perfectly and just make sure he's playing precise chess, which is very, very important in the end game. You must hurry, but never rush.
I love that saying. That's really good. Vincent, 46 minutes on his clock. And, well, some people may not be familiar with Vincent Keymer. He is a teenager from Germany. He is one of the strongest junior players in the world. He's won the very prestigious Grand K Open. That's where he kind of came onto the scene, where he was finished in first place as an IM ahead of many, many grandmasters. That field was loaded. And so before the event, there was an interview with Vincent Keymer, a profile of him. So we'd like to show you that before we get back to the chess.
It was very nice seeing that at least in Rapid I could also beat world-class players, but I don't think that this has to do too much with classical chess, simply because in classical chess it's much, much harder to win games, and here also I think everyone is a bit more solid. Most chess players train more or less only for the classical chess, so that's like what you do most for. Of course, if I see that like in 2 weeks I will have the World Rapid and Blitz, I will also try to focus on that, but in general, classical chess is still the main part. I don't know, for me I really liked Chess 960 always, in the sense that it's basically chess without too much opening preparation, but it's still the normal chess. I would say if you're a chess player, you're quite used to having many people in the room, maybe not that many spectators, but still many people in the room, and normally at the start of the game you kind of maybe realize what's going on around you, but during the game you're, I would say at least for me, quite focused and don't realize too much what's going on around you.
Vincent Keymer, a fan of Chess 960. So he likes Fischer random chess that takes preparation away from the game. Jovi, do you like Fischer random? What's your experience like in that variant?
I have to say I'm very limited in my experience. I've only played it twice, I think. I first played it in Mainz. There was a big Chess 960 festival, and that was very interesting, to say the least, because it's the first time I saw all the chess players just pile into the playing hall in order to get there early. You know, as soon as the board was up, everyone was getting to their pieces, to their board, and just sitting there trying to work out what happened. And I remember the very first time I looked at it, I was like, whoa, isn't white just like winning here? And It's, but I did very well in this tournament. I came first in the women's, so I thought, okay, hang on a second, I could be quite good at this. And then afterwards, I played it a few years ago, and I followed Wesley's advice. He gave some certain advices, like, for instance, lengthen your bishops, try to take as much space as possible. And once you kind of follow those two rules, the game actually becomes a little bit easier to navigate. But it is a lot of fun, I have to say.
I've always loved 960. Fischer Random Chess is, so fun for me because I don't like opening theory. I have never liked opening theory. So to hear Vincent Keymer express the same, Wesley actually has been very vocal about this. He loves Fischer Random because I think a lot of these players, they get tired of playing the Berlin defense over and over again. And that's their choice. They can play different openings. But I do think that it just is refreshing for them. So I believe if they played, let's say, classical tournaments, a grueling one like Vikings Zay, but then got to play Fischer Random a little bit after that, I feel like more Fischer Random is a good thing. I do believe the chess public wants that. I'm not saying to replace the standard position of chess, but I do think the top players, they would feel a little bit more relaxed, refreshed, and ready to go for classical chess if it went back and forth versus always seeing classical. And traditional chess, I should say.
I do think that there's room in the market for all the different type of variants. And speaking about chess variants, recently in December, I went to London and I went to see the chess boxing for the very first time in my life. And I have to say, I've seen many, many situations where chess has been like available to the public, but I have never seen anything quite like that. I've never been in a little arena where people are just chanting chess, chess, chess. And you could kind of feel the air pulsate with this energy. And the weirdest thing happened was that the crowd began to sense when the chess boxer had made a mistake. Even though I have to say most of the crowd were not chess players at all. They instinctively knew, they were like, no, it's a mistake. You've blundered. I was like, but you don't know how to play. And they were like, I don't know what's happening.
That's
so it's an incredible experience. I don't know, have you been to a chess boxing event?
Oh, I went to the huge one in Los Angeles, the one that Ludwig put on that was there, and Andrea Botes, she fought against Dina Bilankaya. It was phenomenal to be there. I mean, the atmosphere was just wild, just so many fans. Some of them, like you're saying, they didn't really know chess, but they could sense by the help of the commentators and just the eval bar always helps. But yeah, the environment was so different than your traditional hushed chess event where everyone has to remain silent because you want to allow people to think. And as a chess player myself, and I think I speak for you as well, we like silence when we play chess, right? Like we want to be able to think clearly, but I do believe that that fun atmosphere gets more and more people into the game. So chess boxing, there will be more events. I've heard that there are plenty to come, and it's exciting to see more and more interest in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And anything that gets people into chess is a bonus for me. And there we see Vincent doing very smart things with his king. He's maneuvering it to get it into the center, get it into the middle of the battle. And poor Jordan, his king is cut off. I feel like Vincent has already made some small gains.
Yeah, small gains, but the problem is he can't keep the king cut off because if he releases from the 6th rank, then Jordan will go ahead and win the a6 pawn. So he's going to have to budge, move his rook over it, then the king can continue sliding. And it just feels like a position where, unfortunately for Vincent, he needs to keep an eye on his pawns so he can't just do whatever he wants. And Jordan van Foreest, he's been here before. We heard his profile. He's been coming to Vikings Zay since he was 10 years old. He won the event in 2021, and it's the 85th anniversary. It's commonly referred to as the Wimbledon of chess, even though the Australian Open is the Grand Slam underway. But it's been the home of a top-level tournament since 1968, has Vikings Zay. And I just love the list of champions we have on screen here. Many more, including Jordan van Foreest, But some people, they get their start because they're the teenagers playing against the veterans. Others, find their breakout tournament here as veterans, finally winning this event. And for Anish Giri, he would like to be the second Dutchman over the last few years to win that title. But he wants to add his name to that list so badly.
Yeah, he does. And gosh, I mean, that is one history behind an event, 1938. And as far as I know, it's kind of started off like a local tournament. And from there, it just completely just built up into something different, where every player who's going through the ranks, who wants to be in the history books, has to play in this event. And there you see the who's who of tournament victors. And Magnus Carlsen, he's 8-time winner. And I think they've told him that if he wins 10 times, he'll get the trophy gold-plated or something like that. Something special will happen if he wins 10 times, at least.
I thought you were going to say if he wins 10 times, he's not invited back anymore. You stop winning this event, Magnus. Give other people a chance. Go away. But a gold-plated trophy, that's pretty cool too.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. And I have brought up my table base. Yesterday, there was no table base, but today there is a 7-piece table base. How's your Polish, Robert?
My Polish? It's non-existent.
Yeah. It's a 60 table base, which you can find on Chess.com, actually. And it's the beauty of this is actually that you can just follow the game live, and then when there's a table base up for grabs, you can just click on it. But of course, there can only be 7 pieces left on the board for the computers to have worked it all out. And guess what the table base is saying?
That
it's a draw. It's a draw. Okay, so certain moves lose, but basically they're kind of self-explanatory. So the moves that will lose is basically if the rook moves itself from the 5th row. And other losing moves, I quite like it when the table base just suggests it, like rook b5, and you're like, I don't think that's ever gonna happen because a pawn takes rook. Everything else just draws.
Yes. And the losing moves, as you said, self-explanatory, because if the rook leaves the 5th rank, then black's rook goes up to d5 with check and wins the a5 pawn. 2 split pass pawns. This isn't bowling where I went bowling last night. You get a split and it's the end of the world. Split pass pawns are actually a good thing in chess because the white pieces, the forces, they're going to be dragged in different directions and it's going to be too much to handle. So black would love to win this pawn a5 over here. Not going to happen. So for Jordan, he does need to be careful. He can't take the situation for granted. He needs to calculate and make sure that he has everything under his control. But if he just moves his king back, say, to the e4 square, keeping the 5th rank available to this rook over here, I feel like he has everything handled at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. And my mind is occupied now with bowling. Thanks, Robert. And the splits. Because I have seen it done before where they twist the ball and they manage to get one and then the other one. It's a thing of beauty when you see the pros sit there and do bowling. I don't know. Do you play bowling? What do you do?
You're a bowler.
Go to bowling?
You bowl. Yeah.
You bowl.
I don't know. Yeah, but it's a good question because you don't play bowling. It's just you bowl. I don't know. It has its own verb. So I do like bowling. I think it's a very fun activity. I think that Jordan van Foreest would love to be bowling right now. Anything but sitting at this chessboard defending because he knows that if Vincent Keymer wants to keep this game going, Jordan is going to have to sit and wait for the game to conclude. And he still needs to be a bit careful because if black is able to get this rook up to the 5th rank, let's just show a losing potential variation for white. Like if the king hops back and the black king goes up and we start moving like this, we're not losing yet, but we're getting into territory that's looking shaky. And actually, I'm going to put a different move on just because I'm curious now. If I give this check and you move your king somewhere like up to e5 and I go rook b4, I was correct. Rook b5 is a deadly threat. I'm not only threatening to exchange the rooks into a winning king and pawn endgame, but I'm trying to just win this pawn directly over here on a5. So if you bring your king up to f6, I have rook b5, and you see the evaluation bar saying, that's not good. That is a win for black, because once I win this pawn on a5 and you take on f7, the black rook can even cut this king off with rook on the 5th rank, but I can also just put my rook probably anywhere, honestly. Yeah, I'm right. And then the a pawn will go up, and the king is totally cut off.
Yeah. When it comes to the a pawn, I mean, they're the worst type of passed pawns, and so you have to remember the rule of 5. If you can cut the king 5 rows away from the pawn, it is a win.
A good thing to store in your endgame technique manual. You want to be able to cut that king off many rows, and here that king is way, way, way too far. And just to show you what that looks like, king f6, your king's not getting any closer. Let's push for our a pawn. Okay, let's get a rook in front of the pawn. But now that your rook has left the c file, that gives black room to start running. I wouldn't go king c6 just yet, because it does allow the king to get closer. I would start with king d6. The rook goes up to a2. We're sitting and waiting. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe the king actually has to go to c6 anyway. So I thought I could go king c5, but I just lose the pawn. So I'll go king over. The king goes here. And very importantly is you keep this king cut off on the 5th rank. Usually the king is cut off in a file. Here it's cut off on the rank. So the king cannot go where it needs to, back towards the pawn. And this king is going to go to b5 and play a4. So the black king just helps escort the pawn up the board, and there's no way for white to deal with it.
Oh, and Jordan stepping back with the king. So there is danger lurking under the surface, and that's basically the plan that Robert showed, and it's the only plan for Vincent to progress.
Needs to get that rook to b5. The rook could just get there right now. It would be a good situation. Although, if he went there immediately, it would backfire. So just to make that happen, just because it's always fun to show bad variations, the rook b5, now you're going to see how you lose the game, because the rook trade is available since white promotes and the black king is not in the square. After a6, the king would have to be over here inside the square, but the king is too far away. So white's pawn gets the other side.
Yeah. Very instructive. And sometimes when it comes to, well, basically when it comes to king and pawn endings, it's just a question of counting. You really are going there with your fingers. This move goes here, and it's just to get back to those basics. I'll highlight it there on the screen.
I
saw it. Don't be ashamed of making that gesture. Even sit there like this. Okay, and we see Eric come give a check on e6, and Jordan very crucially keeps the king on f4, and he definitely needs the king to guard against the f7 pawn.
Right, because I think a lot of people will be tempted to bring the king up to a square like d5, but once that king is here, the f pawn is free. You may not want to push it immediately, but you have that opportunity, and you can also just bring your king over. And this rook does cut off the king. The a6 pawn seems better defended. And if you make a careless move, like say rook somewhere back on the c file, here comes f6 with rook e5 check, scooping up this pawn on a5. And if your king has to try to defend it, you can't even do that because you can't touch the c file without losing your rook. So essentially, you're setting yourself up for a losing situation where your king is cut off from the f pawn. There's also the threat of rook e5 check, winning that a pawn, 2 different passed pawns. That's too much to handle. So still some care. And Jordan, it feels like he knows exactly what he's doing, what's needed of him here, Jovi. He's just playing simple moves quickly. And I think that he just really is like, come on, just please let me make this draw. But there's just no reason why Vincent should do that. He should bring his king over. I think bringing his king over to d7 looks good, because then the a6 pawn is untouchable. So he wants at some point to be able to get his rook to the 5th rank. It's a bit of a journey, but that is what he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of his position. Vincent will be moving at snail's pace, but it's good enough. He will try, I agree, put the king on d7, put the pawn on f6, move the rook to c6, try to slowly inch forward into the position and try to squeeze Jordan. And Jordan definitely on the back foot. He has to play accurately. But again, according to the database, this is still very much a draw.
And it's hard to go wrong for the most part, unless you allow the black king to sort of venture towards the queen side, and then you get this rook to the 5th rank. Like, you see exactly what black's plan is. And if you go king d6, like running towards the rook, and the rook slides away somewhere, the question is where? Because I believe if you go rook f5, I was going to say, I think that might be the wrong score, because f6 and rook e5 won't be available right away. But your plan is to go king e7 and then bring your rook over. And white is frozen. If you go king to f3, king e7. Now rook e5 is a winning threat. So you go king f4. And after rook e2, we go to the other plan of bringing our rook this way. So if you go rook to h5, I think that you can bring your rook on over this way. Or maybe actually I don't even need to bring my rook. I'll bring my king up first and then bring my rook to e5. And I'm winning the a5 pawn. So there actually is more teeth to the position than I initially realized, Jovi. I thought it was going to be simple, but that's why Vincent's playing it out. Like, there's plenty of room for Jordan to go wrong.
Yeah, definitely. And the key seems to be in keeping the white rook active. Like, you don't want to put it on f5 where it's not that great. You want to maximize its use. And again, we see Vincent making some moves. Rook f5 actually on the board. It's still okay.
He can get away with it for now, I think, because the king is not on d6. When the king was on d6, that's what we were analyzing. That rook f5, f6, now it's a problem. So you say, what is the difference? It's the same exact position, right? Why is one winning when one isn't? The difference is the king's placement. After king d7, if you play f6, the rook can give a check on d5. The king was on d6 before. There would have been no check. And once this king runs to a square like c6, then the rook can venture up the board to d8. This is actually very tricky. I'm getting a flashback to yesterday's game, which you commentated with Danya, where there's... Let me just look for a second. I'm going to pick up the table base, because it's... If you go to chess.com events, look on the right side of this game. It's right there. Oh my gosh. Rook d8's the only... I made that move just like to make it. Rook d8 was the only move that draws.
Wow.
Every other move loses for white.
Okay. That's not an easy one to kind of spot, because you could also think, well, I'm going to put the rook on h5, maximize it along the 5th row. But why does this lose? I guess because you go rook e5.
Sorry, I took us out of the analysis.
That's
there.
okay.
The rook h5 over here. Well, rook e5, I guess we trade because the king is going to be close to get to the corner. But maybe we just release again. Like we go down here, and you can't play rook f5 because I check you and trade rooks there, and that seems to be winning, just because the king now is one square farther away, and the black king goes, and we've seen this before, with the king ushers the pawn.
Okay. Okay, wow, so it's all to do with this ability to give the black king a check.
It seems like that is the key.
You have to be able to cut. Yeah, that's why you need to go to rook d8. So you can go to rook b8 and cut the king off. That's so instructive. Once again, Vincent Keymer, he's teaching us some in-game knowledge.
Just look at how close this is. Rook d5, the king goes up. This already looks problematic for white. And let me bring up the table base. 1 second. Oh my gosh, only one move draws here for white. This is why the evaluation bar, if you're sitting at home, and even us sometimes as commentators, we just rely on the eval bar. Oh, it's equal. But I'm looking at the table base, which all of you can use yourselves on chess.com/events, the right side of the screen there. And rook f5 is the only move that draws. It keeps the black rook frozen, and so that holds. Oh, all right. Well, this is honestly so much to work through if you are Jordan van Foreest. He is on screen there. He is going to be working through these complications.
Oh,
It looked
Wait 1
easy,
second,
but looks
Robert.
to be easy. Yeah.
Actually, right now, you know how before
Yes.
it was like any move draws? Right now,
Yeah.
only one move will draw according to the table base. He
So
has
only that
to
move, rook
put
d5.
the rook on d5. That's it.
Oh my goodness. So rook d5, king c6, and rook d8. It's a series of only moves getting your rook up here. And this is not intuitive in the slightest, right? I mean, the rook is away and you're allowing the king to approach the pawn. This is the type of territory where players lose positions that they should be able to hold otherwise.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. And again, you need to maintain that connection. The rook must be able to cut the king off. I couldn't have ever predicted this. And rook d5, only drawing move. Anything else? If you, for instance, put your rook on h5, it's just basically the same reason that you highlighted. The rook goes down to e1 or e2. It's irrelevant there. Which one? And then after that, it's just a case of the rook defending the f6 pawn and the king running over. The king has been allowed to approach this pawn on a5. Wow.
Yeah, because it looks like you're getting this pawn on f6, but if you give a rook h6, the king can even start going to b5. If you take this pawn, we've seen this before, a trade into a winning endgame for black. So you trade the rooks, and just to show the end of the variation, because I think that's instructive for everyone watching, is we saw how the king keeps the other king away. You can play a5, and if the king goes to d3, do not, I repeat, do not just push your pawn. You need to keep the enemy king out of these squares over here. So you may think that a4 is winning, but it's not. The king goes to c1, and after a3, if this were any other pawn, this would be winning in many positions, but not here because it's going to be stalemate, and this would be the case even here, of course. But in many of these positions, the problem is that you don't have more room for your king to jump in. So you would be able to go here, and then if there was one more file, your king would go to over here, bring it off the board, and you push your pawn. But because it's an a pawn, there's a boundary there, and you have to stay in bounds. So just remember, you need to keep the enemy king away from your pawn, and then there it goes.
Yeah. Oh, so tense right now. Jordan van Foreest, only one move to save the game. Incredible stuff.
Well, if he finds it, he is well on his way to holding this draw, but it's not going to be easy for him. We've just shown several variations that actually lead to a winning position for black. Only a few rounds ago, this is a different note, but only a few rounds ago, Magnus was saying he thought it was unlikely he would win, and he now has won a few games. So here's what he had to say when he was asked if a win was still in reach.
No, I'm realizing that there's possibilities for that, of course. But most of all, I'm taking a further step to playing a decent tournament, and I've sort of turned it around in a good way. So I'm happy with that, and obviously it's far from in my hands still. But yeah, this was important, and I'll keep on trying.
Okay, you heard it from Magnus. He's going to keep on trying, and well, don't try, just do. What does Yoda say? Something like that. And he is succeeding, and he is now at 6 out of 10. He is in a tie for 3rd and 4th place with Wesley. So he's been impressive, Yovi.
Yeah,
since the start, when he was shaky, ever since those losses, he's been really impressive.
Yeah, I agree. And there we saw the standings. Magnus Carlsen just working his way up to 3rd place. Big moment. He's gone for the very natural rook h5. And that
oh my gosh,
is a losing move. Oh, the drama. Okay.
Ow.
It's a big moment now for Vincent here. Okay, so one of the things I find with table bases and computer engines in general is it does take away some of the mystery of the players, and also the fact that these players are working so hard at the board. They're pouring their heart and soul into this. And these kind of mistakes, I think that they are inevitable. I mean, after how many hours of play, it's been an intense game. And I just want to drum it home that these players are human. And also at the same time, you know, well, how does the saying go? Something is divine and to err is human. And just remember that. And I think it's very good actually to look at this type of position without the table base, and then afterwards come back and have a look at how things are going and whether you calculated well. But yeah, big moment, and it's not easy. I'm going to stress it again. It's not easy. But Vincent now has one winning try based on the rook coming to either e1, e2, and basically just releasing the king so they can go hunting the a-pawn.
Yes, that's the key here, is the king needs to be able to run away to c6. And it's a big moment for Vincent Keymer. So he is going to dig deep, see if he can find a winning plan. I mean, we are helped by the evaluation bar, by the table base. We can see that there is a win. He doesn't know that. So while he works on figuring this out, we are going to head on towards a break. But before we do, just want to give a shout out to an event that is happening very soon, because the wait is over. After a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February 1st, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past Pro Chess League participants include Magnus, Ding Liren, Jan de Palmschi, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, as well as a second place participant in this field, Anish Giri. So we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over $100,000 on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use the command PCL in chat to learn all about it. We'll be right back for the finish of this matchup between Vincent Keymer and Jordan von Foreest.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
January in Vikings Zay, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Come on.
Gotta make a move.
He's going to
No. Oh my gosh. But
I'm speechless there.
Once again, Vikings Zay starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
what a game for Magnus. And now a huge chance to make a furious run at first place.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
What a defensive effort. Noterbeck is obviously having a breakout event.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
It's never over till it's over. And Jordan van Foreest still trying to defend this pawn down endgame, which, before we went to break, Jovi had turned into a winning position according to the table bases for Vincent Keymer, and a winning position it remains. Objectively speaking, if the optimal moves are played, Vincent Keymer will score a big victory with the black pieces, because what he has just done by bringing his king first over to the c6 square and now back over here is his pawn on f6 is defended. So if black had a free turn, rook e5 would be winning, going after the a5 pawn when a rook trade is unacceptable for white. It would be a losing king and pawn endgame. So rook h5 is always met by rook e5. Takes that out of the equation. Rook f4, still met by rook e5, winning the pawn. That leaves one and only one move, king f4. But then we get to the position we looked at before with the rook to e1. The rook releases, defends the f pawn from in front of it, and then the black king is free to move off the board. And it looks like Jordan has played king f4. So now the big question, Jovi, is will Vincent find rook up to e2 or to e1? Rook e1 is much more natural.
Yeah, it is a big question, and it's not an easy one, actually. I don't think necessarily that rook e1 is that natural. It's not that easy to find, because primarily, when you're playing these type of endings, first of all, you kind of want to just test things out here, there, everywhere. And then when you're pushed to your last limit, then you kind of make a move like rook e1. I think it's more natural for the king to come forward. But of course, Vincent is very, very capable of finding rook e1 and seeing the idea of just coming forward with the king.
And then back with the rook to e5. So the rook is really just making space for the king. And very importantly, in these variations, the black king is shielded from checks, because if white had a free turn, rook h7 check would be a problem. Because after rook h7, the rook swings around to the a7 square and a6 is dropped. So by playing king e6, rook h7 is met by the immediate rook e5. Thank you very much for this pawn. And rook e5 is pre-movable. Right? This move can be played next to go and win this pawn over on a5, unless you bring your rook to a defensive posture, trying to defend here. So if rook e5, there is the move rook a2. This should still be winning for black because now it's very defensive. The rook is perfectly placed, and then the black king can then go venture on over to the queen side and likely help win this pawn over here. So I think Vincent's doing everything right, Yovi. I mean, rook e1 is an important move here, but it also makes sense with his game plan, bringing the rook back to e5.
Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. And Vincent thinking hard it's very logical. And this is one of the things about chess, is that even though you might not play the move, you do tend to sense when the moment is critical. And there we saw a change in body language from Vincent. He kind of leaned forward into the position. And once again, he finds himself on, and again, very complicated rook and pawn ending.
Yeah, I hope he loves endgames because he's been seated at endgames for hours and hours and hours this tournament. He lost one to Magnus Carlsen early in the event. He drew that game yesterday against Abdusattorov when he did have the upper hand. And now he can score a victory at long last against Jordan van Foreest. And something I just noticed is there are other players in the playing hall, not in the Masters section, but in the Challengers. We see Vaishali, Praggnanandhaa's sister, a very, very strong player, international master. She is playing right behind Vincent Keymer on the screen. And she's been doing quite well in the Challengers tournament. So good luck to her in her game. She's playing, it looks like Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in history. So that's a big matchup in the Challengers section. But we will remain focused here in the Masters in this game between Jordan and Vincent. And Vincent, he is trying to find the correct path forward. He does not want to let his advantage slip. My big question, Yovi, is do you think he believes he's winning here? That's the question I'm always curious about when I see a player with an advantage is, do they think, oh, it should be a draw? Or do you think that at this point he's like, I should be able to win this game?
Well, it's an interesting question because my experience with talking to some of the world's best players is that they rarely think in black and white terms. They really think, okay, I'm winning here, I'm losing here, I'm much, much better. They just look a few moves ahead. They're actually thinking about their objectives. So right now, I suspect that Keymer is thinking, actually, I want to release my king. I want my king to go somewhere. And this actually takes a lot of the emotional pressure from the position, because if you say I'm winning, then you have this big expectation that you're winning. And this, of course, causes one to perhaps take longer on the moves, feel something if things go wrong. Meanwhile, if you just, okay, let me just talk about the mini plans. Step one, activate the rook, then mobilize my king, then make small steps towards the big goal of capturing on a5. Then then you can think about winning the game. But I just think it's very, very helpful not to attach any value onto positions as such.
I think it's well said. And we've stated this numerous times. When you start thinking about the result, it's subjective thinking that seeps into your brain. You need to be as objective as possible. You need to see your opponent's resources as well as your plans. So for Vincent Keymer, if he wins this game, he jumps ahead of Jordan van Foreest in the standings. He would move to 4 out of 10, which would put him in a tie with Gukesh and Parham in 10th place. So while we look at the leaderboard, we know that Abdusattorov heads into the rest day, the final rest day, with a lead over the field. But Anish Giri is right there behind him, and Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So are also looking for Nordirbeck to stumble because then they can catch up.
Yeah, everybody is looking at playing catch up. And of course, last 3 rounds going to be remaining, and I have to say that the stakes are getting higher here because I've talked a lot about emotional expectations and being able to relax and just have the freedom to play good chess. Well, round 10 is not that far away from round 13, and you start to see the horizon, and this is the time when players get nervous. Let's not also forget about the issue of fatigue. This is a marathon event. Players are giving their 100% on the board and also off the board. Let's not forget that they are also preparing for every single game. And this will start to take its toll.
It does for sure. I mean, the players get exhausted. Sometimes while you see quick draws in some rounds, Nodirbek against Ding Liren today, Richard Report against Levon Aronian. And looking ahead to Friday's matchups, because tomorrow is a rest day, the players will be back on Friday. These are great. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Wesley So. Praggnanandhaa and Parham are two players who lost today. They'll have a chance to rebound. Arjun Erigaisi, he drew. Gukesh won his game, so Gukesh actually ahead of Arjun in the standings. And then we just see Levon and Fabi, Vincent and Richard, Ding and Jordan. And then last, but certainly not least, because it's really first, Anish Giri against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So, Jovanka, when we look at these pairings, Magnus against Wesley, the people tied for third and fourth place. Levon against Fabiano, the people tied right behind them. And then the people in first and second, Anish Giri in second place, with the white piece against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You couldn't have scripted this better.
I was going to say that this is the dream pairing. You know, if someone's going to play catch up, if someone's going to snatch away the lead, it's going to be here in this critical round. And I do feel that this is where the class is going to start to show. It's just like it is in a race, you know, where you have your pacemaker, sets the whole pace, maybe can go too fast, but we will see. It's in the player's hands. And I think it was very, very smart of Nodirbek just to play, you know, a very simple game today, you know, just where he he forced the draw against Ding. Simple chess is good chess. He has now a chance to relax, recuperate, and get ready for those final three matchups.
And both Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusattorov defeated Magnus Carlsen in this event. Anish did it with white, Nodirbek did it with black. And usually there's a first move advantage. That is true in chess, especially at the highest levels. But Nodirbek has proven in several games this tournament, round one against Richard Report, again against Magnus Carlsen, against Arjun Erigaisi. Nodirbek has done very well with the black pieces. So while he's an underdog and it's going to be tough sledding, he is ahead. So Anish, that's the big question. With the white pieces, can he do it? Because after the rest day, the number 2 ranked player on the leaderboard, Anish Giri, will take matters in his own hands to take the number 1 spot when he faces off against Nodirbek. Here's what he had to say about the upcoming match.
Yeah, Nodirbek is really impressing so far, and particularly today, showing great experience by not playing very ambitiously. After yesterday, I think that was a very wise decision. Probably his very wise trainer has also recommended him that. So, yeah, a big challenge for me to overcome this team of very wise people, but I'll try.
Okay, so we heard from Anish Giri, and he is going to try to take down Nodirbek. And as we see, it's just Jordan van Foreest in the playing hall and waiting for Vincent Keymer to return to the board. But things are getting out of hand for Jordan van Foreest. He's put up stubborn defense ever since he dropped the pawn. But unfortunately for him, he is in a position that objectively, with the best moves played, will be winning for black. And I feel like the plan is relatively straightforward at this point. I don't say that lightly. I don't like to make the player's task seem trivial because every move does require thought. But here, the plan, as you were saying, it's not about, am I winning? It's not about, is my opponent going to hold? What is the plan? King e6, rook e5. And I think Jordan's realizing that if he goes rook c5, now the plan is king d6 and rook e5. You get a tempo against this rook, and you don't allow it up to c6. So black's plan, very straightforward right now after rook e1.
Yeah, certainly it looks that way. And say Jordan does lose the a pawn, sorry. How easy is this particular pawn ending, rook and pawn ending?
I think it's actually quite easy because you have two separate pawns, like we were talking about earlier. White's pieces, their forces will be split across the board. The king will have to stay in front of one pawn, the rook will try to deal with the other, and black has a rook and a king to help usher one of the pawns forward. So it just seems like a situation where we can show it on the board again. If this rook comes to h5, king e6, you're going to drop this pawn over here on a5. If you play a little bit of hope chess, no, I'm not going to go rook e5 and walk into a check. I'll bring my king back over here. Can't go rook f5 because of the rook trade. And if you go elsewhere with rook h5 or say rook c8, doesn't really matter because the rook comes to square like a1, takes this pawn, and can't even go after this pawn. Right? King f5, I take, king f6, and we talked about this before. The king is cut off, so I can play rook c5, a5, bring my king forward, and go over to my pawn to help it promote. It's just the king is in the worst possible position.
Yes, I totally agree. The king should never be cut off along the horizontal lines like this. I mean, if it's stuck way out there in no man's land, it is very rarely salvageable. And I agree, it does seem straightforward.
This would be kind of the easiest, at least, thing for him to envision. It doesn't mean that he sees it all the way through, that he assesses it as a victory for him, because sometimes you look at a position, especially with the rook pawn. We showed earlier in king and pawn versus king endgame, there can be a draw even if the pawn advances far. And in rook endgames, you're like, oh, that rook pawn doesn't give me the best chances. But then you think the king being cut off, you always want to cut off your opponent's king in the endgame. Here it is cut off along the 5th rank, and it's now on the f file, very far away. So if you try to go for this pawn over here, and after a5, the king cannot approach. If you have this check, the king goes back, it goes to b7, it forces your rook away from being behind this pawn, and then the rook will slide to a5. This is just, it's very clear, I think. I don't really believe this is a struggle for Vincent after he's able to win that a5 pawn.
Yeah, certainly it looks that way. And Vincent looking very comfortable, Jordan struggling. I think the truth is dawning on him. And so, yeah. Now, these two, they're roundabout at the bottom of the table, so it's not going to affect the leaderboard too much. But, well, tomorrow, on the day after tomorrow, it's going to be very exciting with Anish facing off against Abdusattorov. I mean, what do you think about each other's chances here?
It's one of those matchups where, for Anish, do you go all in is strong? You don't want to lose that game, but do you take a risk in the opening to try to catch your opponent off guard and win the game? Obviously, Anish is playing for a win. He doesn't want to allow Nordirbeck to still remain a half point ahead of him, and then he doesn't want to see Magnus Carlsen continue winning and then catch up or even get ahead of him. So it's a situation where if he is going to win the tournament, he may need to come up with an opening that has serious bite to it, that gives his opponent room to go wrong. We saw Anish do that against, who was it? Against Gukesh, when he won that really wonderful game with a vicious attack on the king side. And so Anish's victories over Magnus, over Gukesh, the one over Ding Liren was shaky because he got caught off guard when he had the black pieces, but his victories with the white pieces were quite nice, and he demonstrated excellent preparation.
Yeah, I was going to say, Anish with the white pieces has been ferocious. I mean, he's come armed to the teeth with great preparation. You kind of called it. His game against Gukesh was fabulous. You know, they really won for the tactical books, for the miniatures. It was just a fantastic game. His game also against Erigaisi, you know, he caught Erigaisi unawares in this semi-Slav Moran variation. I mean, that one should have also been a victory for Anish, and he just seems unstoppable and effortless, I have to say, with the white pieces. And I forgetting the most important one of all, where he came with some fantastic preparation, some fantastic ideas of how to handle Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces as well. That was a great game.
Yeah, he seems to be in great form, and Anish Giri brings his best to Vikings Zay. It's not a far journey for him. He is the Dutch #1. He lives in the Netherlands with his family, so he just gets to waltz on over to the venue. He doesn't have to take a long flight, nothing of the sort. And he's an ambassador for the event, and he's been a great ambassador for it. He does a lot of promo. You mentioned earlier that all of Norway kind of freezes and watches this event, and it's in the newspapers. So he is the spokesperson, and he lets his play do the talking. We're used to him trading barbs with Magnus on social media and getting involved in the latest controversies and Twitter storms. But in Vikings Zay, it is all about his play. And another year, another great performance from Anish Giri.
Yeah, I was going to just see, when was the last time that Anish tweeted? January 17th. That was it.
Oh.
So he's been very quiet in social media. And we actually see that quite often when Anish really wants to focus, he really wants to do well, he will just go off social media and he will just completely immerse himself in the chess world. And of course, he's here with a different second. He's here with Jan Gustafsson. And this combination seems to be working very, very well.
Yeah, Jan Gustafsson has worked with Magnus Carlsen. Of course, Jan being a prominent commentator, an extremely strong grandmaster in his own right. And, well, Jan Gustafsson has relevance to this game, too, because Jan was the captain coaching the German Olympiad team at this past Olympiad in Chennai in 2022. So Vincent and Jan undoubtedly talked about chess, went over lines as it was needed. But, of course, Vincent's primary coach is Peter Lecco. So in the Olympiad, it's sort of a territory where if you want to work on certain lines with a coach, you need to be very trusting of them because when Jan comes with Anish Giri to a tournament, it's like, wait a second, I shouldn't have talked to him about my prep in the Slav. I'm just giving random examples and just using them as a convenient duo. But the point is that there's a lot of trust in working with somebody at the highest level. And Anish Giri, he's changed seconds over time. He works with Erwin Lamy, who's playing in the Challengers group, probably a little bit too busy to help him on his game. He's worked with the other top Dutch players in the past. He's worked with Chuchilov, the very famous, legendary grandmaster who trained Fabiano Caruana as well, and also Timur Rajabov. So there's familiar faces as a team of seconds, as trainers for the top players. And sometimes they share a trainer, which can be uncomfortable in some moments.
Yeah, it certainly can. And I was kind of curious about your experience of working with the Olympiad team, the Olympiad Open team, the US. And you kind of talked about how you're coaching someone, but how do you coach someone, for instance, or advise someone who actually has their own regular coach, say like Vincent? He works with Lecco all the time. I mean, what can Jan do apart from just provide some chocolates during the game? Or moral support, of course.
Yeah, it's a really good question because I think there is confusion or just lack of knowledge about what top players do. Sometimes people think they just are at their computer with the engine on the whole time. And from my experience, that's not actually what's happening. We use the physical board and pieces because part of working on openings is figuring out how difficult is it for my opponent to find the best moves. What would you do in this position? And so sometimes you have a clock, you sit down, you press the clock, and you may put 20 minutes on it, depends on how long you have, and play through positions. Other times it is going deep in the weeds of openings. And if they have their own team of seconds, sometimes they just don't work with you at all, and that's okay. Your job as a coach is to do whatever in the best interest of the player. So you don't need to be fussy when they say, I actually am good on my own. Great, do your thing. But oftentimes as a coach, when the players are so strong, it's not like they need to learn how to do certain tactics. It's about steering them in a direction, being a shoulder, an ear for advice, where they say, I'm thinking about these 3 different openings from the white side. Which should I choose? And saying, okay, I've seen your opponent against the English, they sometimes struggle because they don't like this transposition to another opening. Or if it's a Sicilian, they like that. It's really combative. It suits their style. So it is about steering the game towards certain territory. And, it's definitely a lot of work. And I don't pretend to be particularly an expert in that field, but it is really a lot of work when you sit down with these top players because they play everything under the sun. You're not looking at one opening and saying, okay, play your London system. This is not a criticism of the London system. Eric Rosen, I know you're watching this somewhere. It's okay. Still love the London. Respect for it. Not a fan. But the point is that they're so versatile. They play so many different things. It's never just looking at one opening. It's looking at a handful.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can remember the few times that I've played against these super grandmasters, I have been unable to prepare. I'm like, okay, you guys play everything. I mean, it can be e4, d4, c4, knight f3, g3. You take your pick. And yeah, that has been something that is quite difficult to navigate. And I've just navigated it by going, okay, fine, I expect this. And I'm going to gamble that this is going to occur. Usually doesn't, I have to say. I have been very unsuccessful here. But then there is a freedom because you're just like, okay, fine. Like, I can get my preparation in. No biggie. Let's just play the game.
Well, this game right now that's being played is the one where Jordan van Foreest brought his rook to h5, king e6, rook e5. I feel like at this point, Vincent is quadruple checking. That's the territory he's in because he made all these moves to get his rook to e5. So I'm wondering what he sees as the potential drawback to king e6. It seems like it allows him to execute the plan he's been going for.
Yeah, I think he's just making sure. Yesterday it was a particularly grueling round, and he came so close to snatching the point from Nordebæk, and it was, according to the table bases, one. But I think he's just simply, again, following good old advice. I mean, why do you need to rush with making the move when, after all, you can just check, recheck, look for the better move, as we are taught. And he could also be deciding between king d6 and king e6.
True. I actually didn't think about that. King d6 looks very reasonable. And in fact, let's see the table base. We're using, king d6 is winning as well. So very good point that when there are two options that look similar and try to get the same job done of putting the rook on e5, it is important to be accurate. So I know I've been kind of harping on like what's going on, what's he thinking about? Rook e5 is what he wants, but there are two different ways to go about it, and both of them look appealing. The king on d6 is a bit closer to the queen side, so when you win this a pawn, you're faster to help the pawn on a6, and king e6 keeps the f6 pawn defended, so you don't have to worry about it being attacked. So both options look good.
Yeah. Oh, very instructive. And I agree. Take your time. I mean, they're on move 58. So it's 2 moves away from the time control. And he has 24 minutes on the clock. Why not use that time? The only thing I would say is that I wouldn't burn all the time in making such a decision, because he has to leave himself something for the remainder of the game. Because say, for instance, he missteps here, you do want to leave yourself some time just to find the solution should you stumble upon it again.
And we are on the 58th move for black. And a reminder that when they reach move 60, they get an additional 15 minutes on the clock. So even if Vincent spends 24 minutes on this move, as long as he gets to move 60, he'll get that 15 minutes going into the last time control with the 30-second increment, the bonus time from the first move of the game. Which means this game is going to last a long time. It's the only one remaining here in the Masters. You can see he's really trying to be perfect, and he brought his king to d6. So good call by you. I wasn't thinking about that. I was so fixated on king e6 that I didn't even consider this as an option initially. And it's a good one. It is still winning according to table base. He's playing accurately. allowing himself to play rook e5 and bringing his king closer to the a file where he is going to get a new pass pawn. I like it.
And meantime, spare a thought for Jordan. I have to say my heart does really cry for him, because he had a great opening, he had a great middle game, one terrible move, and then suddenly he's defending an unpleasant endgame, and now he has to suffer here, where you can kind of feel that if Vincent is going to take his time and make the effort to be precise, you feel like, okay, I don't have any hope. And it's just an exercise in suffering for the Dutchman.
It's a really good way of putting it. And I know that feeling very well. When you're having an advantage out of the opening into the middle game, like, nothing can go wrong here. I'm just better, no risk. And then you blunder something, and mistakes often come in pairs. So let's actually go back to the moment where that blunder occurred, because we were talking about this very position with g5 to stop f4. And Jordan plays f4 anyway. He could have played knight f5. That was an option, but he goes for f4. And after this move, queen g5, the threat is already knight f3 check, because the g-pawn is pinned. Let's put it on the board. After knight f3 check, the g-pawn is pinned. You can't take. And if you take with the rook, you lose the queen on d2. That rook was in the way of those queens eyeing each other. So that would just be a winning idea for black. That's why the king went here. And the bishop takes h3 happens. And here's where I would say the mistakes were in pairs, because at this moment here, he went rook f5. He could have kept material equal if he traded and put his bishop on b3, maybe up to d5. Of course, black is better in the sense that the dark square control looks nice, but material remains level. So I'm wondering if at this moment, Yovi, he made a good move right here to rook f5 is engine approved. It's still equal according to the eval bar, but giving up a pawn and going into this endgame down one maybe just gave Vincent all the chances with zero risk, and the path to draw was more difficult than initially met the eye.
Yeah, and also I think he made a third inaccuracy, and actually in pushing this g-pawn forward. I feel that this one is understandable, but at the same time, suddenly black's task got so much easier. It became very clear, he had the freedom to move the king towards the center. Black's plan became a whole lot easier. And I don't want to criticize it too much, because I do feel that g4, g5, just relinquishing the tension, exchanging pawns, is very, very tempting.
Yeah, it does seem to make your task easier, not harder. But then there were no targets that White could go after. If we think about it from what happened in the game, where the black king went over here and the rook eventually released, that wouldn't be possible with the h6 pawn under threat. So the king for White could be checkmated if the black rook gets on over there, but it also keeps black honest, tied down to this h-pawn. So what we saw in the game, it still was even. Rook f6, cutting off the king. The king went back to f8. Look at this, rook f6 move. He cuts the king off, and then he goes with his king. He moves his king, gained some time. The white king came to the center, and then went back to the f file. So maybe king d4, but that's such a difficult decision. You have another one where, do you really want to be cut off from the passer? He said no, but then he was cut off from the queen side, which the eval bar does not tell the full story. It's a draw with optimal play, but the optimal moves are very difficult to find.
Yeah, I agree. And there were really tough choices along the way. And we see a move from Jordan. He moves his rook from the golden 5th rank, and he moves it to rook h2. And Vincent just sat up immediately because, of course, this allows black several moves. First one is to put the rook himself on e5, and then just simply start coming over with his king. That would be something I would look at immediately. And the other option for Vincent is actually to put his rook behind the a pawn.
Yeah,
which I'm not very attracted to.
So you would just go rook e5 to tie.
I would just go rook e5, tie him down, force the rook to go passive. And then, endgames are all about using the team, and the king is itching to get into the fight. And so I would start moving it up the board as quickly as I could.
Oh, well, I made a mistake.
Oh,
King c5
that's
is
a mistake.
inaccurate. Oh my gosh, because rook
why?
b2
Why
here,
is that?
rook b2, and you can go rook b6, and the a5 pawn is not loose. This is how tricky endgames are, where if you play king c4, the pawn's under attack again. But after this trade, this is a draw because the white king is not cut off like it was in many variations. The king is running towards e3, and if you cut the king off here, it's too close. It's not cut off on enough files. This rook will come with check. The king will continue to slide over, and white will be able to stop this pawn before it gets to the other side. So I was just making a careless move. Instead of king c5, king c6. You have to take the slow path towards b4. You would think king c5, king b4, I win the pawn. But no, because of rook b2. After king c6, there is no rook b2. You take the pawn a5, and, well, you can't cross the 5th rank, and black is going to play king b5, king b4, and then win this pawn. Wow. You have to be precise at the very last second.
Yeah. Incredible endgame once again. And Jordan defending his pawn, undoubtedly. And now the moment of truth. Oh, he's giving a check
king
first.
c5. Do not play king c5. We just learned that king c5, watch the eval bar, shoot, back towards the center because of rook b2 and rook b6. So it's so tempting to play king c5. Oops, sorry. Clicked the wrong button there. I was changing the settings for the evaluation bar. Maybe I can just turn it off next time. But no, rook d2 check. Do not play king c5, which is the most tempting move. This were a bullet game, I think we'd see it.
Yeah. I must admit, I thought king c5, king c4. My king was going on the expressway to the b4 square, and no. Again, you have to proceed with caution. But having watched Vincent play yesterday's rook and pawn ending, I do king c6 is something that he will find. He was the expert at making all these little subtle moves and putting Abdusattorov in that game under pressure.
King c6, just being extra technical about it. King c5 spoils the win. That would be a real shame. We don't root for players as commentators, but for Vincent Keymer, if he were to draw 2 games in a row where he had a winning rook and pawn endgame, that would be some soul-crushing stuff. So for him, king c6 is the move, not king c5, which is tempting, but king c6. Show some restraint, bring the king up to b5, then to b4, win the a5 pawn, and then go on to win the game.
Yeah. King c6. Oh, what do you think? Will he make it? I'm going to vote yes. I think he will play king c6.
Yeah, I think he will. But
by the fact that he's pausing as well.
Credit to Jordan, though, because rook d2 check, you throw in this move, and then Vince's like, what is he thinking? Rook d5 is another move that comes to mind, but they need to calculate. Rook d5, and if rook takes d5, king takes, we've seen this show before. The white king is just one turn too slow. Once again, you shoulder the king out. You keep doing that. Your pawn gets to the other side. So you're just going to keep following the enemy king. And then when there's no more room for the king to go, the a pawn rumbles down the board. So Jordan, after rook d5, can't even take it. So maybe this is still a good move. But king c6 is the one we have been liking.
Yeah. I have to say that if you do spot that king after king c5, it's a terrible mistake because of rook b2. Maybe it would have been better to go rook a2 in terms of sneakiness. Because here it looks like, hang on a second, why are you asking my king to move towards his destination?
Mm-hmm.
And, if you kind of just quickly play rook a2 and act as though the game is over, I've spoiled it, the amateur dramatics that you see at children's tournaments. And then here, it's very likely that black, not thinking, just making a snap decision, will just go king c5. And you're like, okay. And I was just thinking of ways to, on a practical level, because if you go rook d2, I just feel that rook d2, you kind of get a little bit alert and you're thinking, why are they playing such a move? Why are they encouraging the king to go to where it actively wants to go? And so you're like, also, smell a rat.
Also, the big difference is king c6 still leaves the pawn under attack, right? Whereas king c5, you're walking into your own rook's path. So I'm with you. I feel like rook a2 is just a little bit more challenging, psychologically speaking. But Vincent, he is deliberating here. He does not want to spoil this opportunity. I'm guessing he could even play king e6, and then the rook still has to go to a2. And with the passive rook, it should be good enough for black to press forward and go for the win. But we will leave Vincent to it. He is still deep in thought. He's trying to take this one home to the finish line. He has a rest day tomorrow. He doesn't need a rest right now. And, well, let's see what he does. But we are going to go to break. When we return, it's the final stretch of this game between Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then duck, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
January in Vikings Zay, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Come on.
Gotta make a move.
He's going to
No. Oh my gosh. But
I'm speechless there.
Once again, Vikings Zay starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
what a game for Magnus. And now a huge chance to make a furious run at first place.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, I mean, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
What a defensive effort. Noterbeck is obviously having a breakout event.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
The playing hall has cleared out for the most part. Just a few faces remaining. We see arbiters talking, organizers, staff members being communicating with one another, and they are so helpful to make an event like this possible. So I see that other players are still going at it. We have Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer in the Masters tournament, but throughout the playing hall, the festival is ongoing. So Yobi, our final match of the day is between Jordan and Vincent. We've had 2 decisive results thus far. Vincent looking to make it a third.
Yeah, and it's certainly looking that way. Although, like all Rook-and-Pawn adventures, the players are going on detours and adventures. And I think this is a very natural course of in-games. You know, they cannot be played perfectly. And it's just simply, most of the time, players just trying to find the right way to proceed. And more often than not, the players just simply stumble on the right course of action. And it's certainly been an exciting day of chess, I have to say. You know, we've had some amazing results and also amazing games. Gukesh beating Praggnanandhaa in what must have been the wildest game of the tournament. It just looked absolutely crazy. I don't think anyone could have predicted what could have happened. And in other news, Magnus was back in business. The show was on for him as he just outclassed Param Magsulu.
Magnus, he's looked really powerful ever since losing those couple games to Noterbeck and to Anish Giri. So he's back. He's found his form, and maybe he'll find his lost rating points because before this round, he was down about 9-10 points. Now he should be cutting into that. And well, some of the players finished earlier than others. They're likely long done with dinner, relaxing, maybe putting on some TV, some Netflix, because tomorrow's the rest day. And tournament ambassador Anish Giri, he caught up with the press earlier and told what you can find in Vikings Zay, what restaurants he'd recommend to new players, and all of that. So let's hear what Anish had to say.
So there are only a few restaurants that at this point understand the needs of the players. And I think the small Switzerland is called is a big restaurant in the center of the town. Also the Italian is a big one, and the Sonnefunk I think is the quickest and the most available, usually. And okay, whether most available is is plus or minus, I don't know, but it's always there for you in need. And I've tried and dabbled with various other places, but I have to say, more often than not, the risk, is not been rewarded for the risk. More often than not, they are so, they're not expecting so many players, and I think these three are the ones that they have been there, done that, and they know the January is a tough month, and they're ready. And other places are usually a little understaffed and taking way too long, and yeah, I think that's not ideal when you have to prepare.
Okay, well, I've been to those restaurants. Tarantella, the most popular one by far. Everyone's trying to get a seat at the Italian restaurant tables. Some delicious pizza. I remember actually last time I was there, I had a meal with Fiona, I think on the last night, and it's always delicious. Kind of, you go there every single day if you can. Yobi, have you spent much time in Vikings Zay? Have you ever been there?
I've never been there, but obviously it's a small place. And actually, Anish kind of being real and talking about the dilemmas that chess players face actually when they're playing chess and they're preparing, like how much time and how much energy do you devote to eating? I mean, do you go to a fancy restaurant where it takes time for the dish to prepare? I mean, are you going for proteins, carbs? What nutrition are you taking? This is certainly something to think about. I know Magnus, he's kind of made this. He consulted a nutritionist and he made some radical changes, because I remember he used to always turn up to the board with orange juice and raisins, and the nutritionists were like, no, that's going to give you a sugar spike, and he's not allowed to drink coffee because again you have this big just a spike of energy and then a huge crash, and that's not very good for when you're playing chess. And I think this is the conversations that us normal players, we want to have. We want to know what is the best food to eat. I remember having this debate when it came to my German chess team. There were some people going, no, you've got to have a steak. And other people are going, are you crazy? You can't have a steak. That will make you tired. Have some pasta instead. So I don't know. Everyone has their own personal experience, their own personal recommendation. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I am somebody who prioritizes his food. I get hungry. I like to eat. I don't like to prepare. So my choice is pretty simple. Get me the good food. That's always going to be my choice. But it is a tough call because you don't want to be exhausted. You don't want to get back to your hotel too late after what undoubtedly was a tough round. So I get it. I just want good food. And I'm maybe saying that because I'm really hungry right now. That could be part of it.
But what about before the game? So after the game, you're like, just get me to the restaurant ASAP. In fact, I'll tell you once. I think I once had someone resign a game against me just because they were hungry. It's only happened once.
I'm guessing you were not complaining.
No, I wasn't complaining. I mean, I was like Vincent. I was like getting ready for the long haul. It was double rook ending. I was one pawn up, and that was it. And then suddenly the hand came out and goes, "I had enough." And thank you very much for the game. And off they went. And I was like, oh, okay. Either he had to go somewhere, or he was hungry.
I told this story earlier in this tournament when I was commenting with Tanya that I played against Ruslan Ponomaryov in the Isle of Man, the Grand Swiss, back in 2019, and he had rook and bishop, and I had rook, and I was defending. I knew how to do it, and he just offers me a draw, and I thought he would play 50 moves for sure, but he was getting really hungry, and the restaurants I think were closing soon, so he's like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get some food in me. And but to your question, before the games, I don't actually love eating a lot before the game. I just always felt like things could go wrong. What if it doesn't agree with your stomach? What if you just feel too full? So I generally enjoyed a light lunch, I would say, and then bring maybe some chocolate or what have you to the round. But big meals definitely not happening before a game.
Okay. And well, I was actually curious. Do you think that the players are hungry themselves, Van, Foreest, and Keymer? They've been playing since 2 p.m.
Yes.
That's 6 hours of chess. They've just been thinking hard. And there we have a move from Keymer, moving the rook to the edge of the board.
And
okay. Still a difficult task for Jordan because Keymer's plan is so clear-cut. He's just going to step forward with the king and march the f-pawn this time. We've been obsessed with the a-pawn, but perhaps it's the f-pawn that is also a winner.
And as soon as this rook leaves the a-file, the black rook can slide over to win the pawn. Here, in particular, there'd be rook e5 check. But it feels like white is frozen. You can bring the king back to g4. That looks like a reasonable move. But after king to g4, black can bring the king up to e5. And if the white king gets back to f3, well, it's finally realizing. I think there could be a horizon effect with the engine or something because it's been winning the whole time. But now it's saying, I'm opening a table base. You can do this yourself on Chess.com events. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 winning moves, the most likely being f5. And after king to f2 to kick the rook. Now the rook can go up to e4. It can go over to h1. All of these moves still are winning. Now it's not just about what move is winning. It's about what is the actual plan. Like where should my rook go? And part of it could be bring your rook to the 5th rank and then finally getting your king over here because a rook on the 5th rank defends this pawn on f5. So I just think that it's all about going after the a5 pawn. Eventually, Vince is just trying to time it correctly.
I agree. I think that makes perfect sense. And it doesn't seem like Jordan has any good defenses because, to be honest, his rook is just too passive. He would love his rook to be out there on the B line, wandering away, eyeing up the weak a6 pawn, but it can't do that. And, I've always been told if you have a choice between an active king or an active rook in a rook and pawn ending, always go for the active rook. Active rook can be a real nuisance.
And nobody likes to defend passively, right? So Jordan sitting with his rook behind the a5 pawn, he had to do it, but there's not a single player in the world who would choose to put a rook behind a pawn just to defend it. You'd hope to get some activity, give some checks. There's just no way to do it because black is timing everything perfectly. The white king is offside over here, and it is just about time to run your king back. But a rook on the 5th rank with a pawn on f5, that's going to be good enough. But rook e1, I wonder why he didn't play f5 immediately. I'm guessing, and I was about to say it, the answer is rook b2. Look how interesting this is. Rook b6 check is the threat, and rook e5 no longer is check. That's the critical difference, is that it's not check. So if you go rook e5, you simply drop this pawn on a6, and that allows white to hold this game. So Vincent is showing restraint, not moving the f-pawn immediately, leaving the check open if the rook were to leave the a-file for white.
Yeah, very, very instructive stuff from the German teenager. And we have to remind ourselves he is just a teenager, 17 years old, recently left school so that he can just focus fully on chess.
And he's already a magnificent chess player, and what he can do when he is fully focused on the game, that will be interesting. But kind of I don't know if what you call it, but I wonder sometimes if you take somebody out of their sort of like standard environment. He always was going to school and playing chess. He was thriving in both. And now he's full-time in chess. Sometimes it doesn't always work the way you want, at least initially, because it takes getting used to, like devoting yourself full-time to something that you were doing. Well, I don't want to call it a hobby because he's 2,700, so he'd be a pretty star hobbyist. But you know what I mean, Yovi? Like when you're doing it full time, it's a lot different. It feels emotionally different. Psychologically, it maybe feels less like the fun he was having as a kid and as a teenager, and then like work. So I do wonder sometimes how that adjustment period works.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right, because certainly, when you're a kid, you're just having fun. Results don't matter, but somehow when you turn professional, you have to justify every single thing. If he's doing badly, there's going to be questions like, why? why are you doing badly after all? Did you not say that you were studying 8 hours a day or whatever number it is? And yeah, you're going to have to scrutinize every single detail. You're going to have to justify this. And that can take its toll. This is, I would always recommend that if you're going to turn pro at anything, that you surround yourself with a good network, a very supportive network, and definitely arm yourself with a second. I don't believe in lone wolves. I think chess, it's a bit boring if you study it by yourself. It's much better to surround yourself with friends, with colleagues, with whoever you can, whoever loves the game, and you kind of feed off each other, feed off that energy. And then I think you have the right frame of mind and the right focus. And also, it's fun, and you will want to continue studying.
Yeah, because when you play chess, like we're watching these two players do right now, it can be a bit isolating. You are sitting in silence. It's only you against your opponent, all the responsibilities on your shoulders. So if you can work with a team or with another individual, I think that provides a good social network. So you're not just sitting alone and doing it in a game that you play in silence, but also you get that camaraderie and you get all sorts of ideas, right? Peter Lecko is Vincent Keymer's coach. Couldn't really ask for a better coach than somebody who played a world championship match against Vladimir Kramnik and played him to a tie, I might add. So, you want to surround yourself with people that support you, that make you feel confident. And for Vincent Keymer, I've always seen him happy at tournaments and with his family and with his coach. It seems like he is going in the right direction. I just was trying to make note of the fact that it is not always the easiest adjustment. Doesn't mean that he's making a bad decision. Doesn't mean that he's going to struggle necessarily, but it is an adjustment period when you commit yourself full time. It just takes on a whole new attitude and it just becomes something different than what it used to be.
Yeah. And you reminded me of a very interesting point, actually, that my sisters made, because I came from a chess playing family. All of my siblings played chess. And it was to do with your silence point, because, when we go to tournaments, we play in silence. We spend a lot of time by ourselves. And do you think that this silence is perhaps a deterrent for a lot of people?
I think yes, but I think one of the major deterrents is the individual responsibility that happens in chess, right? You can't blame anybody but yourself when you lose a game. And I think for some people that's overwhelming and it's something they just don't enjoy. Whereas team sports, not only do you get like the friendships that come along with it, but if you lose a basketball game, the whole team lost, right? It wasn't just you. And so I do think that that kind of burden can be really a lot to bear for people. And so I understand if that is not something that people want. But the silent element, yeah, it's difficult to sit in silence for 6 hours. And more than that, that's what Vincent and Jordan are doing. But chess is a beautiful game. Like, I reflect very fondly over tournaments I played in, over games that I've lost, where I was just that feeling of calculating. For me, that is incredibly fulfilling and stimulating. When I'm looking at a position and trying to find the answer, the best moves, I love that. And I think you look at any player, they finish their game, they immediately want to analyze, because that experience for them, it's a rush. And it's something that they greatly enjoy. And we can talk about some of the cons, and we mentioned those. But I do think, while we take those into account, the pros are just immense, and I think chess is just an unbelievable game. It's rich. There's all sorts of pattern recognition and challenges that are new every single game you play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the great thing about chess. Every single game is different. And yeah, interesting kind of conversation. I think there's my personal opinion is that I think we should focus on chess in different levels and in different ways. I like the whole aspect of the tournament where you have the silence, the competitive nature, but I do think that we should encourage more of the social stuff, because there's nothing more fun in life like when you get your mates together and you're just doing these board games and you're discussing, you're laughing, you're sharing thoughts, you're sharing strategies. And I feel sometimes we lose that kind of connection, that discussion with other people, and it's it's like the best thing in the world. Just sit there and also, again, work with young minds and just see how it's all ticking down. And okay, Vincent, he's distracted me because he's pushed the f-pawn forward to f5. And I feel that these two players have maneuvered so long that I've become very, very excited at this pawn push.
Yeah, we get one pawn push with check, we might add, but pushing that pawn forward is a good choice from Vincent Keymer. He is just trying to play rook e5 next. His pawn on f5 will be defended, and his rook can slide over to the queen side, and then his king can join the party. So if he continues with this plan, it should lead to a victory, but Jordan is not going to make his life easy.
No, he's certainly not going to make life easy. I mean, Jordan, he's a great chess player, and he will be looking at any opportunity to activate his a2 rook. That's his only chance for salvation here.
So let's see what Jordan does. I feel like bringing the king back makes a lot of sense. If you bring the king up the board to g5, you already see it's getting out of hand because black steps forward. Now, in addition to the weak a-pawn, rook g1 check is a problem. I'm going to kick your king to the last file, and then it's the f-pawn that's going to promote. We were so focused on the a-pawn earlier that we didn't give the f credit it deserves. I mean, that is a pass pawn, and with the king's help and the rook checking away the enemy king, it will go to the other side.
Yeah, Jordan stepping the king down. I think this is a good defensive technique. I agree. Don't go up with the king, however tempting it looks. It usually will get cut off. And good idea by Jordan. And okay, there is a big threat on the board. If Vincent is not careful, then Jordan will just simply slide the rook to b2, and then the rook is free, it's out, and it can start harassing the b-pawn.
Okay, so king e5 looks viable, and this position is really teetering here. It looks like, by the way, I pulled up the table base, king e5. That appears to be the move that does the job, because all the moves seem to allow white to survive.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I mean, king e5, king d5 kind of looks like it's apples and pears to me. So, I mean, why does king d5 let the win slip, but king e5 holds on tight?
Sorry, king d5 going away. I wonder, maybe it's this rook b2 thing again, because while the black rook can come over to the a5 pawn, the white king approaches the f pawn. And we've seen positions like this before where the white king is cut off. But in this particular variation, once you take, and if you, let's say, move your rook to a1, white is ready to check the king and bring this king. I guess you can't go to e4 because there's rook e1 check. Maybe I moved a little bit quickly there. Haste makes waste, as they say. But there clearly is a way for white to bring the king back. And maybe it's through this move. And if you check me, I go up the board rather than back. But I am going to try to bring my king closer and closer to this a-pawn.
Yeah. It's the funny thing about the rook pawn endings is that the white king doesn't actually have to be that close. So maybe the king can just also snake its way down anyhow.
Yeah, you're saying maybe here the king can just also...
Yeah, just go down to f4 and just go to e3 and... I mean, it's just a ridiculous endgame because it really has to be cut off by 5 rows for the rook pawn to win.
Sure. So the live position is not the one we've just been analyzing where white would be able to escape. It's important for Vincent after king f3 to make this move king to e5. So yeah, king up the board, that's the way to go. And from there, it's still not trivial. It still will take some work because white is probably just going to go back and forth passively behind the pawn. And then black needs to figure out when is the right moment to push f4 and then maybe rook e3 check. And he goes rook e5 instead. And does that give away the win? That's the big question.
Oh, that Well, that is the big question. Rook e5. I think on a practical level, probably not. But
it appears
I don't see why it would give away the win. It just is not a kind of aggressive move. It probably will delay the win.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out as well. Sorry, yeah, you were saying which move?
I was just thinking, okay, say if you pass, I don't know, you move a rook anywhere, a4, a3, I mean, or maybe a4 because it's maximum distance or whatever. And oh, hang on, this king and pawn ending. So if you go king d5 and I step forward with a king, can you step forward with a king to f and after rook check? I think this king and pawn ending might be actually draw.
Oh, because the pawn is dragged to a closer file to the a. That is unbelievable. So just to kind of show that, let's say the king runs away, because if we keep making progress, we're just going to make a draw. These pawns don't matter at the moment because it's going to be a stalemate. As you're taught, king and pawn, you initiate the opposition, and after check, king e3 is stalemate. King going this way loses the pawn and would allow white to hold. So what we're saying is that if the king goes over here, unlike in previous positions where the king reached d4 and the black king shouldered it away, the king goes to d3 and darts for the corner. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Okay, but that means that rook a4 is the only saving try.
And he played it.
Because you need to be able to get into this ending.
Oh my gosh, Jordan played it. And the good news for the players, in particular for Vincent, he doesn't know if he was won. He doesn't know that this is a draw. So maybe he won't experience all those emotions just yet. But he wants to get his king over. But with king f4 going into the drawn king and pawn endgame, that eliminates one of black's best tries.
Yeah. And, okay, well, Vincent has to go back to the drawing board. I mean, it's still not an easy endgame to draw at all for Jordan. Because, okay, yes, king d5 doesn't work, but let's not forget that there is the opportunity to improve the rook, maybe put it on c5 and then march the king to e5. That's one plan. And the other plan is a bit more long-winded, but to put it onto g5. But yeah, I like your, also this one as well.
We have our options. So if king f4, what's happening here? So king over. How is this exactly supposed to hold? Oh, excuse me. Been commentating so long, got a little bit of a tickle in the throat. But after rook a5, check. But wait, the king can go up to c5. My point was going to be if the king had to go back, now black can't make progress. White just continues to pass.
Yeah.
Because this pawn f5 will be captured if the rook were to move along the a file. If the rook moved along the fifth rank, then the a6 pawn drops. So somehow there's like this weird fortress configuration.
Yeah. And I think we saw this type of defense before, or maybe it was a possibility for some of the players to do. That if we go back, because black wasn't obliged to go back to the king with the king.
Okay.
And we do the whole process again because the king went running to c6. So difficult.
So we say king f4,
yeah,
and
then the king d6. Let's get going.
The king could go to c5.
Yeah, the king goes to c5. And is this a draw?
Oh my gosh. I mean, this is why the eval bar is so misleading, because the players don't know that this is a draw. This looks losing, right? It's 2 extra pawns. But apparently, and I'm using all the help I can get, I turned on the lines to see what the moves are. The point here is that no, you do not take this pawn and lose the king and pawn in game. That it seems that you can just bring your king back. And again, this rook is stuck. It needs to stay on the 5th rank to defend the f5 pawn. It needs to stay on the a file to defend the a6 pawn. And if all you're doing is moving your king around, you're not going to make progress. If you move your rook to a3 with check, the king comes up to d4. And if your rook moves to f3 to defend this, you lose a6. If you don't defend the f5 pawn, I'm going to take it. Oh my gosh. Ivanka, this is actually, again, one of the most complicated rook and pawn endings.
I know. I was thinking about that. And how do you think Vincent is going to feel, right? If they get into this endgame, Vincent is 2 pawns up again, and he's still a draw. He's just going to feel jinxed. He's going to be like, man, I cannot catch a break. Oh, that's incredible. Can you just like run through that one more time? Because I'm just trying to process this whole thing, that Jordan can get into this position. He can lose his A pawn, allow Vincent to be 2 pawns up. And because Vincent's rook is so badly placed, it doesn't matter.
So rook comes to f6. And then if you're king b4, you just, maybe there are other moves, but just king e3 is what we're looking at. And you're stuck. You're overloaded. This rook is doing too much. Oh my goodness. This looks so winning. The fact that this isn't winning is a travesty.
Yeah, it is. And just to kind of clarify the point, this particular game, in this particular position, where does the white king have to wait? Because presumably the rook cannot be touched because it's in the ideal square connecting with the f pawn and the a pawn. So this is for white. So white will have to pass with the king. It would just follow its counterpart around the board, right? So if the king goes to b3, you just go to d3, let's say.
But wait, but d3 allows this check and the pawn to go.
So you have to go king d4 then. You got to have some care. But it moves like f4.
Yes. And, look at this. Look how tricky this is. King d3 now, because that's a rook d5 check. I have king e4, and I'm going to win your pawn. So, and this pawn's under attack. So you have to go rook a5 to keep any winning chances, and then I just simply take your pawn, it looks like with the king, or go back. That is just wild, because king d3, rook d5 check, the king doesn't have e4, so the rook is untouchable. And after the king moves, then a5, and the pawn is going to become a queen. So you're up 2 pawns, and yet you can't make progress because your rook is overloaded. The white king and rook are doing enough work to hold everything together. It is really a situation that is shocking. And just to note something for everybody, the players, we see 2 minutes on their clock. They actually have not received their 15 final minutes. So when their clock hits 0, those 15 minutes that they get for having reached move 60 will be added to their clock. So we will be here for a while. But we are going to take a short break, maybe stretch our legs, grab some water. You stay right where you are, because when we return, it is this final game of the 10th round of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. You will not want to miss its conclusion.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
January in Vikings Zay, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Come on.
Gotta make a move.
He's going to
No. Oh my gosh. But
I'm speechless there.
Once again, Vikings Zay starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
what a game for Magnus. And now a huge chance to make a furious run at first place.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
What a defensive effort. Noterbeck is obviously having a breakout event.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
We return to the action in the playing hall in Vikings Zay. As you can see, almost no one remains, but one matchup continues. It is the game between Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer. These two players giving it their all. Jordan, he's down a pawn, defending tenaciously. Vincent trying to squeeze out a victory. He wasn't able to do that yesterday against Abdusattorov. Today, he hopes is a different story. But it's kind of the same story. Since his two losses, Magnus Carlsen with another victory, this time over Praggnanandhaa. It's been an impressive display from Magnus. Ever since it looked like he was down and out, he has roared back.
Yeah, he seems to have relished the challenge, right? Just when the whole world has written him off, he's like, no. I'm still the world champion for a reason. And Magnus just seems to level up, especially during the end of these tournaments. He just seems to keep finishing stronger and stronger. And someone else who had a good finish today was Gukesh, who defeated Praggnanandhaa in one of the most fiery games I've ever seen before. And overall, it was a relatively solid day with a few players not taking any risks whatsoever. Wesley-So and Anish Giri, that finished very calmly, very quickly. And as did Abdusattorov and Ding Liren. Both these kind of games never really got going. And it's to be expected, actually, that the players will start to conserve their energy, because you have to remember, this event is grueling.
It is, and there's no denying it. The players will admit it. But right now, Abdusattorov, he'll handle all that grueling because he is in first place ahead of Anish Giri. He is half point clear of him, Magnus Carlsen, and Wesley-So in a tie for third place, 1 full point behind Abdusattorov. And well, let's look at Noterbeck's path ahead, because we see his current result. We see that he is a half point ahead of Anish Giri. He still has Anish to play with black, Wesley to play with black, and then white against Jordan. That is an incredibly difficult slate. There are no easy customers here, but black 2 games in a row against Anish and Wesley. Oh, gosh, that is a challenge.
That is certainly a challenge. And we've also seen Anish be so powerful with the white pieces. He's come prepared. He's come armed to the teeth with all sorts of opening ideas, and he's been very, very effective. And when it comes to Wesley So, Wesley is just unbeatable with the white pieces. I mean, if Wesley wants a draw, Wesley will get the draw. And if Wesley wants to make you suffer for 7 hours, he will do that. And of course, he will finish on a white against Jordan van Foreest. So definitely still not out of the woods yet. If Abdusattorov can think that he can just simply sit there and just rest on his laurels.
Going to be a challenging final stretch. It is for every single player because, as you said, cannot rest on your laurels. And for Anish Giri, who is a half point behind Abdusattorov and gets white against him in the next round, we can check his remaining pairings because Anish, he gets white against Nordirbeck, he gets black against Jordan, and then white against Richard Rapport. So thinking about the difference in those two final 3 games, Anish gets 2 whites and gets black against Jordan. Nordirbeck gets 2 blacks and then white against Jordan. So Jordan van Foreest not having his best showing here, but will play a major role in determining who wins this year's edition.
Certainly everything to play for. And I have to say, white against Richard Rapport is not necessarily such an easy pairing because we have seen Richard play some fabulous chess. He's one of the most creative, flamboyant players there is around. And I don't know, I have a feeling that last round nerves are going to start jangling for Anish.
Let's see, he gets a rest day before he needs to put his chess pieces back on the board. So he will get Abdusattorov, he'll get van Foreest, and he'll get Richard Rapport. And as you're saying, that final game against Rapport, who knows what's going to happen? We saw Richard beat Arjun Erigaisi with this just kind of mind-boggling G5 move, and it led to a very nice victory for the new Romanian player. He hails from Hungary, but now plays under the Romanian Federation. And well, this endgame that we have between Jordan and Vincent, we were talking about this exact position, and now we are here. So just to rewind, because black is currently 2 pawns ahead, that white had to release the rook and went rook to b1. And the reason why he did that is, let's say you make another waiting move with rook to a2, you see the eval bar drop because black is in time to play king c6. And if you try to do the same thing with rook b2, now the pawn is gone. You don't have this check on the 6th rank, which means black's rook moves, the a pawn goes up, and both pawns are defended. So that's what Vincent was aiming for. Jordan had this all mapped out. He gives the check, brings the rook over, and this is where we sit. Yovi, we were talking about this exact variation. Credit to Jordan van Foreest. He's playing amazingly well, being down now 2 pawns in this rook ending.
Yeah, to find this tremendous resource, it's just unbelievable stuff. I mean, it's just so fantastic because it looked at some point like he was down and out, but no, he finds this when needed to. And now it's just all about keeping that rook on f6 and letting the white king follow the black king. And at the same time, not allow the rook on a5 to escape from its prison.
I think this is one of these ideas that is not too difficult, at least I feel, to explain once you see it, but to come up with it by yourself, that is the hard part. So Jordan van Foreest, I mean, he really has put together a dazzling display of defensive technique. It just looked like he should be lost. And the table bases were saying that it was with best play an objective win for Vincent. It was never straightforward. It was never easy. They thought he was going to go after the A pawn. He didn't do that early enough, it would appear. And now his rook is tied down in the most annoying situation. So he brings his king up, defending the pawn. A rook trade would be a loss for white. And he just needs to be able to push his A pawn. He can't do that with his rook on A5.
Yeah, and now I was wondering about the path for the white king. For instance, I can see according to the table base that if you put your king on E3, it's a draw. But if you put your king on f3, that's like, no, bad news, because your king is far away from the action. That's a very difficult point to understand.
So what is the point? That is the black king going to b3 doesn't seem to help, because we just get back to what we're looking at. So probably the black king slides closer. And if king f4, is there some kind of rook a1? Is that the point? Oh my goodness. That is it. It's whatever you take me with, I'm going to go rook f1, excuse me, and trade rooks and then push this a pawn up the board. So that allows the rook to release, and when that happens, the a pawn is free. And now white cannot attack both pawns. If you give a check, the king can slide back to c5. And now if you go rook f6, trying to keep both pawns threatened, simply rook f1 check, then a5, and black's pawns move forward.
Yeah. Yes, that is definitely not something that white wants to do. King e3, rook c6 check, maintains the balance. I mean, really, Jordan has to be in a real Zen-like mode, because he has to just keep finding the balance between yin and yang here. The rook must stay on f6, must keep an eye on a6 and f5 at all times, and the white king has to stay on certain squares and not allow the black rook to get active. Very, very complicated endgame. And I agree with you. I feel that this kind of endgame, you see with the benefit of hindsight. You see it when you're there. But when you're thinking ahead, you would just be like, oh my goodness me, I cannot lose the pawn, because that's just an automatic loss. And as we find
That's
out...
What makes it...
I was just going to say.
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no. You go ahead.
No, you. It's all you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to commiserate with poor Vincent, because once again, he's kind of coming to the conclusion that all rook endings are drawn.
Oh gosh, that mantra rears its ugly head. And for Vincent, he needs to be able to push his pawns. You mentioned how king e3 and rook c6 check are the two options that allow white to keep the draw in hand. So if this rook comes to c6 check, I understand why king d5 doesn't get it done, because the rook just goes back to f6. If you give this rook a1, now rook takes f5 is check, and that's the big problem. Is the king is in check, which means the pawn can be captured. And then after king to d4, I know you want to go rook to f1. So do I move my rook somewhere? Wait, how do you actually... Oh, it's one of these positions, Yobi, where it's the checks come from the side. This is why rook endgames are so difficult, because we're so used to bringing our rook behind a pass pawn. But in this particular endgame, because the black king cannot hide, the pawn is on the rook file, that if I push the pawn and I give a check, and let's say the king runs, if this pawn were on b5, after a check here, the king could then run to the a5 square if the pawn were on b5. But because the pawn is here, there is nowhere for the king to hide from the rook's checks. And so you just keep checking all the way until eventually the king runs this way, and only then you can bring your rook behind the passer once the king is away from it. It is really tricky stuff. It takes a lot of study. It takes quite a lot of perseverance, because these players, they've been going at it for nearly 7 hours now. So I will not be surprised if more mistakes happen. This has been an exhausting game for these players.
And we have a move. What did Jordan play? He gave a check to the king. Oh, I agree with you. I mean, there's so many twists and turns in this. And then to utilize the whole idea of checking by the side, that was just insanely good. I mean, to have the dexterity to kind of pivot from checking from behind to checking from the side, to putting your king all the way on the g2 square, just to break all the fundamental rules that we've been taught. I mean, that's just incredible. And you can get there, though, if you memorize certain signposts, so to speak. If you memorize certain techniques and certain positions, and you like, okay, this one I know is winning, this one I know is completely lost. Like, for instance, the checking from the side, it's called the Vancouver position, right?
Yes.
So if you memorize the technique there, you're like, okay, this, I've got it. And you can use that to assist you in those quick decision-making moments.
Yeah, this is what you need to do. You need to rely on previous study and experience. Coming up with this kind of stuff at the board is really difficult. And if Jordan has done that, I mean, he really deserves the proverbial tip of the cap. So, yeah, it's really impressive defense right now from him. We talked about king d5. There's rook f6. I think Vincent can try king b5 because it's still not clear that the draw is in the bag. Let's say you bring your rook to f6, go after this pawn. But if you release with rook a1, you still need to find, I would think, the move. Maybe you go king e3.
King e3, right?
Close enough. Yeah, I thought we were going to have to find king g3 again and then do these checks. But king e3, the king is just very close to the passed pawn.
Yeah. Ugh. So tense, so complicated. And the path to the draw and or the victory, for that matter, is so narrow. Okay, but here, where would you go with your king? I think I probably would be tempted to put the king on d4, I guess.
Yeah, king b4. I guess there's just rook b6 check. Just ask that king where it's going, because if it keeps going the c file, you give more checks. And if the king ever goes back to the 5th rank, the rook quickly slides to f6 and goes after the pawn.
I have an idea. What about if you just park the king on a2, a1, whatever, and then start... Yeah, so king a2, and you just abandon the f-pawn.
Okay, so you're saying some kind of...
Yeah, something like this. Put the rook on a3, take it, a5. Oh, my rook is so badly placed. Okay, I actually need to move my king. I need to be a bit more subtle than this and actually put my king all the way to a1. It's not pretty, but who knows what happens there. Okay, and now rook a2 so that I get maximum check-in distance. And now the big journey. And then you're close.
You can only legally move your rook, and then the rook takes the pawn with check, which is very important, because if that were not check, you'd be able to skewer on the 3rd rank, but that is check, and then the rook moves away. We have rook and king versus rook and king. That, of course, is a draw.
Yeah. Oof. But I do suspect that we're going to see the line that you showed where white is forced to give checks with his rook from the side. That's the most complicated path to equality.
I feel for Vincent. I really do. He played that 7-hour game yesterday. He's playing another 7-hour game. He's showing fighting spirit that should get him invited to every tournament going forward. He is trying, giving it his all. And unfortunately, yesterday, it wasn't quite enough. Nurdirbek escaped. And today, it looks like Jordan, he is going to escape. He's weaseling his way out of this.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show, first of all, you have this classical time control, which it basically means that the standard of play is just ridiculously high. And secondly, we have to talk about the endurance, the fatigue. And thirdly, chess is a difficult game. And also, I really do think that Vincent is just being unlucky in this tournament.
I'm waiting for him to, at least betray his emotions, right? Seeing his face betray his emotions, because he's just calculating, he's working on it. But I'm wondering if he realizes that this position is a draw or if he feels like he still has hope. I don't like to read too much into body language. I say that and then I do it and I ask people about it. But I feel like he knows that this win is a thing of a past if it ever existed.
Yeah. I suspect he doesn't yet 100% know. But probably there'll come a time when he can't make further progress that we will see the frustration, because it is frustrating, right? I mean, these last two games have all ended in rook and pawn endings. He's been much better. He's been winning at moments in both of these endgames. In both of these endgames, he's been virtually 2 pawns up, and they've been technically drawn. I mean, what are the chances of that? Someone is saying to Vincent, hey, Vincent, it's time you studied rook and pawn endings.
He's going to have to work on it for sure. And for Jordan, he's going to need to work on avoiding handing his opponent material, because throughout this tournament, he's actually given his opponents pawns against Fabiano Caruana. He just blundered his g4 pawn and then lost the game. Against Wesley So in the first round, he missed a knight f4 tactic, lost a pawn. He actually is against Richard Report. He was down a pawn in an endgame at some moment, or he was down a pawn early and then managed to hold the draw. So he actually has really struggled keeping his material. So both of these players, just like every chess player, they have things to work on. And for Vincent, it's clear that it's the rook and pawn endings right now. But maybe it's a stamina thing. Maybe it's not just the positions that are unfolding. It's like you get to the 7th hour and all you want to do is eat some food and take a nap. So it's hard to say. He has a great coach. He is an exceptional player. He'll continue honing his craft and he'll improve. But it is a big question because this is the second rook and pawn endgame in a row that is slipping through his hands.
Yeah. But in fairness to Vincent, they've been incredibly complicated rook and pawn endings. It hasn't, I mean, these wins haven't been kind of carelessly lost, I would say. I think that they've been a product of 6 hours hard work of, and like you say, I would think about endurance, fatigue, and maybe just refreshing my mind about these particularly difficult ones, certain fortresses, etc., etc. And there we have a check from from Vincent. So the first question is, can you just capture that pawn? And he doesn't.
I was going to say, I feel like the answer might be no, because after king takes f5, now the king is cut off and rook c4. This king is very far away. The a pawn starts going, and the king is cut off on the c file as well as on the 4th rank. So the a pawn is going to make it to the other side, it would appear. And the good news as well is that, let's say you move your rook here, back to f8, a5, you give this check. The black king can hide on a4, and once the king gets closer, you play rook b4. And that's the move necessary to get this rook off the b file so that you can move your king and push the pawn. So rook a8, that looks good. You're keeping the king stuck. Your king wants to go to the b3 square. And then here, you just make room,
take a step,
I guess.
Yeah, you can make room, or you can step back with your king. No, don't step back with the king, because king d5. So instead, make room. Make way for the monarch.
And if rook b8, then the problem is this rook is overloaded. The rook needs to stop the king from escaping, and the rook also needs to stay in contact with the pawn, because rook b8 is king a3. Now the pawn gets up a square. This king cannot approach. The rook on the 4th rank keeps it away. So king d5, a4. King c5, good for you. I'm going to keep pushing. And because your king is so far, I'm just going to actually put this at its conclusion, that once you're here, check into the corner, let's say, rook here. And if you make the move a2, after rook b7, it looks like the king can never get out. But black has the move to bring the rook down. You want to bring this rook down to go get your king out. So you make the move rook to h2. The next move is rook b2, followed by king b1, and finally your pawn will be able to promote. It's a really long story. Rook and pawn in games are tricky. You need to study them. You need to work on them. But as long as the king gets out, it would be good.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. And talking about tricky rook and pawn endings, we see some more checks on the board. There's just no way for Vincent to hold on to this pawn on f5. And as you can see, the white king is inching towards the defense of the a pawn. And look at that, king goes to e1.
Not allowing
Still
the rook
controlling
to...
f2. Exactly. And
now
it's totally drawn. Nothing to be done here. And Vincent realizes.
Yeah, and you can see Jordan, he is just trying to remain focused because he knows it's a draw. He's worked hard for this half point. And for Vincent, there were a couple moves where the table base said it was a win, but he had to find only options. So we thought he was going to bring his king forward and then go on over to help. First usher his f-pawn, then go after the a-pawn. He didn't do that. It was a tricky position. He is exhausted. This is his second day in a row of playing till the very end. He undoubtedly has played the most moves. He must have the longest games. He is giving it his all, and he just simply must be wiped. It's a 13-round tournament. No opponent is easy. And, well, for Vincent, it's just sadly for him not meant to be at the moment.
And not meant to be. That feels very appropriate. No way to defend the f-pawn. So the only thing you can do is just go all in with the a-pawn and get running and hope Jordan makes a mistake. But bad news, the king on e1 is just too close.
Yeah, once the f5 pawn is captured, the king will just run over towards the queen side and that pawn. So you may think about playing king to d2, but then this f-pawn remains after rook to f1. And maybe it's still a draw in that position, but I don't think I would test the waters. I would just play king e2, keep the f1 square under control, because white is going to take this pawn on f5 next.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't necessarily test the waters because, that's just too flashy for your own good. The rook can come to f1 and then maybe it can park itself on f4 and then use some protected squares to give check to the white king. No, simplicity is the best. King goes to e2. Jordan, you've been doing a Herculean task so far. You got to continue, maintain focus. Don't get distracted now that the draw is within grasp.
And he is really focused. He is just taking in the position. He is making sure that his king goes to the correct square, because the worst thing that can happen to you is you work for 7 hours, you manage to survive the game, and then you make a careless blunder after all of that hard work. So for him, he does not want to waste it. He would like to get this draw, move up to 4 out of 10, a respectable showing for him. Not the standard he set for himself when he won the Tata Steel Masters back in 2021, but it's such a tough field that you may win one year and then have a big minus score the next. And that's true whether you're Jordan van Foreest or Fabiano Caruana, who I think went -4 1 year. So he scored, I think it was it 4.5 out of 13? Maybe it was 5 out of 13. Either way, it was well below his expected performance.
Yeah, and he's not the only one. I remember Magnus Carlsen in 2021 had a terrible Tata Steel. I think he ended up, I say terrible, but terrible in comparison to his usual standards, because I think he finished 6th or 7th. And yeah, it's just, that's the way life goes, right? But somehow I feel that this field has been so perfect. We've seen the right combination between youth, experience, fighting chess. Everyone has played their heart and soul. And as Fonsilian points out, Arbiter about to make a move. Yeah. Now that would be a first if the Arbiter came in and said, hang on a second, I think you should play this. I've actually had that, not during the game, but after the game. The Arbiter came and told me, hey, you missed a win. In fact, you missed several wins. And I was so shell-shocked because it was such an emotional, game full of time travel that I just I just looked at them like, I don't know what on earth you're talking about. And then afterwards, when I got back to the computer, I was like, yeah, she was totally right. And missed several wins.
Was the Arbiter sitting with an engine to help,
No. It was just one of those situations where the Arbiter was a very strong player. And actually, I do think Arbiters in general should be strong players. I think they should understand the game. They should be able to understand deep concepts such as triangulation, or easily be able to spot the threefold repetition. Although, having said that, computers these days do the job for them there.
And there is one, I guess the Arbiters don't have access to engines, but I was going to say, anytime there's an Arbiter with a computer and things like that, like if they know chess, and their look may betray them, right? They look at a position, they see some move was played, and if they're a strong player, they're like, wait, what just happened there? So you always have to be stone-faced and just not give away any details. But the Arbiter did go over there, bring the players a new score sheet because they're that far along in this game. This last move was move 81 for Black. I don't remember how many moves Vincent's game was yesterday, but it seems like he's trying to break the all-time record in Tata Steel.
Yeah. I don't remember either. Hang on, I can pull it up. I can find out. It was 89.
We're now at 82. So we're going to have more moves in this game than yesterday, but it's just so many moves for Vincent, and they unfortunately are not leading to victories.
No. In terms of getting that pass pawn through, the rook pawn, I've said it time and time again, and I cannot say enough, it's the worst kind of pawn. It's so complicated to get that one through to its destination, and it needs a lot of assistance, such as the white king being cut off. I mean, that's just the irony of it all, because if that were a b pawn instead of an a pawn, the game probably would have been over a long, long time ago. And there we see Jordan. He puts his rook all the way to the edge of the board, getting ready to check the black king from behind. And the players making their moves relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm. So the white king is cut off, but it's too close because if people remember, we were talking about how this rook needed to go all the way around and go to b2. Black doesn't have time for that. Just to quickly just go through that variation, we get something like this. We push the pawn. So just to go forward with this again, in the other position, the white king was all the way up here, too far away. But in this position, once the black rook releases, then the white king goes to c2. So even if you give this check, the king goes up, you're not getting your rook to b2 to give your king the file. And if you go down here, trying to get the b file, there's nowhere to run to. Once this rook moves away, you give a check, the white king can go back, and the king cannot escape. That is the problem. You need the king to be able to run away, but the white king is keeping it trapped in the corner.
Yeah, you cannot basically drive the king and rook to their ideal destinations just using a rook. It's just not physically possible. One piece cannot dominate two pieces. Just maths. And the rook goes to the edge. I'm expecting the white king just to creep forward to the c line. Doesn't really matter where. I think Jordan can be as complacent as possible. The only thing he mustn't do is he mustn't go on a big adventure, put the king up to the 4th rank or something. Just play simple chess. This is the finishing straight for Jordan, and a little bit of care will be sufficient.
he did all the hard work. So if he somehow stumbles over here, that would be rather inexplicable. He really, at this stage, can just continue shuffling. And as soon as this pawn goes to a3 and rook goes to b2, you release your rook and go elsewhere. But for a player like Jordan van Foreest, a former champion in Vikings Zay, yeah, he's not going to blunder away this half point.
No, no way. I agree with you. This is endgame 101, and it's the kind of thing that most players, I'm going to say, actually memorize and use just to secure a very easy draw. The formula is so simple. It's very straightforward. Keep the black king cut off and just wait with the rook. If need be, you move the king up to c2 if it's checked away. And Jordan playing very precisely. Here comes the rook. Vincent trying. He's trying to say, get off the B line. And Jordan just says, not a problem. I will vacate, but you're not going anywhere.
And just do not take this rook on b2. That would be a big mistake. He understands that. He moves his rook away to c7. And he's just going to go back and forth. So one other thing is that if we get a position with a king going to a1, the move rook c2, if you take it, it's a because the king cannot get out of the corner. That's the problem with the rook pawn, is the boundary. So we are seeing moves. We're seeing rook to b6 played. I wonder what you know what? I think I know how this game is going to end.
Yeah, me too.
The end where
I think
black is going to give up a rook for stalemate.
Exactly. It's the king is going to go to a1, the pawn is going to go to a2, and the rook is just going to plant itself on b2, and game over. Players smile and they rush off to the restaurants
that are probably all closed. You know, it's like that time of the night where it's a weekday, it's super late, maybe somebody saved them a sandwich from somewhere, but yeah, they're missing dinner time.
Yeah. And is it coming?
Look at Jordan. He knows the draw's there, but just does not want to spoil it. So I think we're going to see that. A2, rook here.
No.
Would not be surprised if rook b2.
I actually, no, he can't do that. Yeah, well, there's a big threat on the board, actually, so Vincent can't be too complacent. There's rook takes pawn, and that's why he plays king a2. Oh. Rook c2 check. King goes back, my friend.
Oh, is he going to play king b1 and then rook b2 and then pawn takes b2 stalemate? That's what's going to happen. This rook is going to slide over and then rook b2 and pawn takes stalemate.
Yeah.
At long last, it looks like Jordan van Foreest. He is going to officially secure. There it is. Rook b2 check. A little cheeky move. If that rook is captured, when that rook is captured, the game is a draw by stalemate. So for Vincent Keymer, second straight day of disappointment. The handshake is agreed upon just because the result is not in question. And for Vincent, great chess from him these last 2 days. Like, he deserves a lot of credit. His play is better than his score. That's how I would frame it. And that's not much in the moment when you're kicking yourself with your missed opportunities, but he is a very strong player. He is hyper talented. And just right now, these little moments are getting away from him and he's not converting his advantages.
Yeah. And there we can see Vincent analyzing with Jordan with a smile on their face, and both of them just laughing. And that's really nice to see, because they have just run us through a big roller coaster. You know, first of all, Jordan was much, much better. Then this big tactical blunder from the Dutchman. And suddenly we had this incredible incredibly instructive rook and pawn ending. And I must admit, I learned loads. And I realized that it wasn't as easy as I thought it was. And the players smiling, laughing about it. And it's just a great moment of happiness to see.
Yeah, it is nice to see after that long battle, the players are still talking about moves that happened, who knows, 6 hours ago. But the result is in the books. Jordan van Foreest draws the game against Vincent Keymer. We had 5 draws at the top there. Gukesh wins with white against his compatriot, his fellow teenager from India, Praggnanandhaa. And then Parham Maghsoodloo lost with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen, he looked very strong in today's action. It was a position where the eval bar is saying, yeah, it's equal. And Magnus saying, not so fast. If you were going to make this draw, you were going to have to prove it each and every move. Parham could not do that, especially with his low time. So heading into tomorrow's rest day, the results are clear. The leaderboard is set. We know that Nordibek Abdusattorov is in first. And, well, Yobi, we have 4 players, including Abdusattorov, who have a shot at first place. Anish, Magnus, Wesley, and these 4 players are all about to play one another. It is kind of anyone's tournament.
It certainly is. And that sets us up very, very nicely for the last 3 rounds. And all the drama, it's going to happen in round 11. I mean, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Well, round 11 happens on Friday. So if you tune in tomorrow, looking for Tata Steel action, that's on you. This tomorrow is a rest day. But when we return, we see some great matchups in store. Magnus Carlsen takes on the person who shares his standing, Wesley So. Magnus with the white pieces. We see down at the bottom, Anish Giri versus Nordibek Abdusattorov. That is the matchup for first place. And Levon Aronian in the middle against Fabiano Caruana. Those players are tied for 5th place. And if there is a winner, maybe they also have an outside chance at first. But it has been a really long day. Yovi, what would you say is the summary of today's action, and what are you looking forward to in the next round?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely been brilliant. What can I say? There's been so much fireworks and so many instructive moments. I have loved every second of it. And I'll have to thank our producers and the chat also for giving us some nice comments from chat. Thank you very much to everyone who watched us. It's been a real pleasure. I wouldn't have missed it for the world, and it's been an honor commenting alongside you, Robert, and also alongside Dania in the previous days. Oh my God, it's been brilliant, and what a fantastic tournament it's been so far. The chess games have been absolutely intense. So good.
The games have been stellar. The players are giving it their all. We saw this one go the distance. It only just finished after 7 hours and more. 7 hours, 10 minutes of play. So I had to look at my computer's clock to see that. Vincent Keymer, Jordan van Foreest, they might not even know what time it is, but that was a great defensive effort from Jordan. We saw Magnus Carlsen win with black. We saw Gukesh win with white. 2 games done early with the draw. But Yogi, I have to thank you because how long this broadcast went. It was really fun to commentate alongside you. You made it that much smoother, that much easier when the clock kept going and going and going. And Vincent Keymer, determined as he was, unfortunately, he couldn't make it. So I do want to thank you. I want to thank our producer, and I want to thank everybody who tuned in for this action. It's been fun. It was round 10 here in Vikings Zay. The Tata Steel Masters continues on Friday. Round 11. We'll be back same time, same place. See you then.